evening, everybody. Good evening, Arvanauts. Welcome, everyone, to a June 26th Saturday stream. It is 7:20 p.m. Eastern, and the time has come, everybody, for day 2 of the Nightland, Oracle of War, D&D with INB, Eberron, Oracle of War, the Nightland, as we move into day 2 of this first part of this massive campaign. I hope everybody is doing well and is looking forward to what I expect is going to be a very eventful and awesome session tonight. Before we go any further, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you have not done so already, please make sure, thank you Echo for the host, please make sure to follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, and please sub to us over there because that really helps. We're trying to build that up over time. !ArvCord is the Discord channel, which is always appreciated. Oh, thank you, Specchio, for the Tier 1 resub. 32 months of support. Thank you, Specchio. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. Good to see you, Specchio. It's been a little while. Thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate it. So yes, our YouTube is !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord. We continue to have people come into that, which is always appreciated. !ArvTweets is the Twitter, where I will always post when I'm going live or when other things are happening or not happening. That's the place to find out about it. And of course, the website for all of this is arvaneleron.com. Good to see you, Rockgod. And of course, the website for that, as I say, arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv Shop, where you can see Infinity and Beyond stuff. You will see no less than 4 of us repping INB stuff tonight, which is cool. So you too can be one of the cool kids and get this material, get this merch by checking out that. You can also, of course, get Adventures of Middle-earth stuff, and soon you'll be able to get Esper Genesis stuff over there as well. !Arv Treon is the Patreon. We're really trying to build that up as well. 23 patrons, $2.14 per month, really makes it possible for us to do a lot of the stuff that we do here on the channel. I can put money right back into various components of the channel. I have a new, slightly different lighting setup and stuff, which is being done that way. So all of that really helps and makes a difference. So if you're able to jump on board, that would be great. And of course, if you haven't already done so, please consider subbing to the channel, because in addition to getting inspirations for our tabletop players during the course of the month from the Patreon, you can also get those by subbing to the channel, and you can get those custom sub badges and emotes and things like that, as you just saw Specchio do. So all of that is very much appreciated. Also, if you haven't already done so, talk a little bit about the publishing. Icarus, my Icarus graphic novel. Now, I do want to make one quick programming note, which is sometime between the hour, roughly, of 8 p.m. Eastern, which is about 35 minutes from now, and 9 Eastern, the Midwest Book Awards is going to be awarding the graphic novel category, and I and one other finalist, my book Icarus, and one other finalist is in that category. And I should say that Lord's Dome, which is by Athos Arts author Edie Ebell, has also been nominated in the speculative fiction category. So Garlic Tofu has been nice enough to say, to tell me that she will let me know in chat when we're ready to go for that, and then I'm going to try to jump over there so that I can at least listen to it, which would be great. Oh, that's awesome, Specchio. I really appreciate that. It was a bittersweet ending, but it was a lot of fun to do. So in any case, well, yeah, and remember, you got to get me, I hope the Forbidden Library definitely will too. Don't forget, Echo, that when you get that address that you're going to be using, to let me know so I can also get you your ArvCon stuff and all that kind of good stuff. So definitely make sure to let me know when you know. Anyway, yeah, so that is, I don't know what I was just talking about. Oh, yes. So basically what that means is we'll be taking a 5 to 10 minute break around that time so I can do that. I'm sorry that it slightly disrupts the Eberron campaign. There's nothing I can do about it, though, because it just has to do with the timing. The players are all cool with it, and, it should be fine. But I'm just letting everybody know that that's going to be happening sometime between 8 and 9 p.m. Eastern. And, yeah, hopefully we're hoping for the best. Fingers crossed for it. It's an honor to be nominated, but it'd be great if we could win, so we will see. Yeah, no problem, Echo. And then if you have not done so already, please consider checking out Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, our 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And that is now going out to various people. Echo was just talking about that. That is going out to backers and is going to be going out to the bookstore as well, bookstores as well, and is going to be available in retail in early fall, probably early October, actually. So mid-fall, I guess, is what we're looking at for general retail. So that's very exciting. And Alligator Alley, of course, also sponsors our Esper Genesis campaign. And Alligator Alley and Athos Arts are both involved in my Greyshade Kickstarter. And Athos is the publisher of record for the Greyshade novel, which will be coming out before the Kickstarter even starts. And so that's going to be happening too. And that you can find out about with !Greyshade KS. And as always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. And !Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. As always, very important to reach out to others when you need help, and very important to reach out to others when they need help as well. Now, I'm going to come to the players slightly early than I normally do because I have a statement that I want to make that I mentioned I was going to make. So I apologize for interrupting them, as I always do without meaning to, because I can't hear them until right now when I move over to reveal.
No, you're not.
I am.
Stop
I'm always
it.
really sorry about it.
Stop it.
I cry about it. But it is wonderful to see this crew. This crew, this happy crew, as to misquote
We
Shakespeare.
happy crew.
Exactly.
Oh, no.
That we've got going over there. The
Please
full
take
crew
your joy.
is here for day 2 of Eberron. And the reason I'm bringing them up here, I told them that I was going to do this, is I want to talk just very briefly about something that's been going on in the tabletop industry. And believe it or not, this at the moment is my only actual... Well, I shouldn't say it's my only actual D&D campaign overall, because I do have one over on GOG as well. But the D&D with GOG one is set in Greyhawk. It's a little bit different. Actually, it's a little bit more towards the original style. Maybe that ties into the gatekeeping conversation we're about to talk about in just a moment. But in any case, so this is the first opportunity I've had to comment about this stuff, and it's important as a channel that focuses a lot on tabletop to be able to talk about this. So this will be brief, and I've told the players that after I'm done and they are introducing themselves, they may feel free to weigh in on this or not. It does not matter either way to me, at all. It's not an obligation on them, and I am only speaking for me and the channel. But it is important, I think, to say the following, which I'll try to make quick. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, if you do a Google search for the new TSR games, which has recently been founded by a son of Gary Gygax, Ernie Gygax, and then several others, and their plan has been to bring back, I guess, TSR, which was the original publisher of Dungeons & Dragons in the 80s, to bring it back to its former glory. Gets a little confusing because there's another TSR games that exists that is producing Top Secret, and anyway, none of that matters. I'm not going to get into all that. But one of the things that's come clear over the last 4 to 5 days is that the folks running the other TSR that we're talking about here, have a very specific vision of who it is that's allowed to play and not allowed to play Dungeons & Dragons, relating specifically to aspects of gender identity, for example, and things like that. So I just want to put a couple of things out here up front, because it has been bothering me, and I think it's important to say this as a channel which I think has some of the best players on Twitch playing these games, as I've said many times. So let me be clear. I host on my channel and over on GOG right now 6 different campaigns, and I run 4 of them myself, in which we feature over 20 different players. These players come from a variety of different backgrounds in all respects. And one of the great things that I'm very proud of is the fact that we have continually tried to broaden and increase representation, because representation matters. And here's why it's so important, I think, that creators be making statements of this kind when something like this comes up. I, like many of those who might be watching this channel or video later on, grew up playing Dungeons & Dragons. I played this starting in 1985 in 6th grade, playing Keep on the Borderlands at recess with Aaron Holcomb, and I know all of the particulars, right? And I found for the first time in that game a place where I could at least temporarily be safe. Because as I've spoken about on this channel before, I was severely bullied as a kid. And so when you've been hit and pushed downstairs and hit on the head with 2x4s and shoved in lockers and the whole 9 yards for years, there gets to be a point where you'd rather not be existing in the life that you exist in some ways. And so I don't think it's hyperbole to say that in some ways D&D really saved my life. And it has always been, as a consequence, my favorite game, precisely because what D&D does is allow us to access the infinite space that imagination provides us. The idea that I would then, or any of us who were there at the time, and I'm saying all this to establish some bona fides, because there tends to be just a little bit of the age gatekeeping here of, well, here's how it was back in the 80s. I was there. in the 80s. If you look behind me, you will see every edition of Dungeons & Dragons there, including my original Greyhawk that I bought in 1983, or the Red Box that I bought in 1985, or the Immortals collection, or any of the editions that you want to talk about back there. So I was there. And for the idea that I would find a space within which I could be safe and would then slam the door shut behind me so that it becomes unsafe for people who are not like me, a straight, cis, het white male, is anathema to me. It is anathema to the hobby. It is anathema to the experience of Dungeons & Dragons. It runs counter to the point of what a game like this ought to be. The idea that as D&D and other tabletop games have broadened appeal, have broadened who is allowed to feel safe and comfortable, the idea that you would not want it to welcome those who are lesbian or gay or bisexual or trans or aro or ace or gray, etc., 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 or that you wouldn't want to welcome people of color, or that you wouldn't want to welcome members of the disabled community, or that you wouldn't want to welcome any one of a number of these groups that we could discuss because you believe that it needs to be limited to a small and, very tiny group of people is absurd in the extreme. And that is precisely what happens when you say, we're not being political, we don't have politics at our game. Because to, quote, not be political is to make a political choice. The same political choice that was made when most of the people who began playing D&D in the 1980s were straight, white, cis-het males like me. So the idea here that we will limit and restrict is anathema both to me personally and the hobby generally. So I want to be very clear about this on this channel. This channel and the games that we play here will always be welcoming and will actively desire to include and broaden to allow the inclusion of any of the groups that I have mentioned and many more besides. Because ultimately, gaming is for everyone. It's for everyone except those who believe that people should be shut out and excluded. And those, they're not really welcome. If you don't think that it's right to have people who are trans at your table, then you're not welcome on my channel. If you're a bigot, then you're not welcome on my channel. But everybody else is welcome on this channel to play these games and to share the joy and the experience that people like me, countless people like me, had when, at one time, we felt it was the only way we could control our environment and feel safe even for a little while. And this channel will always be a space for everyone to experience that kind of safety and joy and communication and common humanity which these kind of games provide. Those gatekeepers do not speak for me, and I was there too. So be clear. If you're watching in this channel, I hope you'll be able to see the joy that the diverse group of opinions, of identities, of experiences that we show on this channel on a daily basis is something you will find inspiring. I hope that it will be something you will reach out to others and say, I would like to have you play with us. Can you play a game with me? Can I communicate with me? I hope that that will be the case for you. But make no mistake, that is what this channel is and will always be about, so long as I am in control of what we do here. And I wanted to say that up front. Now, having said that, I will bring this over to Tren first. Tren, as I say, you can feel free to comment or not about anything I've just said. It is good to see you. Don't want to be a downer, but it was really important to say something up front. So, Tren, good to see you. How have you been? How is life? And who are you playing today, sir?
Well, in response to what you said, let me simply add +1. And I can foresee at some point down the road, somebody like this who's doing this sort of thing, going to anyone associated with Critical Role and then saying, hey, can you come and do this thing? And they're just like, no. I mean, the entirety of Critical Role is all about inclusivity, and I love them for it. And so there. So those of you who know me somewhat well, you'll know that recently it was my birthday. And my father sent me a birthday card. And this particular birthday card says there's a word for guys like you. And It says terrific.
Aw.
And it doesn't, I know we're going to get demonetized for this, but the card.
Not if you keep remixing it like that. If you do the remix version of it, you'll actually be able to get away with it.
In fact, it's going. Now we're going to go live on TikTok. Is what's going to happen now.
When I first opened it at a friend's house, I was visiting, and I was like, "Oh, and then it started doing that, and I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, how many R's are there in terrific? Because clearly it's wiki bang, whatever." And then I showed it to my housemate when I got back that night, and we both almost lost it. Just because, again, I thought it was kind of a one-off thing, and it started doing the same thing, and it was just hysterical, and it was wonderful. And I finally got my rainbow cake, because I had this slice of rainbow cake that I saw 2 years ago that I wanted for my birthday, and I went back in like the 1st of July, and they didn't have it anymore. And I'm like, what, you guys, like yesterday or day before, you had rainbow cake out here, and I didn't get it, and I was going to come back. Oh yeah, we don't. That's just for the month of June. I'm like, but they're like, no, it's July now. I'm like,
Also, you don't have a watch.
That's true. I haven't worn a watch for years because I learned how to keep track of time in my head. Anyway, so I decided then, last year I was like, okay, I'm absolutely gonna get this cake, and then the pandemic happened. It's like, and so this year I went to Savory. I was like, where's the rainbow cake? And they're like, the what? And I'm like, don't screw with me here.
Bay Area man imprisoned after assault on Baker.
Bakery.
It was real close. And
Bakery
finally
rampage.
they were like, hey, Walmart has them. I'm like, excuse me. And I ran down to Walmart, and I got there, and there were like 4 slices left. So I grabbed 2 because my housemate's birthday is tomorrow. And no, it's not. I think it's the 29th. Whatever. No, it is tomorrow. And, brain. See, I can keep time. I just can't tell dates. So and I bought a carrot cake, and I've been slowly eating my way through that, probably like a third or a quarter at a time.
Cake sounds so good right now.
It is so good. I love it. So
I love it.
I'm playing a human. Ew, a furry playing human. I know, it's I trying to go off
the ultimate challenge.
Exactly. I never play a human in real life, so why would I do this here? It's a fantasy game. So his name is Maya Tantin, but you can call me Tantin.
You never play a human in real life, so what are you right now?
Well, I look like a human, but I'm not actually playing a human.
Mm-hmm.
If I were to, there's a piece of Japanese animation called Ushio and Tora. There's 2 different versions. There's a more modern version and an older version. I swear to God, I'm almost done. If you go with the older version, there's a character in there who's like a weasel that has like a side or a tail. It's really, really cute. Aside from being demonically evil. Anyway, but that still lends to, anyway, so he's like got purple fur and everything, and so he's like got this human face, and he just reaches up and just rips it off, and he's just purple furred weasel with, he said, I love him so much. I just want to squinch up his little face because he's so adorable. Marie?
Wait, before, well, listen, it's important. So, an anonymous user just gifted 20 subs to the channel, and that's the first time that's ever happened. So, thank you. We got a bunch of gifts yesterday, too. Thank you to whoever the anonymous user is. Thank you very much, and welcome to Warrior of Zeon, Radio Johnny Panda, Black Fury, Marie Bilodeau, JD Metters, Eric, the Neon Caster. I'm really glad the Neon Caster was there for part of this too. Anyway, Metal Witcher, Divinorium, U Christensen, Gaia Shield, Gorgar, Gon Eden, Atham, Uncle Elias, Marinda, Lost Rivers, Ben Herdinser, Falcon Wolf, and Saradak. Okay, I think I got everybody. Thank you very much. That's really lovely.
Falcon Wolf sounds really cool.
Thank you very much. Oh, and then Light and Passion as well. I think that they actually probably gifted something to everybody who was in chat at the time, which is really nice.
Light and Passion, who made those bitchin' dice.
Oh yeah, and just quickly, that's true. Light and Passion's dice.
Light and Passion, I will order those dice. If you make more of them, I want a pair.
Yeah, those dice look awesome. No joke.
I was like, no kidding. Like, I will find the tweet thread and repost it in chat.
The glass and mirror guy?
Yeah.
So amazing.
Aren't those awesome?
If you make those, I will buy those today.
Well,
I want a pair.
And I said this, and then I'm gonna go on to Marie. I said this before, but look, fan art is amazing. Fan fiction, although authors don't want to see them, but still, it's great that fan fiction is out there and being done and it's really important, right? It's awesome. But fan dice is on another level. Like, and it was literally, he was inspired by the glass lizard battle. And I'm like, hell yeah. Not only do they look good, but they were inspired by this. So that was great. So Light of Passion, that thing is awesome. And I second Rob's request. If you just want to make a bunch of those and like, I'll pay for them for international shipping from freaking the moon. I don't care. Like,
buy the URL OnlyFans dice and just put all your different kinds of dice on there.
No, that you heard they're taking away the sexual content from OnlyFans. So now
sure they are. They're looking for investors. They're not doing anything yet.
Is that what they're doing?
They're trying to get ink on them.
But
yes.
But thank you, Tren. Also, I want to say happy, now belated, although I said it to him before, so it wasn't belated at the time. So happy birthday to Tren. I'm glad you got the rainbow cake. And I want to say that I was thinking partially of Tren when I was making all the statements that I just made as yet another example of someone I'm glad has been a part of this community. So having said all of that, now I will move on to Marie. Marie Bilodeau, who is looking just, awesome as usual, as you can all see. So is looking great. And Marie, how are you doing? You can, again, feel free to weigh in or not on everything, but how is life with you and who are you playing? And you're going to be speaking as the victory sound goes off like 50 more times because that's how many subs we got. So, yes. But anyway. Yeah.
I love victory songs. I am very good, thank you. I just to add to your lovely rant in which you use very fancy and powerful words. Safe spaces are created. Safe spaces are created, should never be taken for granted, and you are either part of the solution or you are not.
Yep.
There is no middle ground. So thank you to everyone who creates safe spaces. Much appreciated. And I'm doing great. I have matched the dice for tonight to my nail polish, which you can't quite see, but it's red like my necklace. So we're ready to roll, literally. Literally. And tonight I am playing like the second time in a row, Mérimée Hawksmoor, who is a bard. On third level, I get to select which college, and I'm kind of starting to have like some little doubt. Like I had an idea. Is it where I want to go still? Am I going to change my mind? So we'll see how that goes. But I'm playing a bard. I am a sister to Jen's character, who I will let her the joy of introducing herself. And I am very much looking forward to fighting a ghost train. I'm very excited by this.
I love the response from, I think it was Phoebe, who responded to your tweet with the whole Final Fantasy VI suplexing the train, and I'm like, hell yeah, suplexing a train. I've been there too. It's so
we
great.
Are doing this.
We're doing this. We will see you suplex.
Yeah, and now that Phoebe has brought this up, if there is not an opera at some point in this, just do not fail me.
But you have to do the oh, because that was what the opera actually sounded like in the Final Fantasy VI.
I brought it in my French media class because I'm French Canadian, so I brought it into my French media class, and I was super proud to show it to my teacher who's all into music, and he's like. Anyways, I didn't get the reaction I wanted, and nobody knew what the words said too, because there were some big words in there for little French Canadian kids.
You're like, no, this is great, and then there's a fight against an octopus right afterwards. They're like, what? They never mind. It's a great sequence.
Are you a lover of music or are you not?
It's just the music. Oh man, that is too funny. It is always a great pleasure to have Marie. Also, I don't know, I'm sure you saw this trend, but Live Suing wished you a birthday by saying, "May the candles on your cake burn like cities in your wake," which is vaguely troubling.
It's a Viking birthday. Yeah, it's the birthday dirge.
Right. I know. I just, I was wondering if there was a prediction going on about you come back and burn salvation to the ground. I mean, I was like, maybe that's, I don't know.
No, it's more
depends
like
on their actions.
Yeah, it's more like what we were talking about in the green room here in California. We have 2 seasons, rain and fire.
Okay. That's a different matter. Okay. Well, anyway, thank you so much, Marie. Great pleasure. I cannot wait to see what Mérimée gets up to today. And John, also repping along with Tren and myself and with Jen, all repping INB. INB, it's what I'm talking about. We got it. Yeah, there you go. That's right. Available now at ! Arv Shop. But John,
smooth Arv, very smooth.
Thank you. I just have to lean close to the mic and automatically. It seems not skeezy. No, John, seriously, how are you doing? Again, you may feel free to weigh in or not on what I talked about, but either way, how's life with you and who you're playing?
There's not much more to add from what you already said. When other people have said here, of course, I wholeheartedly support it, and it was well stated, well put, and completely agree. So, there's where it is. We're seeing this, you can't even say renaissance, but I'll say it anyways, because 5e is like the most popular iteration, and it's really spread beyond. And part of that is making sure everyone's welcome to play. Everybody's welcome to play. I don't care, 5 years old, 95 years old, it doesn't matter, age, gender, it's regardless. Everyone should have the chance to sit down at the table and have this fun that we enjoy every other week. So yeah. I'm good, actually. I should have had a link ready. I don't have a link ready. Trent's latest Battletech audio book, Bonfire of Worlds, dropped literally today.
Nice.
So that's really cool. Very happy. We're starting to run up to Hour of the Wolf. So he's booked for the next 2 years.
There's the link. Trent's got it for you.
Very good man.
Someone close that tab.
Yep, there you go. Good stuff. Yeah, so I've got him booked solid, and then hopefully I'll have news for Rob at some point in the not too distant future about his work for me too. So yes.
Waiting. Just waiting, sweetheart. Just waiting.
Keep buffering. So John Helfer's here. I'm playing Illyrian, the Warforged, the Starforged. Warforged being, let's put it this way, but they are also an Aegis, which is a warrior class that I'm looking forward to diving into when we get a couple more levels.
And recently updated Warforged with new, potentially, hopefully working features.
Not yet. I have to hit level 2 for that. So
No. What I helped you with the other day.
Oh, that not ready yet. I haven't settled on the voice yet. Yeah, thank you. It's close. I didn't get time to after you and I met.
What you couldn't figure it out in a whole day how to make it work after all I did for you.
I was
last
waiting.
time I helped you, John.
I was waiting for you all to break into this sort of I tell you, this station will be ready on schedule. I was just my character work that you helped me will be available.
Yes, not quite there yet. So yeah, but
you can tell him yourself when he arrives.
Good.
But yeah, that's me. So let's get to it.
Head on down the line. Thank you, John. Always appreciated. And also, John is the one of the 2 editors for Grey Shade, the novel that will be coming out in a few weeks, and I'm very excited about details with that. Moving right along to, of course, Jen, who is repping again that badass Infinity Beyond shirt. I love the. It's almost the soldier stripes almost on the edges of the sleeves. I'm liking that. Jen, it's good to see you again. Feel free to weigh in or not as you like, but either way, how are you, other than trying to stay cool, I know, in the Pacific Northwest, and who are you playing today?
First of all, can everybody hear me? Because there was a complaint that people couldn't hear me. So I got out the Yeti to make sure that people could hear me.
We can hear you. Chat, can you hear
You
Jen?
sound lovely.
Jen, chat, can you hear Jen? Can you hear?
Yes.
Echo says, I hear a Brozek. Yep. Okay, well, that was you.
Okay, excellent.
Echo, here's a Brozek. The sequel to Horton, here's a Who.
Yes, it is currently 98 degrees here.
Translate that into whatever temperature you understand wherever temperatures are available.
What it is. The Pacific Northwest should not be this hot. I must admit, I have missed the brouhaha because I am heads down in the final edits of the final book of my Rogue Academy Battletech trilogy.
Hey.
So the internet does not exist until I finish, and then today I went from edit to here, and so I missed it all. But I might want to mention that I have been, in fact, gaming in D&D since 1984. I have worked in the games industry since 1992, like Shadowrun, Sega Genesis, Night Test Lead. I played in college. I was very fortunate that my first gaming group was half female, so I had no idea that there were a bunch of gatekeepers.
Yeah.
But I'm very much against gatekeepers and the fact that I would like to broaden those who I play with. And I'm +1, Greg. If you're a bigot, not welcome. I'm just that simple. So I thank you all who are here and who do support everyone coming to play. Just remember this. You know how people play Pinochle in old folks' homes? That's going to be us playing D&D. I want
I get the
everybody
reference,
to-
but I think about 4 people realize what Pinochle is in the chat, maybe.
Hearts, cribbage,
Yeah,
all those
There you
old
go.
people
Cribbage.
games.
absolutely.
Eventually, it's going to be all of us playing D&D in the old folks' home.
Football.
That's what
Amen.
I-
I'm looking forward to it. Yes.
I should
Yeah.
have multi-classed at level 5, you know.
Yeah. So I am playing a halfling cleric named Nisiana di Durasco. She is of House Durasco. She is dragon marked. And one day, when she was a teenager, her Kalishtar sister just showed up on her doorstep and said, I am your new sister now. This is where I am supposed to be. And her parents, Nisiana's parents, went, okay, and ran with it. And our life has been better ever since, except for the telepathic trying to make me laugh in the middle of tense meetings. But you know, we'll deal with that. Siblings. I'm actually really excited playing this character. I haven't played a cleric in a very long time. And what else am I supposed to say? Oh, I have an event. I've updated it. Actually, next Tuesday, the 29th. It is a free event. It has got 24 authors over a 3-day period talking about doing tie-in fiction for Turning the Tide anthology. 8 authors each day. It's free. I'm speaking on the first one. And come hear about people writing for Tarzan, Sherlock Holmes. I'm, as you might imagine, writing for about cats in the Mythos universe, because that's not on brand or anything. And that's me right now. Like I said, editor brain. I am full into edits. I don't actually know what else is going on in the world right now.
Yeah, well, you're probably not missing a whole lot, actually, right at the moment, except Cat. So
And Cat.
Thank you, Jen. Always a pleasure. And also always a pleasure to have, of course, Darkside Rob with us. And Rob, same thing as I said to everyone else. You can feel free to weigh in or not. And beyond that, how are you doing and who are you playing today?
Hello, everyone. Darkside Rob here. So am I echoing on somebody else's? I'm coming through somebody's. I'm hearing myself back in my headset.
I don't.
Me.
I'm not me. Yeah.
Hello? I don't know. All right. Well, whatever. We'll just go with it. Hello, everyone. Darkside Rob here. I just am going to try to make this as brief as I can. I agree with everything that everyone said. Y'all know my style on my channel. It's brash and abrasive, but always fun and inclusive. So I'm going to try to leave the former description out of this channel, because I know Arv runs a slightly different show here than what I would do on my channel. I just, I don't suffer fools, and I don't put up with people who are shitty to other people, especially people who I consider friends, or even in some cases family, and people who actively gatekeep other people. I don't want to fucking know you. You suck. There are enough shitty people in the world that if you need to be even shittier than those people, don't talk to me. Just go live your life and do it very, very far away from me. In fact, don't do it. Do something better. Be better. I follow enough shitty people in the world with shitty opinions that we don't need to add to the pool. And that's really just the way I feel about all of this. I have not played D&D for as long as some folks here. And I'm incredibly blessed and thankful that they have been as welcoming and as kind, as accepting and patient with me, to help me love this game. I have, on the other hand, like Jen, been involved in the video game industry in one form or another, not really in the development, but in the reporting and the following and the talking to developers and meeting with people and finding out about games, and got on the outside caught up during some really ugly periods of gatekeeping within the video game community. And you know what? It sucks everywhere, especially when people who make games and want to tell stories and want to be involved in creating incredible works for people to enjoy, do it in a way that is attempting to include as many people as possible. It sucked then. It's not over. It will likely continue to happen. But what I take solace and pleasure and joy in knowing is that people here in this Zoom call, people on this channel, people on other channels like this, like mine, like Arv's on Twitch TV and out there over the internet are trying to push back against the darkness and bring some light into these communities, our own and others, by saying, yeah, we're going to play with whoever wants to play. You want to play? Let's go. Because that's where the fun is. And that's what makes this an incredible experience. And yeah, I love all you guys and I appreciate you. And I look forward to doing this for as long as I can with whoever wants to play. And you're all, mwah. And that's all I have to say about that. I think I kept my rage in check pretty good. I'm so like on my 8th cup of coffee. So yeah. And I actually don't even really know the full details of what specifically I was referring to. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, I have heard this story before. It is a tale told by an idiot, whatever the rest of that quote is, because I can't remember right now. Sound and fury, signifying nothing. And yeah, it just sucks. It's just ignore it. Go away. Let's have fun playing our games.
And who are you playing today, Rob? Well said. Who are you
playing today? am playing 2 characters, only one of which you've met so far. One some of you have met because she is the character that is... You'll see. You'll figure it out. Okay, I am playing Yana, who is a shifter, a swift stride shifter shaman. Yes. Don't worry. By level 20, I will have this down pat. It'll be great. And there is also a second character who we have not been introduced to yet, who you'll find the name out as well. And for those of you who don't know who I am Darkside Rob. I have my own Twitch channel. I am a musician, voice actor, video editor, photographer, videographer, wearer of many hats. And you can find me on my channel, twitch.tv/DarksideRob. And you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, all those places. All the links are on my channel. Come check out my work, and I stream a lot. So yeah, my schedule is always changing a little bit. But yeah, come by my channel and you have fun. Much like here, all are welcome as long as you're not a POS. Yay. So.
And with that said, thank you to my wonderful players, and let's get into it. In our last session, as I fire up our music here, in our last session, we were introduced to I don't know actually that they've developed a group name yet, but they are working for the King's Citadel for the country of Brayland, basically the Mission Impossible team that does what others cannot. And these group that were formerly trainees have been sent out on their first real mission as a group, working together. They have worked together in the past, but only as trainees. So now they have been assembled into this, avenging fighting force, so to speak. Really more of a kind of special operations, we do things that the others can't, and have been sent out to the small outpost of Salvation near the Mournland. Now, the Mournland, as we talked about in our session last time, and if you haven't, may I recommend you go to the playlist of Eberron on my YouTube channel to watch it. The Mournland was created when an incident known as the Mourning, a massive magical cataclysm, ripped through that area during the last war. It first of all obliterated most of Seer, which was the country that was there before, left the rest of it this kind of roiling, strange wasteland with warped and disturbing beasts and strange hallucinations that are created when you enter it. And it's very dangerous. There are some riches that remain as well, but it's a scary place to be in. And that, because of that event, that essentially ended the war. And so now there is an uneasy peace that exists between many of the nations that are on the continent of Corvair on the world of Eberron, where we are. So we got a chance to be introduced to Tantin, Merimee, Alarian, Nisiana, and Yana as they traveled to the outpost of Salvation. What they discovered when they were there were a couple of interesting things. First of all, they discovered that they met their contact who was the contact for the King's Citadel here, a person named Lieutenant Hilar Brossel, who was an orc commander that Merime had known in the past, and is the contact in Salvation for the group. And the instructions that he basically gave them were to, first of all, try to get the trust of the locals, because that was going to be needed going forward. Second of all, to not make a big deal of the fact that they belonged to the King's Citadel, and that was the group that they worked for, particularly with other nationals, right? So people from other countries especially, don't be telling them, hey, we work for a, national special ops force that, that our existence will be denied if we were to be captured by the enemy. Like, don't start telling other countries about that, basically. And thirdly, to be doing service for the people of Salvation who desperately need it. And so the party said, sounds good, that's what we're going to go and do. And after a conversation that happened with a mysterious gnome who was predicting dangers and prophecies, a man named Brackle that Alarion went and spoke to later on. The party went out and checked out basically the equivalent of the job board. To jump out of game, if you were looking at The Witcher, you'd know what I mean. The job board, in which they found 3 different possibilities. One of the possibilities talked about speaking to Bellalore in the salvage market about entering the Grey to look for a missing scout. The second one said there was a faithless scoundrel who had stolen a relic from the Chapel of the Silver Flame, visit Mother Johanna to assist. And the final one said, ring the scrapyard bell just after sunup for no questions asked cash job, expect danger. And so the party, after a brief discussion, made the decision that what they really should do is choose, and I don't know if I put this on here or not. I probably didn't, so never mind. I thought I put this as a handout. Hold on, I want to make sure if I have this here. Do I have it as a handout? It doesn't seem to be showing up here. Okay, I don't know why. Yeah, that's strange. Okay, well, anyway, I'll have to re-upload it later. Anyway, so what they decided to do was to speak to Bellalore in the salvage market. And when they went there, they were told by this female goblin who is a salvage broker that she was looking for a goblin named Garunda. Garunda was one of her more reliable scouts and had entered the Mournland to scout the path of a lightning rail, which is a line of depleted pyramid-shaped conductor stones, hoping to be able to search any depots along the way. But Garunda was expected back days ago and hadn't returned yet. And so Bellalore offered each of the characters 10 gold pieces if they brought her back alive, or 5 gold pieces if they could return to Salvation with her corpse or other proof that she died. So the party agreed to do this. They went into the Grey, which is the slang term for the Mournland, went into the Grey. They had a little bit of an encounter with some glass, by which I mean that there was a circle of black glass shards surrounding this body with a dented metal vial, which Nisiana decided to touch. And when Nisiana did, these creatures came to life, which gave Nisiana a little bit of a problem, because she was like, is it my hands that did this? Am I causing glass lizards to appear? And they ended up fighting glass lizards, and that was important not only because it was a cool combat, but because it meant that Light and Passion was inspired to produce those awesome Eberron dice. So I just want to say those 2 things. Anyway, they battled these 2 crystal lizard-looking like things and ended up defeating them. There was a little bit of damage, but they managed to get by those. And having then taken the vial afterwards, they then traveled on and found themselves arriving at the depot. And what they discovered there was a track, which was a whooshing sound that came down that was a spectral lightning rail train. And the way that we described it was these arcs of ghostly lightning flickering underneath it, it moving rapidly down the line, and was just barreling towards this, what looked like a stone ball. So this spectral ghost train, basically, and it was barreling right towards what looked like a ball, but the party, after perceiving more closely, was able to determine that it actually wasn't a ball. It was, in fact, a goblin who was curled up into a stone ball, and the train was headed directly for her. And that was basically where we left it. And so now I'm going to bring this back up to the party. I'm going to let you know that you're going to have an opportunity to take one and only one action, and then I'm going to call for initiative because you've got a train bearing down on a stone ball, which maybe you're just like, listen, I don't care about stone balls. I mean, whatever happened
It
didn't
was a
happen.
mechanical puppy, right?
There, that too. That's what I was about
Oh,
to
yes,
say.
and also, that's
Yeah.
right. And there was a dog-shaped iron construct that was growling at you as well. Yes, that's right. So with that said, I'm going to hand things back over to the party. And again, you'll have a chance to take one action, at which point I'm going to call for initiative. So it doesn't really matter what order. Whoever wants to, say what they're going to do first can do that. Can
So
say
when we
what you
come
need to say. As John
When we
Mayer says.
come upon this, how far am I from the goblin, and how far is the train from the goblin?
Yes. So the party is, as we speak, and I'm afraid I don't have a map for this. I'm sorry. The train
quit.
is. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm done with this crap.
Starting to wonder about Arv. No map for this. No map for that.
Listen. You'll have to talk to the maker of the. Okay, no. Yeah, actually, I have to look that up very quickly because there was an errata that was put out about this. So give me one sec. Yeah, I have it on there. And then I will be able to tell you where both is. Okay. Okay, there we go. So the train, you would estimate, is about 200 feet away from the stone ball. You also are roughly about 200 feet from the stone
course.
ball. And the pet, this dog construct thing, is halfway between you and the stone ball, about 100 feet. But from you and 100 feet from the stone ball.
So you have to go past the construct to get to the
You got
goblin,
it.
right? Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm just dashing to get to the goblin as quickly as I can, hopefully trying to beat the train. I don't think I'm going to do it.
Okay.
I'm confused. So, positionally speaking, we were where? What? How is this thing rolling down?
So
where did this?
You remember you were following the lightning rail line, right? So you were
Yes.
following it along. And
Yes.
so then you see coming down the track, essentially, the train would be 400 feet from you, I guess, because
So it's above us.
well, it's
On the other
It's
side.
it's on the other side. Yeah, like you're on one end of the track, right? It's on the other end of the track,
It's coming towards us.
and it's coming towards you, right?
Is the track on the ground or is
It's
it
on the ground. Yeah. Mhm.
Oh, okay.
It's not a proper track. It's just
All
a
right,
series
okay.
of little pyramids.
It
that
used to be a
drives
track.
above.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
All right.
That's right.
And we're on the track?
Yeah, you are
Not
on.
Well,
really
this is
a
our
track.
first mistake. Never walk on the track.
I mean, you were.
It's not
There is
really a
no track,
track.
but you're on where the track used to be. Yeah, basically.
All right.
And this ghost train is also on where the track used to be. And so
coming towards us.
coming towards you, but it's
And in front of it is a boulder of rock
correct. A goblin
that
boulder.
is also coming towards us.
No, the goblin boulder is actually just stopped. It rolled up to it and then just stopped on the what used to be a track.
So we can't see the ghost train because the rock is in between.
No, sure you
it
can,
and
because
the-
it's not a very big. Of course, because the train's much bigger than the rock. It's goblin sized, this boulder, right? So it's
Got
not
it.
that big. Yeah.
Okay. I understand slightly more than I did before. Cool.
So yes.
I'm going to get the hell out of the way of all this stuff.
Well, do you want to? Because remember, it's a good distance from you, so the train is not what you have to worry about. You could get off easily before it came anywhere close to you, because it's coming towards you, but it's hundreds of feet away. The issue
So what
is,
are we
do you
rolling
wanna-
initiative on? The boulder?
Yeah, the question is if you want to do anything about dealing with because remember you were yeah.
Is it attacking the ghost train or us?
It's not attacking anything. It just stopped. It just landed
That's
on
the
what used to
purpose.
be the
Dog might be attacking someone, though.
Dog.
Oh.
But as Illyrian runs off, I will shout after him saying, "Try not to hurt the dog." Because
Yeah,
I'm
if it's not attacking me, I'm not gonna do anything because I don't think Yana. I think Yana, like me, is kind of like, huh? And she's like, if it's not attacking her, then
Okay.
yeah.
But okay, so that's all right. So now I've got Ilarion. So Tantan, Merime, and Nisiana. What are the three of you going to do?
I'm gonna follow running and yelling, "Don't hurt the dog if you can
Okay.
If you know,
So Ilarion glides across the land, and Nisiana's running up. Don't hurt the dog.
Priorities here.
No, please don't hurt the dog. The dog must live.
the dog
Not
is
saving the dog.
Gerda's. Gerda? No.
Yeah.
On this-
Where are my notes?
John,
I actually
always
put
save the dog. What's wrong with you, you
Brenda.
monster?
It's Errol, Grenda's dog.
I'm an editor. That's what's wrong with me.
What does that mean? That's not an
So-
answer.
So Tanton is taking off after Ilarion and is basically like, no, the dog is mine. And I'll take care of the dog. And he is hauling ass for the construct dog.
Okay.
Yeah, Garunda is her name, and
That's
she has
right.
the tattoo and her mechanical dog. Okay.
That's right.
His name is Errol.
Because you had assumed that Garunda, that this may well be the Garunda that you've been looking for. Why Garunda
Oh, this is the
suddenly,
dog of the. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Why Garunda is suddenly
yeah,
turned
yeah.
into stone, if this is Garunda, is troubling, but that's something you'll have to figure out.
There is one other thing that Tanton would say.
Okay. Which is?
As he's running towards the thing, he would also call out to everybody, she's not dead. If she's dead, he would be too. And you said we were at a depot, one of the depots along the...
Right.
Right, okay.
Yep, that's correct. Okay, so basically I have 3 of you running. Marime, what about you?
I am also running.
Okay.
And I will scream. I'm kind of looking here. I'm going to scream to Ilarion.
Yelling at me.
I am yelling at you. I'm going to scream.
Yelling at me. Jen's character's yelling at me.
Everyone's
yeah.
screaming at you.
Yeah.
Ilarion, you are strong and mighty, and the stars themselves feel your strength echoing through their being. Save them. Move quickly. You get 1d6 of inspiration.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, wait. 1d6 of inspiration?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you get an
bardic
inspiration.
inspiration.
Bardic
inspiration.
Oh,
So-
a d6
Oh, is
die.
it-
Thank you. Okay.
1d6, yeah, a d6 die, yeah.
Remember, inspiration means something else in the game too. I'm like, I get
That's
6 inspiration
fair.
points? Really?
Yeah,
Okay, I
That's
can
true.
follow
Take
that.
them.
Yeah, you just stack 6 inspirations and immediately overpowered game. Okay.
So what? Hold on.
Arf will have no problems with this.
Oh, sure.
What can I use that on? Is that anything or saving throws and attack rolls? What do I got?
You can use them on, and you can use them after you've rolled, so you can use them as an add-on if you decide like this is really not working out. And I don't have the things right in front of me, but you can add them to an attack roll. You can add it to damage. You can add it to saving throws as well, though, and to skill checks. So I think it's just saving throws you can't use it for. Somebody will totally correct me if I'm wrong.
That
That's
is
true. That sounds about right.
totally that is
actually.
correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
Cool. Cool.
okay.
Thanks. Awesome.
So
All right.
with that
thanks,
said,
Mike.
You're welcome. It's
then
for 10 minutes.
what I'm going to do is, as we start up initiative, then I'm going to say, so Nisiana, you start. So you start 200 feet away, from the stone ball. Your top speed is probably 25 feet, I believe, would be.
Let's see, I'm small, and thus my 25. So
Okay.
I will just double move.
Okay. No, I'm going to give you one move action.
Oh,
so
okay.
so not double move. So you're gonna so that means you're gonna be starting this whole business 175 feet away is what that effectively means before we start our initiative here. Marime, same for you. You will have yelled out what you have yelled out, but although you as a Kalashtar, is your speed 30 then?
It is 30.
Okay, so you would be 170 feet away. All right. Yana, you are at the moment staying where you are, so we're going to have you at 200 from there.
Muted. I'm muted. Hey, wait. Okay, I just reevaluated my whole life choices in these last couple of seconds. So if Tantan is running forward, I believe I still have Swift Stride active, which means I don't know. Where is it?
I don't know that Swift
Still
Stride
figuring
actually.
this out.
Let's double check though, because it's been a couple of
Hours. Yeah, it has.
So-
we're
No,
after-
I activated it before the fight.
What fight?
The lizard
I
fight.
activated
Lizard-
before the last fight.
The lizard fight, right? But it's been 2
The
hours
very
since
last-
right. But it's been 2 hours since the lizard fight.
I can leave it on until I turn it off. I don't think there's any time
Oh,
limit
really?
on it. Yeah, I would have put that in there. I
All right,
didn't.
let me double check. Let me double check. Let me double check and see. Okay. Okay, Swift Stride, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yes. Shifting.
While shifted, your walk. There's nothing about.
Lasts for 1 minute until you die.
Where
or
is
until
that?
On page 34 of Rising of the Last War. Transformation lasts for 1 minute until you die or until you revert to your normal appearance as a bonus
Okay,
action.
I don't have that. I'm looking at the Wayfinder's Guide. Under the Swift Stride under the Shifter Race.
Yeah, but the transformation is going to last for a minute. You wouldn't be able to stay in it for that long. So yeah. Now, I think what I'm trying to remember is, I think, did you folks take a short rest right after that fight? I want to say that you did, because I thought I remembered that you folks did take a short rest afterwards, but I'm not sure. Because that would reset that, is why I'm asking, Rob.
I just don't. It's, if that's what it says, that's cool. I have no idea where you're looking at that from. I just would love to know what that book is.
This is the book that we've been
Right.
using. And so Wayfarer's Guide was an earlier version of this, and that's cool too, but it says, yeah, the transformation lasts for 1 minute until you die or until you revert to your normal appearance as a bonus action.
Okay, I'm just saying, when I created my character, I did not have that piece of information.
Okay, well, I mean, we can talk about this later, but
Yeah,
that's what
I'm just saying
rolling
that's
for
like
right now.
that's the first. That is literally the first time hearing about that.
Okay.
And if you want to make it that's fine. I just would like to say I did not know that.
Okay. Noted that you did not know that. So where was I? Does anyone remember if we did short or long rest after the last
We
fight?
didn't specifically say it, but I imagine we would have after the fight, so that
Yeah, I'm guessing that's right. So I think it would have been a short rest. So
Sure.
in any case, what this means here is that you can, regardless of this now, Yana could definitely, would have it back, because I'm pretty sure there was a short rest that was taken. So that means that you could do it now, and because we're an initiative, obviously a minute will last a long time in combat rounds.
Right.
So you can feel free to do that if you wish.
I'm fine with it only lasting a minute. I just whatever. We can talk about it later. I'm not gonna bother.
Yes,
with it
please
right
let
now.
us do that.
Sorry, that's the thing that I have the most trouble with, when something throws completely my understanding out the way. That's just of what I thought the character was. Sorry. Yes. So can I activate that again? May I activate that
Absolutely.
again? Do I have that at my disposal again?
Absolutely.
All right. So I am going to use that again, so that I can use the extra 10 feet to move further in my move up towards wherever Tantin is headed.
Which I think means 40 feet for you total, right?
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a huge amount, but it still gives me an extra 10 feet. So.
Definitely. All right, so that's going to put you 160 as we get started here. Away. Alarian, you already started moving. You were 30, or do you go farther? Or do you go
Dashing, so it's 60.
Okay.
I was full out.
Okay. So
Gliding across the landscape like they do.
yeah, and that's right. Okay. So so that would be 60. So it'd be 140.
Correct.
Okay.
I think that's hilarious. It's one of the most hilarious things about the character.
And Tantin, you said you also are 30, I'm going to guess? Is that right? Okay. So 170. Lovely. Okay. All right. In that case, now that I know where everybody is,
I'm lagging behind as usual.
the ghost train is. I like the idea for a minute, though, that there was a chain of everyone yelling at the person in front of them to be like, hey, don't tell them up front that they need to. I was loving that. Okay, let me fire up the little turn tracker, and let me delete these two people from it, and
Do I actually have a token?
let us get there. I don't know if you do, actually.
Hey, it's a big. Okay.
That's a big one of you. Hey.
Well.
Whoops, sorry.
How do I
sizing that
okay.
differently? Okay.
Okay.
Jeez. All right. Well, I'm taking my 16. Damn it.
It's a racial ability, Rockod. It's just shifting for a swift stride.
Let's see, where's my
I could
icon?
get on here.
There it is.
Oh, and I need to do better
There.
combat
Alright.
music for this.
Is that going to work now?
I'm fine with it only lasting a minute. I just wish it didn't take a short rest to get it back.
Let's go with. Yeah, it'd be worse with long rest though. I mean,
Well, we'll talk about it later.
okay.
I kind of sided with Rob on that one because you don't get that much benefit from it. Like, really, you need to rest a short rest, but we'll talk about it later.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Damn it.
Okay. There we go.
This is like some Final Fantasy-esque
Yeah,
music.
that's
you
me.
know,
I
it's
was
like, wow.
waited too long at first. Okay. Are they running towards the train? They are. They're running towards the ball, and the construct and the train.
We're running towards the train. We're not very smart. It's
Running into
really
danger.
not a good yes.
That's it.
We're
That's it.
heroes.
Exactly. You are heroes. This is
And
King
some heroes are
Citadel
not very
stuff right
smart.
here, you know?
That's not part of the requirement.
And Divinorium also wanted to know if the guys attack the dog. If you attack the dog, can you inspire the dog? No, they won't be able to. Will not be able to inspire the dog.
Yeah, there we go.
We won't attack the dog unless the dog attacks us, and then it will be only to
Bad
stop
dog.
it from
Bad
doing
dog. Yeah, that'll
God,
be.
what?
Yeah.
not to kill it.
Jesus.
Because
H.
we're all softies.
We are.
What's going on here?
Okay.
These rolls are great.
Well, Arv's gonna have to add me to the turn order because I can't seem to get into it. It's ridiculous. I've rolled like 4 times now. It's not working.
Did you select your icon first? And
8 million
select-
times.
Which
Yes.
one? There are
Hey,
2 of
Bill.
them on the field. Which one are you clicking?
Well, I'm the Warforged, obviously. So
There are 2 of them on the field. Which
Yeah,
one
there
are you
are.
clicking?
I only see one, so I don't know what
There's
you're
the-
referring to.
There's the one that's down there next to us, and then up to the right from that, way up near Karnath, is
there they
a
are.
giant version of
Well,
it.
yes,
Oh.
I forgot about huge form there. Exactly. So, all right, let's try.
Could he just stay that size? For the,
Exactly. That would make this
Crushes the
easier.
train beneath your foot. And
There we go.
There we go.
I did not get a 20 though. I got a 16. There we go.
Mine-
There. All right. Thank you, Trend. I did not see the mini me way down there, the tiny one, which we're still huge in the Mournland, which is a little
Yes.
weird.
Screw the lightning rail. We can cross the
Yeah, I was
Mournland in
about
like
to
6
say.
strides.
Get on.
Here we come, walking down the street.
oh man. Okay.
All right.
Right. So. Okay. You tell me a cover design. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you, Garlic. Okay, and that's all right. And I can't believe that I'm actually rolling initiative for a ghost train, but there's a first for everything. So
Ghost train.
It's Eberron. You know,
yeah,
that's
I mean,
true.
you
That's
picked
true.
this campaign.
I know,
So
I knew what I
how
was
are you,
getting
how
into.
is it that you don't know?
You speak the truth.
You don't know
Wait,
we're
did-
in trouble.
Did my initiative count on the turn order? I don't think I'm there. I'll roll again.
I see your
Or should I?
initiative. No, I see your initiative.
Oh, good. Never mind.
I can
11.
add you.
No?
So who we're missing someone. We're missing one person.
I think
We only
it's-
have 4 people of the 5 of us.
I think I rolled an 8 for initiative.
Yeah, I see the 8, but I don't
I don't
see a
see your
total.
icon.
Oh, I don't see the 8.
I see the 8, but not in the turn order. I see it in the
Right.
roll.
In the on the right side. Yeah, exactly. I don't see it in the turn order.
I mean, if you want me to roll again, I can. It's totally up
No,
to you.
what we need to do is actually just find where your token is and do that. That's what we need to do. Do you have a token on here, Marie? Is there?
Did you add
Oh,
artwork
hang
to your
on.
sheet?
I did. Hang on. I'm a responsible player. Look, there I am. I'm giant.
Hey,
Hey,
Huge.
Oh, I stepped on you. I'm so
the
sorry.
colossi stride the landscape. Okay.
We are all
So-
giant.
Good, good. This is how we win.
Okay. So now
Make
I've
this ghost
added
train
you.
encounter a lot easier. That's for sure.
Now I've added you, and now you're good to go. Okay. So
Thank you.
sure. Just a moment as I find my other thing that I need. Okay, there's that. Okay, and then we've got. Got it. Okay, cool. Alrighty. So, let's see. We have got... Alright, so we've got, let's see, Nisiana with an 11. We have got Merame with an 8. We have got Yano with a 13. Okay. We have got Tantin with a 19.
He really wants that dog.
Yeah, Tantin was like really wanted this thing taken care of. And Alarian with a 16.
Well, it concerns me a little bit how most of the party's more concerned about the dog than the rock goblin in the way of the train. I was like, okay.
Well, there's the fact that it's a ghost and maybe it's a rock, and can the ghost hurt rock?
They're not find out.
And also,
considering-
you're moving very fast.
Well,
Yeah.
she's worth more alive to us than not. And who knows what the ghost train's gonna do to her. So, yeah.
Okay. Is that... Okay. Alright. I feel like that music is a little loud. I want to turn that back down. Alright, it's better.
That's better. Thank you,
Okay.
Rev.
Yeah, it's always like it's as it is. It's like 1/5 of the volume that it was already starting at. Okay. Okay. So the first to act, believe it or not, even ahead of Tantin, is the dog, and the dog's reaction is as it sees Alarian that is closing on it. So Alarian, so you start 140 feet away from the ball, which means that you are 40 feet, roughly speaking, from the dog. And you can see that as you get closer, the dog is very much growling at you. If it had any hackles to rise, to have raised, it would definitely have them. And it is clearly, as you're running towards the ball, you can see that it is... Actually, let me have you make an insight check for me, please.
Gliding toward the ball.
Yes, right, gliding. Yes, gliding
That's
smoothly.
right. Darn tootin'. 14.
Yeah. This thing definitely seems to be making an effort to keep itself between you and the ball. Like it seems very much like it does not want you to go to the ball.
It is guarding.
If you had to guess.
Mm-hmm.
So it does not attack yet, but it seems to be waiting to challenge or do something. That is the deal with that. Other than that, it doesn't move, but it seems to be ready to do something when need be. Tantin, that leaves you up next. And, yeah.
He is still hauling ass toward that dog and, like trying to make eye contact with it. And if he can manage it to make eye contact with it, he points past the dog and says, "Errol, save Garunda!" and points towards the train.
Okay. So, because if you're going to double move, basically, which is what I'm gathering, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at like 110 feet, basically, once that's done. Let's see. So you shout Garunda is what you shout?
Errol, save Garunda.
Errol, save Garunda, okay. It does not react to that at all, but you are now 10 feet away from it, and as you yell at it, it snarling leaps at you. This was the action, apparently, that it had readied. You did, however... I need you to make an insight check, too, actually.
Insight check.
All right, see you, Rock On.
5.
Okay.
Rock On.
It just attacks you. That's the bottom line here. It is going to attack you. So it is going to leap at you, and is going to attempt to bite you with its iron jaws. Whew, that's a 24 to hit.
Yes, that hits.
Okay. All right. That is going to do 7 points of damage chomp. And I need you to make a strength saving throw, please.
This will be awesome.
Just exactly what you hope for.
I pictured the puppy like this big, so this is really funny.
Oh no, it's bigger than that. It's like mastiff, you
It's
know.
a dog,
you
not
did say
puppy. There was
No.
no puppy. Puppy.
It's not a
I
chihuahua.
know.
Like,
Puppy does not
After
exist here. It's a
Go
dog.
ahead.
Greedy.
oh
ruin
boy. All right. Well, there is trouble, folks, because you are going to take an additional point of damage from that Tantan. And what's worse is that you are all grappled. You are, sorry, not you are all. You personally,
Really?
individually are grappled. So right now, it basically it just slams into you, and it seems very anxious for you not to go any closer to the thing. So you are currently grappled by this thing, and hurting. So that's
So he was grappled by the
Dog.
dog. Okay.
Yep. That is correct. So
Does the
Arv,
dog have tentacles?
Arv, are you watching the chat?
say within
Yeah.
10 minutes. Okay.
Mhm.
Can you give me, Garlic, would you mind giving me a 5-minute warning instead of 10 then, now that I know that? That would be helpful. Would you mind doing that? And thank you. Please and thank you. Okay. Thank you, Garlic, so much. Okay, so 2 out of 10 for you, Tantan. All right, that has used up that. The good news is it can't bite anyone else while it's grappling you. I mean, there's always a positive, you know. Okay, Ilarion is up next. What would you like to do, Ilarion? You see your fellow party member has just been bitten and grappled.
This is getting to be a disturbing pattern. They will veer off, and since they are already moving at full speed, they are going to charge the dog to knock them away from
Oh,
Miatantan Tagasha de Kenneth.
Okay.
Because they are it is attacking my party member that cannot stand.
Okay. Now, a couple of ways that you could do this. One is that you could attack the dog, see if you can damage it so that it turns to you. Second way would be to literally pull it off of Tantan.
I would prefer to
be-
pull it off. Seems to be
Okay.
that's what I'd like to do.
Okay, so you
Okay,
arrive at
how-
it.
You said
Drop
this is
it.
this
Drop
is
it.
yeah.
Exactly.
Kind
Anyone
of.
who's ever owned a dog knows that feeling. Exactly. Okay,
Smack him on the snout.
so you can then pull them off. So to do that, you're going to need to make a strength check, please. Not a saving throw, but a check.
Okay.
Hey, King Jin.
Didn't I? Let's see. I gotta check something here real quick. Blah blah blah. No, it's armor. Was it this one? I thought.
Fill my water before I die.
Still.
Okay.
Okay. Nope. All right, just a strength check. All right. No, not a great one. It's a 7.
No, you pull at it, but the iron jaws do not release. It doesn't. I mean, it's sort of growling, and it's kind of a metallic growl as it is still holding on to Tantan's flesh, as it is just gripped on. Sadly, you were out of luck there. Okay, and I think that's
Yeah.
as much as you're able to do.
Pretty much.
this
Getting
turn.
there and the move was it. Yeah.
You do feel like this is something you could manage, but you
Just
need
didn't
to-
get the purchase this time.
exactly right. Yep.
All right.
Unfortunately,
All right.
you're still grappled. I'm sorry to tell you, Tantan. All right, now the train goes. The train makes a sort of seems to increase speed so that although it doesn't seem like it'll go any faster than the speed it's now increased to, but that's 40 feet. So it actually went 40 feet down the track. So it is now 160 feet away from the stone ball. And that's it. The train doesn't attack you because it's not going to do that. It's just driving. So that's going to lead us to Yana. You are up next.
So what you're saying is it's a train.
I'm saying it's a train. So Yana,
Got
you
it.
were up next, and Nisiana is going to be on deck. Yana, you're about 160 feet away. You've seen what happened with, the trying to get the dog off of Tantan and all that stuff. Do you want to ignore that, keep running, or run up to it, or what would you like to do?
How far away am I now?
Nope. Our research
I
you hop
see,
over.
I see.
Okay.
All right, let me hop over. All right. So I apologize, everybody. I'm going to put this on
I
pause for
will
just a
hold
moment.
off on that.
You can think. Yeah, sorry, Rob.
So
you
Rob,
can think
you're,
about that.
you're 60 feet from where the action is happening and 160 feet from where the goblin is.
Yeah,
So I
got
can
it, Garlic.
move and
I
do
heard you.
nothing else. Yay. Cool.
Pretty much. Well, you
Yep.
could get up here and help me or not help me or whatever. I don't know.
Why in God's
So-
name would I want to do that, John?
I know, right? So, exactly.
No, I can. I don't know. I must have something I can do.
stun this stupid dog and knock it out or something. That'd be great.
Okay.
I don't have stun dog as a cantrip, unfortunately.
Okay, so I'm
Stun
going
robotic dog.
to join this thing. I'm going to mute you folks. If the Zoom call drops because of for reasons I said, then I'll rejoin. I'll get you back on in just a minute. And again, sorry that we had to do this. I'll go right over
Good
there.
luck.
Thank
Hopefully
you.
they'll- Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
exactly.
Thank you.
We'll
Good
talk about your
luck.
gemming when you come back.
All right, be right back. Okay. Oh,
And the Willies, published by Button Poetry.
okay.
And the winner of the debut poetry category is
Okay.
The Willies by Adam Faulkner, published by Button Poetry. Congratulations. Adam, would you like to say a few words?
I would be honored to. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so moved by this, Mipa. Thank you very much. And thank you to Javon and Meg for just writing such remarkable collections. It's an honor to sit
Okay. You
alongside
folks
you
can
in
hear
this
this, so-
category. And huge shout out to Sam Cook and Button Poetry for taking a risk on this book. I think that the moment we're living in, right, there are urgency around the stories we tell. There have never been higher stakes around the stories we tell. And thus is to say that the presses and the awards
I don't think I can be
that,
heard by them. I don't believe.
dole out what they do has also never mattered more. So that this book about queerness, about whiteness, about structural
so they're
racism,
going to this right now,
and thinking about the ways we can do less harm
and
to
I
each
can't
other as men
rebroadcast
in the
other than
world is
just
being lifted
speaking
up in
about
this
it,
way.
so-
As a Midwestern Michigan kid, just means a great deal. I'm honored to be in your company. Thank you for.
So Garlic,
thank you for
I don't
this
give a
award.
statement, right?
Appreciate
Because I don't
y'all.
have one
Love
prepared,
you.
presumably.
Thank you, Adam. Congratulations. And I did not realize you're from Michigan. I always have to give a shout out to anyone else from Michigan. All right, so moving on. Our next category is general poetry.
Okay, so they're
And
on
our
general
finalists
poetry
are
now. You folks can hear this.
Gut Botany, published by Wayne
Can
State
people hear
University
me and
Press.
the call right now?
Fractures, published by
In chat,
University
can you
of
hear both?
Wisconsin Press.
Okay.
And
right, no
Fugitive
statement.
Atlas, published by Grey Wolf Press.
And chat, you can hear me, right?
And the winner of the general poetry
Okay.
category is Fractures by Carlos Andreas Gomez, published by the University of Wisconsin
Yeah.
Press. Congratulations, Carlos. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure, I'd love to. Thank you so much. Big thank you first to everyone from MIPA.
Okay, I just dropped the
I want
call
to say
to Zoom
first
a
and
little bit.
foremost a thank you to Natasha Trethway, whose work and
Published by
example I've
University
admired
of
for many
Wisconsin
years.
Press.
Thank you to everybody from University of Wisconsin Press. Shout out to Adam Faulkner, one of my dearest friends. I want to dedicate this to three different things I want to dedicate this to. Number one, I want to dedicate this to my amazing wife, who's right here, Whitney, and my two kids. I want to dedicate it to everybody who has remained active in the movement for Black Lives, even beyond the Black Lives Matter movement of last summer. Without Black Lives Matter, this book would not exist. And last, I want to dedicate my book to every kid out there who grew up thinking they would never see their name on the cover of their book, to any Carlos Andres Gomez or somebody with another name who
That's
they
cool.
never read a poet
So
by
far, so
Gomez.
good.
So thank you all so much. Have an amazing night. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Carlos. Congratulations.
All right.
Our next category is regional poetry.
Now
And
we
our
have regional
finalists are
poetry.
His Feathers
Yeah, they're
Were
zipping right
Chains,
along.
published by North Dakota State University Press. Midwest Gothic, published by Ashland Poetry Press.
That's some good art on the Midwest Gothic.
And Words Like Thunder, New and Used Anishinaabe Prayers, published by Wayne State University Press.
A lot of these university presses
And the winner
too,
of the
that they're
regional
doing.
poetry category is His Feathers Were Chains, published by North Dakota State University Press and written by Denise Lajamodiere. Congratulations.
Very cool.
In our children's fiction category, the finalists are Cat Ninja, published by Andrews McMeel Publishing.
Oh, so that's also who I'm up against in graphic
The Girl
novels.
Who
So that
Moved
was
to the Town
nominated
That
in 2
Wasn't There,
categories.
Published by Siouxland
That
Heritage
same
Museums.
one was also in my graphic novel
And
category.
Life in the Next Squirrel Trouble, published by Beavers Pond Press.
Interesting.
And the winner of the children's fiction category is Cat Ninja by Matthew Cody.
Cat Ninja
published
won.
by
I wonder
Andrews
if
McNeil
that
Publishing.
bodes ill
Congratulations.
or positively for the graphic novel.
In the category of children's picture books, we have 3 finalists. The Generous Fish, published by Wisdom Tales Press.
All right, so Cat
Monica the
Ninja's won one
Muskie,
already.
Published by Beavers Pond Press.
And again, Chad, I don't
And
know
My
that I
Heart
have the
Grows,
rights to rebroadcast
published by
this other than
Andrews
just the
McNeil
sound.
Publishing.
So that's why I'm
In
doing
this
this right
category,
here.
we have 2 winners. So the
So-
first winner is Monica the Muskie by Bob Allen.
They had
published
2
by
winners
Beavers
in the
Pond
children's
Press.
picture book category.
Congratulations. Bob couldn't make it with us tonight, but our next winner is My Heart Grows by Michael Arndt, published by Andrews McNeil
And again, chat, don't
Publishing.
forget Lord's
Michael, are you
Dome,
here with us?
which
Would you
is
like to say a
E.E.
few words?
Bell's work,
I am.
Garlic
I would.
Tofu's work, is also
Can you see
nominated
me?
for speculative fiction.
Yes, you're good.
Okay, great. So thank you. This is quite an honor. Thank you to MIP and the judges. Thank you to my agent, Joanna Volpe, and her team at New Leaf Literary. Thank you to my editor, Patty Rice, and her team at Andrews McNeil. And finally, and most of all, thank you to my friends, to librarians everywhere, booksellers, and most of all, you, the readers who support my books. Thank you.
Congratulations, Michael. Thank you.
All right.
In the category
Here we go.
of fantasy, science
Here's
fiction,
fantasy, science
horror,
fiction,
and
humor, and paranormal
the finalists are Lord's Dome, published by At This Arts.
by E.E. Bell,
Thicker Than Water, published by Henschel House.
not by E.E. Bell,
And Twisted Light, published by K.A. Patterson.
not by E.E. Bell.
And the winner of the fantasy, science fiction, horror, and paranormal category is Thicker Than Water by Jeffrey Carter, published by Henschel House Press. Congratulations, Jeffrey. I see you there.
Sorry, Emily, but still good
hello,
stuff.
thank you. This
to
is
be in
a
that area.
great honor. I'd like to thank everybody at MEPA. I'd also like to thank my publisher, Kira Henschel, as well as my editor, Leslie DiMartini, all my alpha readers. I'd also like to recognize the other finalists for jobs well done. And thanks again. That's it. Thank you. Oh, and
Nope, and he got muted. Poor guy.
Oh, Jeffrey, you want to say that again? I think my team muted you.
I'm sorry, I forgot to thank my wife and daughter, but I don't want to step in that hole. Thank you.
Thank you. We cannot
Okay.
miss that one. Thank you very much,
All
Jeffrey.
right, here we go, chat.
Congratulations.
Graphic novels.
Now,
Here
this
we go.
category of graphic novels was new for us this year, so I was excited to get some good entries into this category. And our finalists are Cat Ninja, published by Andrews McNeil Publishing, and Icarus, published by At This Arts. And the winner of the graphic novels category is Cat Ninja, written by Matthew Cody
Oh,
and
man.
published by Andrews
Cat Ninja
McNeil
sweeping all
Publishing.
categories.
Congratulations.
All right.
In the category
And they're
of
right on to
literary,
literary,
contemporary, and
historical
historical
fiction.
fiction, the
I couldn't
finalists
beat
are
Cat Ninja. Well,
The Distance Between Stars, published by Water's Edge Press.
like a ninja. Rigged. Yeah.
Half the Terrible Things, published by North Dakota
All right.
State
So
University Press.
congratulations.
And They Shot Kennedy, published by Last Kid Books. And the winner of the literary, contemporary, and historical fiction
All
category
right. Hold on.
is
Let me just say congratulations to everybody.
They Shot Kennedy by David Benjamin, published by Last Kid Books.
There we go.
Congratulations, David. Would you like to say a few
All
words?
right.
Oh, yes. Hi there. What a surprise. I have to basically say that the reason I can continue in all this is because I have the support of my wife, Junko Yoshida, who has celebrated every book I've ever written, and there were too many that I've written, and who supported me both spiritually
Okay.
and materially when I decided to.
Okay, I think we got the idea. All right, so, oh well, there's a hidden Cat Ninja. Wow, Cat Ninja, like sweeping 2 categories. Yeah, when I saw that it won that other one, I'm like, uh-oh. I mean, I don't know whether that was one of those deals where that was more likely to be a good thing that happened or less likely to be a good thing that happened, but oh well. So sadly was not to be. The Bridesmaid twice, but still, despite all that, yeah, okay, and I just double checked here. New Zoom call in just a sec. Okay. Oh well. I stand by our books. I do too. I do too. I was very proud of the book, and I'm glad that we I was the runner up on 2 of them, so that's Icarus was the runner up on 2 of them, Athos was the runner up on 2 of them, and your book also was the runner up, and that's obviously an honor to be nominated. So exactly. Yeah, exactly. So next time when we get the next book in the Longest Fall series or Gray Shade or whatever, we'll pick it up that next step. But all right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to rejoin the Zoom call, and then we're going to head back over there.
Did you win?
No, I did not.
Well, I guess that's the end of the show tonight. Thank you guys for being here.
This sucks.
Unfortunately,
no, I could not battle.
Arv has got to take a long rest to get his.
Who won?
Against Cat Ninja. Cat Ninja won 2 categories. Won Best Children's Book, I think, and then also Best Children's Picture Book or something, and then also won Best Graphic Novel. So, oh well. I also want to acknowledge that E.D.E. Bell's Lord's Dome was also a runner-up in the speculative fiction category. So, good job to Emily. And yeah, too bad, but still, as everyone is saying in chat, it was an honor to be nominated. It was nice to see things like Rigged, and there was a Tabaxi Stealth, and there was all this, stuff that was happening. So anyway, but thank you all for bearing with me as I went through that. I do want to fix my lighting situation very quickly because it's dark in here and the lights have gone on. So give me just a second to do that, and then we will get right back into the play. And I, again, thank you all for being patient and for waiting for that quick little jump out.
May I add something real quick, or is it? So during the break, John and I went over the differences between what my book says and what the one you guys are using. Okay. I'm going to get that book so that we're all on the same page moving forward. Okay. Just fine. That's not a big deal. I was just caught off guard at the moment, but everything's good. We don't need to. Not a big deal. I also gain 3 temporary hit points when I'm in that form.
That's right.
So I am at 13 hit points right now. Yana is at 13 hit points right now.
Okay, cool. Yes. All right. I'm going to put 13. And
for those who are curious, it's my current level plus my con modifier. So.
And we still have the temporary hit points from Chandane, right? Like, we didn't lose that, did we? The 2 hit points we got when you gave us the little something at the beginning?
Yeah, I was actually wondering about that because I also have Alarian as having 5 extra, and I'm not sure if that's 5 from something else.
It's my Aegis.
That's your Aegis, okay. So that's just a separate thing. So
that's
Tantin, does the temp last for a certain period of time, or do you know?
Until the next long rest.
Oh, good.
Lasts until the next long rest. Okay. Wow. So, all right. Then I need to make sure.
If they don't eat the snacks when I make them, the snacks only last for 8 hours. So, but once you eat them, you get your temporary hit points. Those last until your next one.
Okay. So let's just double check this to make sure. So I'm sorry, Jen. Go ahead. Jen.
The temporary hit points don't stack. So, if for some reason Alarian had eaten a good berry and did his armor thing, it wouldn't be 7, it would be 5 because it was whichever one is more.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know whether the Aegis is temp or it's an armor. I think it's a separate pool. I think it's not
those
temporary.
are not temporary. I always have those.
Yeah, that's the Aegis. That's a particular Aegis feat. Yeah.
So, yeah.
But generally, you're right about that. Yeah. So let me just confirm. So Tantin, are you sitting at 2 out of 10, or are you sitting at? Okay, you are.
2 out of 10.
All right. And then so Yana has got 13 out of 13, if I'm got that correctly, because 10 hit points, but you have the 3 temps, right? Rob, is that correct? Yana's
Sorry, every time you say Yana, I keep forgetting that you are talking to me because I'm still not on.
That's okay.
I am not on Eberron time for some reason.
No, that's
so
funny.
Say that one more time.
So I just was saying. So you have 13 out of 13 because you have 10 hit points and 3 temp, right? Right now.
Right, okay. And I don't know if I ate. Did I get one of those? Lambus bread or whatever the hell
it wouldn't matter, I don't think, because it wouldn't override your 3 temp. Your 3 temp are more than what Tantin would have given you, and they don't stack. So you would just have the 3 temp.
It doesn't matter. Yes, I'm at 13.
Cool. Nisiana, you then have, if you have that temp, then you have.
I did not eat the cookies.
So you've got 10.
There were only 2.
Okay.
So they went to the 2 people who are fighters, basically.
Gotcha. Okay, and then we have Marimé. Do you still have 10 out of 10?
I have 12 because of the temporary hit points.
So
and
you
I have
did
12
do
out of
that.
12.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shockingly, Merime actually did eat the cookie, thereby bringing back the spiritual successor to your Emberwind character.
Hey, let's face it, desserts are where it's at.
No, it's true. I can't deny it. I cannot deny that. Okay. All right.
Some more than others.
Okay. Right. Okay. Excellent. So now, let me just turn on my lights quickly, and then we'll get back underway. I'm going to let you decide today, players. What color would you like? Should we aim for red, orange, yellow, purple, green, blue?
I think you know. I think you know what I'm partial to.
Ah, yes, that's true. But I had that before. Well, I mean, I could do it again. You tell me.
Then do something. Do an opposite of me. Do like blue green or something.
Okay. Players, do you want a blue green?
Sure.
Right, let's see what we got.
Oh, he's talking lights. I was trying to figure out. I thought it was dice. And I'm like, I don't understand. But I'm gonna drink my homemade bone broth and just enjoy it. And
Ooh,
my husband makes this.
All right.
that sounds lovely.
So good.
We got some
What kind
green.
of broth is it?
It's this one's a mixture of chicken bones, pork bones, and beef bones, actually.
Everything about that sounds wonderful.
All right, and let's get some. There we go.
We're gonna need your lights to roll initiative.
Oh, I like the
This.
green. The green
The green is pretty cool. Yeah.
I like it.
All right, cool. So there we go. All right, now that we've finally sorted all that out, let us return to the awesomeness of D&D.
Was
Notice
it my go?
we may have lost to a cat ninja, but right now they're battling a dog. So let's just be clear about what's actually at stake right here.
Yeah, Rob, you were up. That's correct.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, so you were up. Yeah, sorry. Yana, is your turn.
So I'm gonna move another 40 feet and stare at what's going on because there's nothing I can do.
Okay. So
Actually, no, wait. So 40 feet gets me what? Within
40
20?
feet would mean you'd be 120 feet away from the ball.
Oh, I was 160 away.
Yes.
But how far away from the dog am I?
Well, if you just move 40 feet, that would put you about 20 feet away from the struggle that's currently going on between Tantin and the dog, which has him grappled. And Ilarion trying to pull the dog off of Tantin.
Right. Yeah, I don't have remove robot dog from fellow
That's not
player
in your skill list?
cantrip. That is not a spell that I have come across yet in my
No can
years of playing.
So
It's vicious mockery. Release him, you dog. That's not gonna work.
Do you want to hold an action then, Yana, or do you want to just like?
I don't know. Like, do we want to kill the dog? Like, do we want to attack the dog? No, we don't.
They've
That's
all
right.
been
We don't
yelling
want to attack
stop
the dog.
it, right. Well,
So,
attack versus kill are two different things.
Yeah. Disable.
I mean, I guess I will wait. There's nothing I can do. I'm just gonna keep rushing towards the thing and hope to get the dog off of Tantin.
Okay, so you're going to keep running
It's like
towards
that-
the
yeah.
dog, not the ball, to be clear. I mean, technically the ball's
Yes.
further along.
How
so-
far
okay.
away is the ball? It's 120?
120 feet. Yep. No.
All right.
Sorry. That's not true. 140 feet. You are 20 feet
140
from.
feet.
Yeah. So
All right.
We
So
could go for the ball and double move.
that's true, actually. You could move another, so then you'd be only 100 feet from the ball.
yeah, but I have no idea what that thing is, and I don't necessarily want to get near it. I kind of want to get Tantin and get away from that. Or, if it's gonna attack us, then be prepared to attack it. I don't want to rush headfirst into it. I'm not crazy.
Okay.
I'm not. This is not Yana Death Wish Yana. So
Death Wish. Okay. Charles
All right.
Yana is. All right. Let's see. All right. So then we're gonna. Okay. So then you
That's
are there.
awful.
So do you? But so you do have another move that you could. I mean, if you want to double move, do you? So you just basically want to move the
I could
rest of the
double
way.
move to them,
Yep,
but I
that's right.
still couldn't do any action.
So you
I
can
don't
just
think.
be right near them, I guess. So that next turn.
All
if
right,
you
yeah,
want, you
sure,
could
let's do that.
something. Okay.
Let's do that.
Nisiana, you were up next. Merime is on deck.
Okay.
Nisiana rushing top speed.
Little halfling running. I am actually going to double move, and my intent is to go straight past the conflict and go head towards Garunda.
Okay.
But that only puts me up to 120 feet, so that puts me
Yeah, you'd be 50, right? So you'd be 125, I think.
Sorry, 125.
Yep. All right.
And that puts me how far away from her?
So from Garunda, you'd be 125 feet from
Okay,
Garunda.
125 feet.
Yep.
All right.
So, and the train is 160. You're 125. So
Well,
slightly
my
ahead of the train
intent,
at the moment.
OGM, is to double move until I get to Garunda.
Okay. Gotcha.
I don't know what I'm going to do when I get there, but, that's where I'm headed.
Second Garunda to the left and straight on till morning. Gotcha. Okay.
Something like that.
Okay. Marime, you are last to act in the round. You're 170 feet away. What would you like to do?
I want to get, so I'm closer to the conflicto with
Yes.
the not puppy dog.
Sure.
Puppy. I want to get within 10 feet.
Well, it's 70 feet till the conflict with the dog.
So I can double move?
You could double move and get there for sure. You just wouldn't be able to do anything this turn, but you can get there for sure. Well,
can
like 10 feet away from it, basically.
Yeah, 10 feet away. Can I speak to it, though?
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Perfect. So I can speak, and I just double check because it wasn't super clear. I can form a mind link regularly without having to cast an action or a bonus action. If I want the creature to be able to speak back to me, that's an action.
Right.
So I'm not doing that. So I want to talk to the puppy.
Okay, what do you want to say to it?
I want to say, we're friends. Help us save Grunda. Stop attacking.
Okay. And you're saying this just presumably, I know you're thinking it. Are you thinking it in any particular language?
Well, I don't know Gnome language, so that's not going to be of any help to me. So I'm going to try Common, because I'm going to guess it's my best bet.
Okay. All right. You do so. It seems, and is still busy attempting to pull at the equivalent of Tantan's pant leg, except by pant leg we mean just his leg, his neck.
I'm trying hard not to laugh, but something about this is very, very. It touches my happy places. I apologize.
Tantan's like, that's fine. We'll talk about it. Okay. All right.
Bad dog.
Bad dog. Clang, clang as you're pounding on its side.
I got a stainless steel rolled up newspaper.
Oh man, actually, I have to say that is funny, but it reminds me when we got my first ever dog. We adopted from a shelter. It was a beagle called Trilby, whose name means little ball of fluff, incidentally. And whenever anyone would pick up or rustle a newspaper, she would cringe and go back to the bed. So the assumption was that she had been hit by a newspaper. And I'm like, there is a special place in hell for people who abuse animals. I think everybody in this chat would agree with it anyway, but I was just like, and she turned out to be a wonderful dog, and she had a good long life with us, but boy, it was one of those, oh man. Anyway.
I had a rescue cat like that too.
Oh,
who,
really?
If you had your hand up, she would flinch.
Yeah. So, anyway. Okay. So that brings us back up to the top of the round, and it begins with this Iron Defender, and the this creature, which is currently grappled. The nice part of this is that it's not going to be able to attack you again and like overbear you, Tantan. It just kind of is going to continue to do some damage to you, or try. So it does another point of damage to your leg while it's just like grinding your leg between or whatever, your neck or whatever between its bones. It does not seem to have been thrown off by everyone's attempts to tell it to stop, at least not yet. And that brings us to you, Tantan. You are currently grappled by this iron dog thing.
Okay, well, seeing as the attempt to convince it that we're not here to hurt it and that we're here to save Garunda is not really working, and Tantan is familiar with how these things are constructed.
Yep.
He is going to, I'm not sure how to go about doing this, but he is going to attempt to use his thieves' tools to pop open a hatch on this thing and disconnect its power supply.
Ah, okay. Thank you for the hostage, Inferno. All right. I think we're looking at... I'm going to say this is a sleight of hand check, I think, Tantin. You're also trying to do this while, like, fumbling for your, like, pack or, like, wherever you keep it or your belt or wherever for your thieves' tools. Yes, I will allow you to do this, but you'll be making a sleight of hand check. Now, I'm going to ask you this because I can trust you to be honest with me. Where would you normally keep these tools, do you think? Would this be in your backpack?
He's been working on his...
No, I know, all the time, yeah.
So they are not far. They're probably tucked in a pouch.
Yep. Okay.
Thing.
Then I will say that you can make that check just as a normal check. And I will remind chat that inspirations are a thing. If you would like to inspire a certain currently being munched on, artificer, you can certainly do that. And you have the bardic inspiration, of course. Or no, you don't. That was Alarian. I take that back. Yeah. So if anyone needs to do so, you could inspire. Tantin. It's up to you.
Trent has like 8. He has like 8 backup characters, so it's right. Fine. If this character
actually, I have none right now. So
Echo has inspired Tantin. Thank you, Echo. Echo is also inspiring Tantin because this is locked in combat with a dog. It's very near and dear to Echo's heart. So
It would have been much easier if we didn't try to save the dog too. But you know what? We're good guys.
Absolutely.
Oh, we'll see.
So, thieves' tools.
Oh, is Dad gonna get mad because Puppy is munching on one of his people?
That's a 19 without advantage. Because I forgot to roll advantage.
That's okay. Roll the second one. See what you get.
Wow.
Wow. And now, okay. Yeah, so you do as you're like, like so Tantin, as Alarian's like trying to pull at the dog, and Tantin is reaching around, and then and you notice that the panel is a little rusty. It's been a little while since this thing has been serviced, quite obviously, and you managed to get it open. Now you have 2 options, Tantin, that as you feel inside the sort of cavity of this thing, that you can see. One is that you find what you think might be the actual power plug, and you can just try to basically disconnect it that way. If you do that, that is going to be difficult because it's a narrow plug, and you do have this thing like at your throat. So that would be, under current circumstances, at disadvantage. Or you can simply rip out whatever wires you feel within it, and if you do that, you won't have to do that at disadvantage, but there is the prospect that you might, destroy the puppy.
Okay. I can fix it.
Destroy the puppy.
Okay.
What in...
As I immediately run down to make sure there was nothing on Lines and Veils about hurting metal dog. Okay, good. That's why I was just like, they better not. Okay. It's a dog, not an item. No destroy puppy. Okay. All right. Then that means that you are going to be, as you rip the stuff out, that's just going to be, I think, a straight dexterity check. I don't think acrobatics. That'll be a dexterity check. If you want to use your thieves' tools, probably because you've already used them, I would say that you could get advantage on this check if you want to do that, even without inspiration. So if you do, because you're just grabbing and pulling with tools like ripping, etc. So, yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah. So basically, same
advantage
thing.
instead of
so basically,
one,
same
one.
thing. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Normal roll, advantage this time.
If puppy is destroyed. Well, remember, the artificer can repair the puppy.
Yeah.
That's what the artificer's claiming.
Easily repair this dog.
He can fix it.
That's
oh! So you just... So it's that scene from Age of Ultron where the Scarlet Witch is like, yeah, you know what it felt like, and then rips out his metal heart. No, I'm just kidding. It's not actually that grotesque. I'm just joking. No. So instead, you rip out, and there's
well, that was dark. Anyway,
there's this sparking, and there's this and the dog just opens its jaws and collapses on the ground. So Tantin, the good news is you are now free from this thing. Let me see. And I would allow you to do a move, only a single move, not a double. But you could single move, or you could just be like,
he's basically holding his throat and pointing at Garunda, telling everybody.
Okay, seems logical. Okay.
Sorry, that was you saying Garunda? Am I?
Garunda, that's right. Garunda. Okay, that leads us to Alarian is up next, and the ghost train is going to be on deck based on previous order of initiative, so you know, Alarian.
So where's Nisian at this point?
I'm still behind you. I'm so little and
Good.
short.
Okay, perfect. So
I'm
they
120 feet.
They turn to you and say, "Fix him." Point down to Tantin, and then takes off again for the goblin.
Okay.
That's it. So
Okay.
double moving again to get to the goblin.
All right, which means we got another 60 with the double move. So
yes.
So you're now 80 feet away from the goblin, and the train moves another 40 feet. So it is now 120 feet away. And this thing makes no noise as it charges towards, as it barrels down this non-existent track towards you, but it is definitely doing so. Okay, that's going to lead us to Yana with Nisiana on deck. So you are now right next to the action, as we said, Yana, but now the dog is not moving, and you saw Tantin is like gesturing everybody to go after the goblin stone statue. So you can now...
So if I double move with my added 10 foot, does that mean I get to double move 80 instead of 60?
That's right. That means you would get there. You'd be only 20 feet away. Yep.
To the goblin.
To the goblin, yeah.
So 40 would put me at 60 feet.
That's correct. Yep.
All right, so then I'm just going to single move and attack the thing.
Attack what?
The goblin. We're going to attack it, right?
No, the Grim is the one
goblin's what we're supposed to save.
You're supposed to save them.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's the scout.
That's our target.
It's about to be run over by a ghost train. That's why we're running to it.
If it's the same one. You don't
Oh.
actually know for sure if it is.
Well,
but,
it's the same one with a dog.
Yeah.
that
Well,
was
you know what?
pointed
I'm
out at
having
the
a.
beginning,
You know what?
so-
I'm having kind of a bad day, so I'm going to attack it anyway. No. All right, I'm gonna.
Great.
All right, so we'll double move 80 feet to it, and then we will get up to it and try to rescue it, I guess.
20. All right, so you get 20 feet
Her?
away.
Him? Her?
Yeah. Well, now that you're close,
Her.
you can definitely see that it looks to be a statue of again rolled in a ball of a female goblin, and you can see that there is, as was described to you, a tattoo of something on its left arm, I believe, and so you can see that as well, and it looks like what was described to you as being Garunda, but it's in statue form.
Yes, I have no way to heal it, but I can probably help move
before the
her
train gets
off
there,
the
yeah,
tracks.
right.
Yes, sorry, I don't know why I keep saying it. Her.
Okay, that's going to lead
Dummy.
us to Nisiana and Merime on deck. Nisiana
All
will take you.
right. So how far am I from Tantin?
From Tantin, you are 25 feet.
Okay, then I move to Tantin,
Okay.
and as I put my hand on him, because this is a touch spell, I say, I don't have any more of these left. Stop getting hurt. And I do cure wounds. And then as I do cure wounds, I say,
That is one caring healer right there.
I say,
It's true.
You say what? I'm sorry.
I'm trying to make this go. Why is it not going?
It
All right.
takes me off of mine.
No.
Yeah, impeccable bedside manner.
Well, no, it's just I'm just warning him. He keeps getting hurt,
It's
and I
true.
can't do that. And I say, Eberron, healed up. This. Okay. All I have to do is roll a D8 plus.
Yeah, your spellcasting ability modifier.
Yeah, plus 5.
Yeah,
Oh.
you hold out your hand, 10 gold pieces. I can't.
No, I mark it in my book is what I do.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay, so we're looking at. Is that 6 on its own, or is it 6? I think it probably takes it both into account, right?
It has the plus 3. Why is? I guess I only have a plus 3.
Yeah, you don't get
for a
it's start-
spellcasting modifier of 1, I would think that's probably right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so 6. All right, so Tantin is back up to 7. Wouldn't say
Okay.
feeling hale and hearty, but a lot better than 1.
It's basically Eberron, heal my companion.
All
He
right.
deserves it. He's a good guy.
Just gets hurt too much. All right.
Foolhardy maybe, but yeah.
And that's going to lead us to Merime. All right, Merime, you're about 10 feet from the dog situation you just saw. And you see Alarian and Yana just run on by, heading towards the stone ball.
Okay, so how far are Ilarion and Yana from the ball?
Alarian's 80 feet. Yana's 20 feet. Yana is moving very fast.
Okay, I'm gonna double move again. I'm
Okay.
gonna wave at Nisiana when I go by. Hey, and I'm gonna double move.
Good work, sis.
Yeah, high five, croc.
Low five.
Low five.
And accidentally hit Tanton as he's coming. Well, just like,
Sorry.
25 points of damage. God damn it.
Velocity, man.
Okay, so that if you double move, that means you're only going to be 50 feet away from the ball.
Okay.
At the end of that.
And I'm going to scream to Yana. I'm going to say, Yana, I know we haven't really gotten the chance to chat yet, but I know that we're totally going to be BFF because you're super cool. So can you move the gnome out of the way, please? Let your strength be mighty. And you get an inspiration dice.
Nice.
Rob, it's 1d6. So if you do something like try to move it out of the way, you can add it to your strength.
That will be awesome because my strength is trash. So that will be very helpful.
Okay.
Inspiration for all.
I have a -1 for my strength rolls.
Okay, so, all right, outstanding. That is going to, good stuff there, Marimé. That's going to bring us back up to the currently not functional dog, so never mind that. And that leads us to Tanton, who is now back up to 7. Tanton, what would you like to do?
I'm going to kind of just kick back and relax. And no.
Life in the Mournland.
Yeah.
Contemplate bleeding from everywhere.
Right, yeah. I just bought these robes. But yeah, he's going to get up and sort of look down at the dog, and he's going to start moving towards the goblin when he can. But standing up takes all of his movement, so he's not going very much of anywhere yet. So.
In this case, I'm going to say that you didn't actually get knocked down, so I'm going to say that you could take a move if you wish. You were never knocked off your feet; you were just grappled. So, so you could take a single move towards him if you wish, or towards them, Garundin, I should say. So 30, right?
Yes.
You said. All right. So you were 80 feet away. That leads us to Ilarion. You are 80 feet away now from where you see Yana has almost arrived.
Wouldn't me and Tanton be 70 feet away? If it's 100, the dog is 100 feet away, minus 30 is 70, not 80?
Oh, yeah, well, I didn't have him at 110. No, you're right. You're right.
Don't know.
70, my fault. Yep,
There you
quite
go.
right. 70 feet.
And that 10 feet becomes critical later on, so, you know.
You, though, are 80.
Yes, that is correct.
And are you double moving again, you said?
Yep.
All right, so that means that we're getting you to 20 feet? Yeah,
unfortunately.
basically.
Yeah.
So you're almost there. So you're close enough that you can see that. You can also see the ghost train, which is now only 80 feet away as it barrels down, 40 more feet. So 80 feet away as it barrels down on you. And that brings us to Yana, who now at 20 feet away, you can move up to it. And now you can do whatever you want to do, Yana. You're now right next to the ball. Oh, and also, as you get up there, Yana, I would like you to make an investigation check for me, please, as you arrive right next to the stone ball. Rob, did you hear that? Yeah, Yana.
I think, it's just not making any, it's not penetrating into my mind at all anytime you say Yana for some reason.
Because I'm not going to start calling you Swift Stride, Strift Shifter Shaman. If you think I'm going to do that, you're out of your mind.
No. That's not a name. Okay. So why would you ever, that doesn't make any sense.
So your turn. You were 20 feet away, and that means you can close to it. And now I want you to make an investigation check because you can now see, because you're right up on top of the thing now.
Sure.
So I
will make that investigation check right now. Okay, so it's 14.
That is it. Still, that's fine. Yeah, you can now see for sure that there is writing in Goblin on the shoulder of this statue, which is what you were told Garunda's, tattoo was this writing on her shoulder. So this is almost certainly Garunda, you would have to guess.
Pray for you against danger.
But in stone form.
That's right, in stone form. So now the question is, what do you want to try to do to get her,
well, I'm gonna
off the track?
I'm gonna go all the way up to
Yep.
the statue of Garunda. And I am not going to attempt to move her.
Okay.
But I'm going to get prepared to move her with help of other people by turning back and go, cannot move her by myself. Help! And just, shout to the rest of the group that to please come help me.
And Alarian is probably the closest, so, and Merime not that far behind. So help will be arriving presumably soon. Do you want to are you going to try to make any effort to do so solo? Or
Hell no. With a -1 strength, nuh-uh.
Okay. All right.
I am not going to be responsible for moving her and having her fall over and break into a million pieces.
Sorry, we lost her arm. Is that okay?
Yeah, no.
Okay. Then in that case, I am going to have Nisiana up next. So you are now 100 feet. You're right at where Tantan was just healed. And
I said specifically, cannot move her alone. Please help.
Yep.
Or cannot move her alone. Help. Like whatever the shortest version of that sentence would be.
Yep.
Because that's the way she talks.
Yep. So yeah,
efficient.
Nisiana, you're up, and you've got 100 feet away from the stone ball situation.
Yet I am right next to Tantan.
Yeah, although Tantan has now moved 30 feet away because he started moving, running towards you. So.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna stay by the dog. Unless I can see something that would turn somebody to stone. That's the only thing I can think of to do is stay out of trouble.
Okay.
Or attempt to stay out of trouble.
Sounds good.
Because I'm little and I will get there last anyway, so why run the extra feet?
The extra feet. Okay. Makes sense to me. Okay, so you're going to stay there next to the dog. That's going to lead us up to Merime. You are 50 feet away where you've just heard Yana call out, please help. Merime?
I'm like, what are my options? So I'm gonna double move again. So 60 more feet. How far does that bring me?
That would bring you actually 50 feet. You would arrive before the end of your second move. So, because you're only 50 feet away. So that means you're right up on top of it now, and you can see Yana is there, and the train is about 80 feet away.
Okay, that's exciting. Is this a bad idea? Probably. Yeah, let's not do that. That's a terrible idea. Still want to do it. Okay, but if I use my double movement, then I can't really do anything.
Right, unless you have a bonus action or a free action or something like that.
Nothing that would be super helpful in this case. Can I try to mind link? I don't know if I can talk to something made out of stone.
I mean, you can certainly send a message in if you wish.
I do wish.
I don't know. I actually don't know if the Kalashtar would sense if something is or isn't receiving it. I'm not sure about that. I mean, so you could just send a message and not know whether it works or not, but you could certainly try to do so.
Yeah. I'll just tell her. I don't remember her. Hilar. No, was that? No, that was my buddy.
Brenda,
I don't remember.
Brenda is her name.
No, I remember her name. I was thinking of her
The
buddy.
boss? That was Bellalore.
Bellalore.
Was her boss.
I'll say, I'll just tell her, Bellalore sends us. We'll have you safe soon. Stay calm. You're not alone.
Okay.
We screwed up your dog, though. We're so sorry. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Also, your dog is kind of.
It was like that when we got here.
Yeah, it was like that when we got here.
It's not us.
When you see the dog, we didn't do that. Okay, sounds good.
Technically is correct. You guys didn't do that, and it was like that when you got there.
True, because you had already ripped it apart.
I was already on scene when he did it to it. So
blame Tantan.
Speaking of blaming Tantan, it is Tantan's turn with Alarian on deck. Tantan, you are 70 feet away. What would you like to do?
All ass.
Okay, so double moving means you're 10 feet away. And you can see they're gathered around, and also the train, heading towards you. Okay, Alarian, you are 20 feet away, which means you can get there in a move. And now you're next to Yana.
Right, now, so to Yana, they say, on 3, I want to hold my action to Yana's movement because she is going to help me and give me advantage on my strength check.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what's happening.
Seems reasonable. So the ghost train is going to move within 40 feet of you, and now on Yana's turn, you can do exactly what you said. So you're going to do that. So you're taking the strength check, and then Yana's going to give you advantage, right?
That's correct.
And you have your bardic
heave.
inspiration as well. So
Yeah,
that is
which
a
I'm
strength
gonna
check. If you have
hold to
athletics,
use.
I'll take that. If you have athletics, I will do that.
I do have athletics. Yes.
All
Okay. All right. Even better.
So do I need to roll anything on that when I take my turn? Okay.
Nope, because you're just assisting right now. Yeah.
That's
All
what
right.
I. That's
so
what I thought.
athletics
Okay.
at advantage.
Wow.
I don't think I'll need to blow the bardic inspiration. So the 22.
I'm glad
should
that you
do
did
it.
that. Yes.
Yeah, I'm really glad you did it. I saw that first number.
So you pull, and the ball rolls off of the track, basically, hand over butt, essentially, head over butt, until you get her off the track a little bit. And as you do that, Yana, I'm just going to ask whether, well, actually, because you're helping make that happen, so you also move with the train. So that means the train then goes flying past. So let's see. Right. So you get this thing, you get the statue moved off, which is good because just as that happens, as you move the thing off the track, you hear this squawking sound coming from behind the two of you. And Yana and Alarian, assuming you just like look over your shoulders to see, you can see that two hideous chicken-like beasts emerge from the ruined structures of the Lightning Rail Depot, flapping their leathery wings and swishing their tails menacingly. And I think I have a picture of this, which I will show you in just a moment, if you bear with me.
With tails. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Just all too easy.
Okay.
I pick up the goblin and bowling for chickens.
Toss it. Yeah, I was gonna say. Oh man.
No. It's not that character. It's not the character. Cade, if he could do that, would totally do that. That's not what's happening here. Yeah, Triffid, that's kind of my thought too. Like, bat chickens? Chicken lizards? Yeah, a little puzzled over this one too.
Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew.
Basilisk,
I'm hungry.
cockatrice, don't know, something like that.
Okay, I'm going to show this to you right now on Roll20.
Oh, a cockatrice turns to stone. That makes sense.
I can't remember which mythical creature.
It's the
looks like a chicken.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, it is.
All right, do you see it on Roll20? That is what they look like, and there are two of them that are charging towards you. Now, the good news is you don't have to re-roll for initiative because we never left initiative because they came charging out at you.
Good.
How close to each other are they?
They are, within 5 feet.
There we go.
Probably.
Okay,
They
that's what
just
I needed
pulled
to
out.
know.
Yep. Within 5 feet
It
of
looks
each other.
so friendly.
And how far away are they?
They are, let's see, from the depot, so not too far. Probably 40 feet maybe from you because they're coming.
Do I
from
get
the
to
depot.
act?
Oh yeah. They're
Okay.
they're gonna slot into the initiative. I just want to double check and see what their initiative is. So bear with me for a second.
Oh, I just want to attack them.
Yeah, no, I assumed. Let's see.
I don't care where they roll. I just want to use a spell on them.
Okay. Boy, that is not a
As long as they're within like 60 feet or whatever it is.
Oh, they are. If they're, I mean, yeah, I can hit them with. I have just the spell to use. In fact, I've been saving it for a moment like this.
Okay. Yes, Yanni, you can act. So you move them, hear that sound, turn around. You're about 40 feet from them. So yes, you could.
All right.
Act.
So they are within 5 feet of each other, correct?
That is correct at the moment.
All right. So I'm going to attack whichever one is closer, and I'm going to use Ice Knife.
Okay.
The first time that I am using this.
Yeah, they're about
and
equidistant, so
I-
we'll say cockatrice 1 and 2, basically. They're about the same distance from you.
Create a shard of ice and fling it at one creature within range, make a ranged spell attack against the target. On a hit, the target takes 1d10 piercing damage. Hit or miss, the shard then explodes. The target and each creature within 5 feet of it must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 2d6 cold damage.
Yep, that's a quality spell.
It certainly is.
All right, go ahead and make your ranged spell attack. Let's see if you hit these cackling,
And
squawking.
don't forget your D6.
I do. I have a D6 inspiration if I need it. Yes.
Yeah, that's true actually, because you can roll that bardic inspiration after.
And I will not need it.
Oh!
I will not need it.
Wow,
Max
how about you?
damage.
All right, the ice knife, just shoots out. So that means 10 damage. Now the explosion doesn't count as part of the crit. I mean, the original, so it's going to take all 10.
Yeah,
in that
I
original
mean,
one.
I still have to roll the damage on the
Which
second
you can-
part, and then whatever the save will be if it makes the save.
Let's see how it does it. So dexterity saving throw. Okay, well the one you hit, the one that you didn't hit is going to make its saving throw, but the one that you didn't hit misses it terribly. So
yeah, and it's going to take 8 plus. Wait, that's not right.
I'm not sure what you're rolling there, buddy.
No, the dice roll is right. The +5 is wrong. I need to fix that. So they take 8 damage.
They take 8 damage. Okay, so that was
the one that I hit with the spell takes 8 damage.
Okay, so it did not like any of that. It took a big hit there. That cockatrice looks quite hurt, if that's what this is. And the other one does not get hit, but nonetheless, that was quite effective. Okay, that's going to lead us to Nisiana, and then Merame. Nisiana, you're still by the metal, what's left of the metal dog.
How far am I now from the cockatrice?
You would still be about 100 feet from there, roughly, because
Okay,
they came from the
that's
depot.
good.
Okay.
That's fine. I guess I'm going to sigh, and then I'm going to double move towards them because all I can do is Sacred Flame, but I can only Sacred Flame within 60 feet.
Okay.
But not if I double move, and then I don't think I can double move in cantrip.
No, but sighing is a bonus action. You'll be happy to know. So,
Yeah, I sigh, and then I go.
All right, so you double move. That gets you within 50 feet. You will definitely be able to do stuff next turn. Merame, though, is only 10 feet away, and so Merame's right there with these two chicken-like things. So you can then decide what you want to do.
Were I to ask who is with me in a 15-foot cube, would I hit any of my compatriots with that, or
you could move to within where you would be, yes, because Yana would definitely, or Alarian, either one of those would be within that distance, yes.
I would like to not hit them while keeping the two creatures within a 15-foot cube of me.
That's fine, because Yana hit from a distance, so you could still do that. So that's fine. You can do that.
Okay, so the big chicken things come out, and Yana reacts, and I just kind of turn around slow and go, bah! And then I thunder away. So it's like, poof, I just explode outward.
Outstanding.
I'm casting it. Let me just hit. Oh, look at that. I hit my thing. So it's a Constitution saving throw for you. With yes, very lovely. And there's like this giant boom to like up to 300 feet. Like this is
for a minute, I was
subtle.
like, "What's going on?" And I'm like, "Oh, yes." Okay, so let's see. So each of them have to make a con saving throw. Okay. Yeah, I think they're probably going to both make those. What's the DC that they're trying to hit for you?
14.
Okay, yeah, they're both going to make those.
Okay, so you still take half damage and you're not pushed away from me.
Okay. So 5 then?
5 was
Oh, sorry.
so half
rounded down.
damage.
So 2. Okay. All right. The one that was originally hit and now has been hit by the thunder wave, even for half damage, is looking quite hurt at this point. But they continue to charge, as it were. And now it is finally their turn.
Oh, I'm just gonna. Oh no, I can't. I'm gonna back away as far as I can with my movement, just so you know.
Okay, so you went.
I'm a bard.
You turn. Okay, so you could go right. So I'm not going to count feet anymore from that distance because you're there. Okay, so that sounds good. So let's see. They are going to. Okay. Okay. Both of them are going to take to the air. And the very hurt one is going to go after the one that hit it with the super cold, painful thing. And the one that was not hurt is going to aim for the bard that just tried to rumble very painfully. So the first one is going to try to bite you, Yana, the injured one. And we are looking at That's terrible. An 8 is not going to hit your AC, I assume. You're muted, I think. What?
What did it?
rolled an
8 will not hit now.
Okay. All right. And then the other one's going to try for you. That might be harder, Maramé. That is a 22 to hit.
I mean, just barely, but yeah, it
Yes.
touches.
Okay, so you're going to take 3 damage. So 2 temp is gone, and that means... and then you've got... What are your normal hit point totals?
10.
I'm sorry. 10? Okay, so you've got... so 9 out of 10. That's not as much of a problem. The bigger issue is that you need to make a Constitution saving throw, because this thing has something else it does.
I've got this.
Oh, yeah. You just sort of, no problem. I mean, listen, you felt for a moment, you sort of had this terrible experience of feeling a kind of languor moving through your veins, but you shake it off, a couple of hearty songs and all that later, and it's fine. It's fine. But it definitely was not just some normal bird bite that you might have expected. And that's going to bring us up to the top. Tanton, you are now 10 feet away, so you are good to go. Yes, what's up?
Did it end its move within 5 feet of me?
Yeah, the one that was attacking you did. Yep.
Then I am going to use a reaction and move up to 10 feet away from it.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. You
Nice.
can do that.
I just... so where is everybody else near me? In relation to where I
Maramé
am?
is basically right next to you. Alarian is right there. Tanton is pretty much right there. Everybody is right there except Nisiana, who's a little bit of a distance.
All right, I'm going to move away from it, but try to stay close to... Because Tanton is still on 1 health, right?
No. He was healed by
Oh, you're
Nisiana. So he's...
Okay, so
he's
who
doing
has the
better.
lowest health right now?
I think still him, actually.
All right, so I'm going to move, but try to stay relative to Tanton so I can continue to protect...
Okay.
I shall protect the dog killer.
All right, that brings
The robo-dog murderer.
Incapacitator.
That
It's all
brings us
good.
back up to the top of the round.
Only because
and,
it's mechanical.
And Tanton, you're up with Alarian on deck.
You can tell he's incapacitated because I pulled out his capacitor.
It's capacitator.
Aha!
So how far am I from the most wounded cockators?
You're about 10 feet away from the action, and I would say, 15 feet at most. The one is actually like right on top of where Yana was. Yana just moved away a little bit, but still. So yeah, 10 feet.
Bink.
Yana was a scalded cat.
10.
Okay. A 10
It's
is
not going to
not
hit him.
going to do it, unfortunately. No, it misses and it squawks angrily at you. Okay. Although you didn't miss by a whole lot, Tanton. It just rocketed past one of its left wing. Okay, and you're staying where you are otherwise? Okay.
Yep.
That's going to lead us to Alarian.
Larian, seeing that Yana and Mia Tanton, Takasha, Takanath have this wounded one probably well in hand, I think is going to go and help Maramé Hawksmoor.
Okay.
So, sword out, shield up, and we're going to move to attack.
Okay, you can do that. Go ahead and get your attack in. So the one that's on, which is the one that's on her. Yep.
Oh, well, the
Nice.
15 actually had damn advantage on.
15
there.
will hit.
I thought so. Unfortunately, damage is kind of crappy. It's a measly 4.
Okay. All right, it takes that. Squawks angrily.
It's my action.
Okay, and that's going to lead us to... Now, interestingly, the ghost train goes rocketing past you on the track. And so as it goes past you, those of you who are probably closest to it, which would probably be Yana and Larian, I would say, just feel a faint chill as it races past you, but again, completely silently, and then trundles down the way. And as it goes past, you can see the front end of it is already beginning to blur and vanish. And that leads us to Yana is up next. So you are 10 feet away from the creature that you hit, which is very hurt, the one that's been hit by the ice last turn. You're muted again, I think.
Yes. Okay. Sadly, I don't have another one of those, but the roll is working now. So it should be showing the correct values and not adding +5 to my rolls, which would be lovely, but not actually something I can do. So, all right. So I'm out of level 1 spells. I'm out of spirit points. So that's why I can't cast any more spells. I'm going to turn my air conditioner off because it is annoying me that it's coming through the microphone. That had nothing to do with my move. Moving on.
Hey, Helmus. Yeah, what monstrosity is this? Well, they're guessing it's a cockatrice, is their guess.
Okay, so let's see. What do I have? I am going to use my cantrip Frostbite on the one that is hurt.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. And that's not touch, right? Because you're within 10, so it's fine. But like, it's not a touch spell, correct?
No, Frostbite is 60 feet.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right.
Yeah. And it's 1d6 DC versus con. They have to. It's a con save against 13.
They don't make that.
All right.
You hit it.
So 2 damage.
2 damage. Okay. This thing, which is feeling considerably colder over the last 12 seconds or so of its life, is still, again, very hurt, not dead, but even more hurt than before.
And I move back another 10 feet.
Okay. Excellent. That is going to lead us to Nisiana, who is 50 feet away. So you're there. You're like within 50 feet, Nisiana.
I'm going to move up to 25 feet.
Yep.
And so there's one on my sister with Alarian, and then there's one where? I'm
one right next to Yana, or well, within a few feet of Yana, that is very badly hurt.
Okay, well then I am going to Sacred Flame the one next to Yana.
Okay.
It's
All right,
cold,
sounds good.
I'm going to heat it up.
Right.
Cold, fire, ice, fire, ice.
Okay, I'm going to heat it up a little bit.
Let's see.
Unless it's dexterity saves.
It nimbly dodges out of the way with a critical success on its dexterity save, sadly.
Okay. Let's see.
No, they didn't split the party exactly, Hillness. There was a train and a stone statue, and then these things showed up.
A doggy.
And there was a doggy. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff.
Apparently it doesn't want to warm up.
It is not. It's like too cold. It's like, look, I don't, okay, are you staying where you are, Nisiana? You moved up 25 and did that. So you actually
I
have
moved
to,
up 25, and I don't think I'm going to get any closer because, actually, should I make a Arcana check or some sort of check to see if I know what these things are?
You could make a nature check for me. I would allow that.
May I also make one?
Not off your turn. You can't.
Not off my turn. All right.
Yeah.
May I on my next turn?
You sure? Just remind me.
Okay.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
10.
You think, I mean, it's definitely a creature that you think you may have heard about before. You're not 100% sure. It's definitely not like a dragon or a lizard or something like that. But you think you may have seen something like this before. You haven't actually been bitten by this yet. So you don't know about any kind of additional effects that it may or may not have?
Not yet.
Yeah.
But I do know that somebody turned to stone.
That is true. You could maybe put 2 and 2 together. That's quite accurate.
So I'm staying like 35 feet back.
Okay. Sounds good. Marime, you are up next.
Arv, real quick, I forgot to mention on that bird's next turn, the one that I hit, it has disadvantage on its attack roll.
Oh, okay.
Because of frostbite.
Good to know.
So just want to make sure I put that in there.
Good to know. All right, Marime, what would you like to do?
Well, Marime is now in melee, so she's going to look at Ilarion having enjoyed his giant sword, and she's going to pull out her rapier.
Okay.
And she's going to stab it.
Stab it. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Go ahead and make your attack.
I believe. Just give it a second. I have clicked it. Is it working?
Roll 20.
Come on, you can do it. I don't want to hit it again because then it's going to panic. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling good about that. Okay, so it's oops, sorry. I hit the wrong button. Oh, it doesn't do the damage. Okay, so it's 1d8. Let me just go here. Bloop, 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 bloop.
I mean, 19 hits, I'm sure it does.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
19 will definitely hit.
But jeez. We're just warming up. We're just warming up, Marilee. Just warming
1
up.
plus 3, so it's 4 piercing
4.
damage.
Yeah,
Okay,
whittling
you
it
pierce
down,
it.
apparently.
Yep. Slowly, bit by bit. Get it,
Level
step by
1
step.
character. My God.
Yeah, but you do hit it, though.
Well, the minimum damage is the problem. So
Yeah.
Yes, it's true.
Exactly like
Yeah.
Passion. Cock-a-doodle don't. That's right. Okay, speaking of that, they now get a and you moved up to strike with a rapier.
I was already in melee because it came to attack
Right.
me.
So do you want to, after the attack, do you want to disengage 5 feet or you want to stay right engaged with it?
No.
Okay.
I don't want to give it an attack of opportunity.
You could disengage 5 feet and not trigger that though, if you want. But that would only be yes, but that would only be 5 feet. So, you know, I don't know what it could just come up to you again. So, you know, you may not want to take the time to do that.
Yeah, you know, I'm pretty squishy. I'm gonna go just 5 feet, take a little kind of strike it, and then take one jump back and look cool, aha!
That's exactly right.
With my little damage.
Exactly, Hilda. Is there a rock nearby you can make a rudimentary lathe? I love it.
I just watched that last night.
Such a good film. Okay. Right, with the sadly departed Alan Rickman. Okay. So the bad guys, by which I mean the squawking birds, attack. The one is going to try to go after Yana again, the badly hurt one, but it's going to have disadvantage because of the frostbite, as we mentioned. So let's see. We're looking at one roll is an 18 and one roll, one roll is a 16 and one roll is a 15. So it's the 15 that it's going to be using. Yana, does that hit your
15
AC?
hits.
Okay. So let's see. The original damage it does is not that much. 4 points of damage, I guess.
Right, so I'm down to 9.
Right, because 3 temp and then the 9, so you're down to 9. That's not as much of a problem. The bigger issue is the con save that you have to make. So please make a Constitution saving throw, please.
18.
Yes,
or,
that's
17.
enough. So again, you feel this languor sort of beginning to pass through your body, and your skin looks a little grayish, but then you shake it off. But that was not so good, Yana. For a while, you're like, oh, but you're okay. And the other one is going to attack. Merime is going to, as promised, zip up. Actually, you know, and that's not true because Alarian's right there, so it's actually going to stay on the thing, the big thing with the shield and the sword and all that. So it's going to go after Alarian, I think. And we're looking at a 16 on you, Alarian.
Clank.
Not enough. You Captain America it out of the way, and that brings us back up to the top of the round. And Tantin with Alarian on deck.
Bink. Wow, armor. That's a change of pace.
Yeah, that's a hit. Which one were you aiming for? I'm sorry,
Nice.
Tantin.
The one that was wounded. The
Okay,
one that
gotcha. That was worse.
Trying to kill for the last 3 rounds.
Outstanding. Just die.
Pretty much.
You know.
5 points.
Yeah, you strike it through the neck, and it just falls over dead. That one is gone, so there's only one left. Nice shot, Tantin. Are you going to stay where you are, or reloading?
Yeah.
Okay. Alarian, you are up next.
All right, let's give this a shot.
One remains.
Yeah, one mildly wounded one remains.
One whittled down with health.
13?
That will hit.
Good. Okay. And actually, it's going to be 11. Now we go to max damage.
Oh. 11. All right, that is a big strike. It takes a big hit. It does not die, but that did a lot of damage to it. It now looks almost as hurt as the one was
He's
last
making
time.
very weird bird sounds.
I think looking at the picture on the live stream, I think it actually sounds like the Chamberlain sketches from the Dark Crystal.
Oh.
It sounds like Velociraptor on helium.
Right.
That's my turn, but I will maneuver to get kind of between it and Merime to hopefully give her an advantage to flank or something. So I'm basically taking up its attention. Let's put it that way.
The train, by the way, is also beginning to blur and is now hard to see in the distance, as you are, of course, more occupied looking at everything else. But it seems to be vanishing.
It doesn't circle
as you go.
back on us. I don't
Yeah,
know what the hell
it
it
turns
does.
back around. Comes
Yeah,
back.
It's got to get to a roundhouse first.
Yeah, it goes. Does a Knight Rider screech? A kit screech in the middle of the road. Okay, that leads us to Yana with Nisiana on deck. So Yana, one is left, very hurt.
Hey, I heard you this time and actually responded to it. I'm learning.
Progress. Progress.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what. It's trouble tonight.
It's your own character, buddy.
I know. Well, there's a reason. There's a reason. There's 2 reasons that I can't. Well, one I can mention and one I can't. So.
Tantin
anyway,
the
I'll get
dog
to it at some
and the
point.
chicken killer. Yes, that is right.
So I'm just gonna cast. I'm gonna cast Frostbite again, but I'm actually going to. So wait, no, that's not. I'm just gonna cast Frostbite again. Screw it. Because I can't move and do that.
Okay.
So I will just.
And it's a con save, you said, right?
Actually, quick question.
Sure.
As long as I have Swift Stride active, if they keep landing within 5 feet of me, I can continue to react to that. Correct? There's no limit on that.
Well, as long as it's no more. I mean, yes, that's the case now, but just before when there were 2 of them, you can only have 1 reaction a round, remember? So if one
Oh, no.
landed next
I mean
to you-
per round.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
per
I don't
round.
mean
Yep.
2 per,
No,
I
there's
don't
no
mean
limit
2
on
in
that.
one round.
No,
yeah,
no
okay.
limit on
All
that.
right. Then I should probably be doing that every time they stand within 5 feet of me. But yeah, so I'll do that next time, or hopefully this will be dead. So yeah,
this is
so
a
it's
con save, right? On this thing?
yes, 13. They have to make 13.
They did not again. So
All right.
go ahead and roll damage. And yes, Hillness, the suplex to the train joke was actually even made on Twitter before we even started. So
That's another 3 damage and has a disadvantage on attack rolls next turn.
it looks extremely hurt, and I will note that what you just said. Okay. That leads us to
Can I,
Nisiona with Mermaid. Yes, you can move too if you wish. Yeah, you could move, or you could move. Well,
Is
you
it
can
close
move
enough
if
that
you
it's
like.
is it close enough that it's a move, or it's not a disengage at this point, is it?
Well, yeah, if you, because you were 10 feet away, right? No, it wouldn't be a disengage. You could just move.
All right, I'm just gonna move back then. As far as how far could I move back? Like
30 if you're doing.
All right, then I'm gonna
or
move
no,
30.
40.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm 40 because you're in your shifted form.
Yeah, I'll move 40 then.
Okay. So 50 feet away, you do that. Mara and Nisiana is up with Mermaid on deck with a very hurt creature.
So I'm up or Mary May's up?
You are up, Nisiana. Mermaid is
Okay.
after you.
Well, in that case, I'm going to Sacred Flame the one in front of my sister
Okay.
because it needs to die. It is not right.
It is not right. I think that's just reasonable. All right. So
And someday I might actually, roll. Why is it rolling 2d8s though?
It's a
Weird.
glitch in D20
Yeah.
for some
Yeah.
reason. It's been doing it for everything. It's
it does
really
not
weird.
make that save. So it tries to zig when it should have zagged. And your Sacred Flame hits at 4. Is that 3?
3 points.
That's enough. It goes up. The feathers sort of smoke. And as that happens, the music comes to a stop, at least the combat music. And again, the slight rushing of the wind blows across the Mournland as you are standing above the dead creatures. Off in the distance is what's left of the dog, the iron dog, and the stone statue is right there. And so you can see the stone statue in front of you.
May I make that nature check on that bird now?
Yes, absolutely you may.
Valerian goes and cuts the heads off both of the bodies.
Okay.
I make a 19 on that.
Yeah, Yana, almost certainly these are indeed creatures that are known as cockatrices, which you know that if they successfully bite you, can turn you to stone. They're not quite as deadly as other stone creatures. You know as well, because you rolled pretty well in that nature check, that usually the stoning effect is, in quotes, temporary. But that's usually a few hours, but you don't know when the last time was that Garunda was turned to stone. But if these creatures did it, you don't think the effect is permanent.
As the fight comes to an end, the bracelet has now become a necklace on my neck.
Okay.
Still icy, still looking like it's not ostentatious, but you can definitely see it. It's kind of like a pendant on a chain. Okay. After the fight, and it was, I didn't mention it, but it was still actively part of my spell casting during that fight. And as I look at the cockatrice, I just kind of look down at it and utter, "Cockatrice, stone, permanent, not sure." Looking over at the whatever her name is. I can't remember. I'm sorry. Garunda, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. You do that. What does everyone else want to do?
Tanton is heading back over towards the dog.
Okay. You head back towards the dog. Everybody, Merime, Ilarion, Nisiana?
Nisiana calls out, make sure there's not a nest. Like in around the corner or whatever.
Yeah.
Do I
Tanner points towards the depot building.
Do I get the sense that there are more of these here?
Don't
Either
know
by
until
trails
you
or
don't know until you explore them.
I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look back
so.
by where they came from.
Okay. Yeah, if you look at, are you actually moving over there, Jan, or just looking from where you
Yes,
are?
because I'm probably the one who has the most information about these creatures.
Yeah, it doesn't. You do actually see this kind of filthy area of dirt and dust and their droppings here and so on. And your guess would be that that's where these cockatrices were, but you don't see any sign of any other of these creatures around. There are also, you'll be happy to know, no cockatrice eggs that you can see.
Do I think they were mates, or do I think they were part of a pack?
That's probably that's not easy to tell, not based on what you did know for sure. You do know that cockatrices typically are reasonably territorial, so it's not like they usually hang out with like 8 of them in a group. So it's possible that they could well be mates. But by the way, while you're over at the depot, the buildings, as I mentioned, are all pretty much rubble and ruined, and it's been long since destroyed. But yeah, so you don't think there are any others there.
So once I get that information, I just scream back to I just shout out back to the rest of the party, no eggs. No. I'm just trying to, no eggs. Safe.
Okay.
That's it.
Merime, Ilarion, what about you?
How heavy is the stone goblin to roll across the ground?
I don't think it would be that. I mean, it's probably not that heavy. I'm trying to think of what it would probably end up weighing. Maybe 80, 90 pounds. If you were just
easy.
Yeah, maybe 100 at most. Like you could roll it. So
start rolling her over to the dog and Tanton.
Okay. So you roll this goblin statue along the ground. Merime, you're heading along with the rest of them. I don't even have to keep asking individually. You can all just tell me. I know that Tanton is going over. What about you, Merime?
Yeah, I'm going to hang out with Nisiana, whatever she's going. I'll kind of hang out there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to where Tanton is and ask him, can you fix the puppy?
Oh, almost certainly, yes.
Okay. Then she reaches out and she touches you on the shoulder and says, Eberron, guide your hands. And now you have guidance.
I'm not going to do it right now.
Oh.
Never mind. Takes the...
Eberron, strike your hands, both palsy.
Well then. Well, it's a cantrip. You can do something, interesting in the next minute. Like work on that light of yours.
No, he's laying out his tools and he's already starting to do some kind of manipulation of something.
Okay. Yeah, because you're attempting to make the repair.
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So we don't know what you're doing yet. Sure, Merman.
Mysterious.
The only thing is, do I recall any stories that I might have heard about the ghost strain? It's kind of like, it's an interesting part of a background here, and I want to work it into a song, but do I know anything,
Let me have you make a history check for me.
Oh, yeah.
And then invent the harmonica.
On it. Oh.
You're like, there are trains and there are ghosts, and together that's a ghost train that,
Song incoming. Ghost train.
Ghost train. Yeah. It's just no, I mean, you don't really know a lot about this particular thing. I mean, again, it is yet another bizarre, strange thing within the Mournland. You've certainly never seen a ghost train outside of the Mournland. That's for sure. But as far as anything specific to this, not really.
Perfect.
Arv,
Lots to rhyme with, though.
What time of day is it?
I believe, because you stayed the one time, I would say probably because you went in pretty early in the morning initially, so I would say probably 4 to 6. You're probably about 2 to 3 in the afternoon at this point, I would say, if I had to guess.
We should wait here. It glances at Yara, whatever she's doing. If this is
Oh no, I
Not
take that back.
permanent.
I'm sorry, John, to interrupt. I take that back
Yeah.
because this was the second day of travel. I forgot about that. It is. I am right. It is about 3 p.m, but you have been in the Mornland. This is your second day within the Mornland.
Okay.
But it is about 3 p.m. on that day. Sorry. Go ahead.
All right. We should wait to see if she will recover, so we don't have to roll her all the way back to town.
Oh, we don't have to do that.
How are you proposing transporting her?
And he's still, once it's been about 10 minutes of ritual casting, a glowing disc
Oh,
appears. And he's like, would you mind putting them both on top of this?
Neat.
Well, Aaron will load them up.
Okay.
What time does it get dark around here, Arv? Ish? Like only a couple hours?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's
Yeah.
never that bright, right? So.
Well, right. And then he's like, well, he looks at it like, impressive. Well, I probably already knew you could do it. However, we're not going to travel at night, which is coming in a couple hours. This is, he looks at the building, they look at the building, some shelter. We should probably rest here, start off back in the morning.
It is clear here. She may recover. Maybe.
Well, fortunately, we have this, which makes
Rest?
the job much easier. Correct.
Rest.
And Tanton starts walking back towards the depot building, and the disc just
Hovers along. How
follows
fast
him
does
along.
how fast did this move? Trent?
It's a thing.
Fast
that
enough.
moves.
I'm glad we've established
Fast
that.
enough.
Speed of plot.
Speed of shut up.
I think it's just walking. I think you can walk with
Probably
it, I
is,
believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tensors, right? Tensors floating disk?
Yeah.
Nice. Sweet.
Okay, so
Typical.
so you get back over to the depot, and about you said it was about 10 minutes to do. Yeah, so about pretty much almost right after you get back to the depot, there is this sound of there's a cracking sound, like someone cracking their neck or their back, and then you see and you look over and you see that a now clearly non-petrified goblin is looking completely discombobulated and like disoriented on top of this disc. And
See?
Obviously, we fall on her.
Better.
Destroy her. Oh, I mean, sorry. No, sorry.
we execute her
Sorry.
immediately. What? And the name of the party is the Killing Fields. Okay. So she says,
hello.
hi. Did you say? Oh, the things, the birds, the cock.
It's all good. It's okay.
What? Oh,
It's
you
okay.
you
They are,
Calm.
they are
you killed
destroyed.
them?
Calm. They're okay.
Oh.
They're gone. We
Oh.
dealt with it. Calm.
Thank you.
Just calm.
Thank you so much.
I'm Nisiana de Jarasco. These are my companions, and I name each one.
Oh,
They're the ones who have saved you. We did have to kind of disable Errol.
and she looks over for the first time. And she sees that the pieces and she's like,
Tanton is already working on another piece of it.
and she looks over at you.
He'll be fine.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Tanton, because she looks over at you.
He'll be fine.
Thank you. You see what happened was I was here scouting, and I came here for Balaner, and I was here in the Mornland, and then these cockatrices emerged from the depot. I mean, you can never know exactly. It was my own fault. You can never know exactly what you're going to find here, but I was there, and they kept turning me to stone. And the problem was that, every time I thought that I would be able to get away, Errol, that's my dog there, and she points kind of like at the disc and also at the pieces you have in your hand, Tanton. Errol would try to scare them off, but he couldn't keep them off of me. They just kept turning me back to stone again. I was here for 3 days like that. Stupid squawking things around me. It was just... and she jumps off the disc and lands. And you can see that she has these kind of wiry muscles. And she's a little lower to the ground. And she has this kind of piercing gaze as she looks up at you. And she says, You know, you'd think after someone got a few winters in them, they wouldn't make a mistake like this. But I didn't think I was going to be kept in a permanent petrification loop. And she sees, I don't know, did you bring any of the parts of the creatures with you, or did you just leave them outside? I know you cut the heads off, Larry.
I didn't take anything with them.
So she's just like, these things, she could probably see the nest from there, and she goes over and like kicks the nest. Ah, stupid, disgusting things. What point is them to have them there? Ugh. I can't thank you enough. And she comes back and she goes up to you, Tanton, and or she actually goes up to Marime, and she like starts trying to shake your hand, like they assuming you'll allow it, but she like puts her hand out and she's like, thank you so much. And she goes up to you, Alaria, and she kind of sticks her hand out to you.
They will. They know the custom. Yeah.
And so
fine.
shakes your hand and then goes over to you, Nisiana, and does the same. And then to you,
You should
Yana.
go after later. You should go home to your friend.
And she says, yes, I'll do that. I'll do that. I'm fine now that I'm not stone anymore. And she goes to shake your hand, Tanton, and then she sees you got the piece. She's like, oh, you're busy. Yes. Right. Yes. And she turns around. She's like, how did you find me? Did she send you to find me, Belalar?
She did. She spoke highly of you too. She misses you and she wants you back safe.
Oh, well, I want to be back safe. It's going to be a long time before I go back in the Mornland again. That's for go back in the Gray again. That's for sure.
If you've been here for 3 days, you must be hungry.
Well, the truth is, you don't get much hungrier when you're a statue. But I'm just happy to. Oh, and she breathes. Just feel my lungs filling with air. It's the weirdest thing. It's like you just go into stasis, and then you come out of this dream, and the next thing you're being bitten again, and you go right back into it. But yes, if you have any food, that would be lovely. Go ahead, Yana.
Do we know why she came out here?
She's scouting the line.
Yeah, just to salvage, right? Like a lot of the salvagers do in Salvation.
Okay.
Well,
And seeing as she's a little bit panicked, and one of the things to keep people from being panicked when they're hurt is you ask them a question that completely derails them. So Nisiana said, did that tattoo hurt? Kind of bringing her mind back to the tattoo and what it says.
And she says, the what? This? And she points to the tattoo. And she says, well, no, this is the tattoo that I used to, well, remind me of why I kept going into the Gray. Not that it did me much good. It means bravery against danger in Goblin. When you were dealing with Errol, I don't suppose any of you said that, did you?
No.
That's his control phrase. He's trained to that, you see. If you said bravery against danger, he would have stood down. Otherwise, he just thought you were trying to attack me, and he's a good dog. I hope you can. And then as she's starting to say, I hope you can, Tanton, she looks at you. If you're going to say something, you can, but she's going to ask you a question. But sure, go ahead.
Do you have to say it in Goblin?
She says, well, yes, actually.
None of us know Goblin, so that wouldn't really help.
Oh, and she says, I should have realized, but none of these things occurred to me before. And she looks at you, Tanton, and she kind of narrows her eyes. Just, I'm curious. Are you using a number 5 spanner or a number 2 there? Because I'm an apprentice artificer myself, and I use a number 2. And do you use a 5 here, or?
You can use a 5. In this particular case, actually, a 3.5 is better. Just because you need the extra torque to be able to do this. There we go.
Oh, yes.
Now, he should work perfectly once I put this back in. But I need you to stick around and keep him under control.
Oh, of course. And that's a good idea. Maybe I'll use the 2.5, the 3.5 the next time. I have the hardest time getting them. And all of a sudden, like, Tanton and Grundar are just like, having this big, shop talk about, like, listen, you don't want your 2x4s, you want by 4x8s. Like, they're in this big discussion of things that are artificial.
I need a box of level bubbles. Just get me there's a problem with your muffler belt and your blinker light fluid.
While you put that together, the other 4 of you have a chance to speak. And yes, Yana.
Interesting thing about these cockatrices and how they were interacting with Goobly-Goo, because I apparently cannot remember keep this name. Garunda. There it is. Yes, Garunda. Sorry, I am for some reason Nothing is sticking in my brain tonight. I was like ADD times 12 tonight. I'm so sorry. Garunda. Would cockatrices normally re-petrify whatever they're attacking or just kill it?
If there's nothing around, they probably would. They probably would try to just petrify it. See, the thing about the cockatrice is that normally what happens is that a cockatrice will petrify it, and then when some time has passed, they will use that to be able to, basically to delay. It's almost like a spider poisoning its victim, right? And then when it comes, when it wakes up, then they can actually kill it. The thing about this that's interesting, though, is that you're right to be questioning this a little bit, Yana, because it seems odd that the cockatrices, even if they were a mated pair, seem to be more, what's the term, harassing Garunda rather than just going and eating them. And the only thing that you can say about that is that the Gray does weird things. It's possible that the Gray twisted these creatures so that they became cruel in addition to being dangerous, or the Gray could have, like the spectral train, created these things out of thin air, or these creatures could have been something else, not cockatrices at all, and been turned into these things by the morning. The Mornland, the Gray does weird things to people. So yes, this does seem a little odd to you, Yana. Yeah.
So I kind of look again at the cockatrices and I just sort of utter the words, "It's so odd. Petrifying and petrifying and petrifying again." And then she looks at Garunda and just says, "Why not just kill you?"
And she nods and she says, well, after she sort of pulls herself away reluctantly from the conversation with Tanton and says, "I never thought of that. What? That's true. They just kept. Well, I mean, I was never awake for long enough to see much more than just to see them and then to feel the pain and then to be right back into being a statue again. And once I saw Errol growling at them, but you're right. Why would they do that? I've never run into a cockatrice before, but I don't think that's what they're supposed to do. I
don't know.
I don't know.
Only seen them outside the Mornland, not in. But it's strange. They would kill. They would eat. But didn't. Petrified you. Again. And again.
Saving her for something?
I don't know. It is not normal. But what is here?
And she kind of shivers a little bit. And she says,
"Yeah, I don't much like it either.
The only normal ones here are all of you." And she says, I'm so grateful. And she says, you said this thing about Goblin, yes? About not knowing the language. You said that, and she turns back to you, Tanton.
Yes.
Well, and she sort of looks almost like, she looks very much, now she's definitely, you would say, kind of a middle-aged goblin as far as any of you were able to determine, but she looks for all the world like kind of a bashful kid, as she kind of kicks a foot in the dirt and she says, "Well, I mean, you helped me, so I could teach you Goblin. I mean, if any of you want, it would be the least I could do. Once we get back, I mean, in Salvation, I have a little house there, and I could teach you lessons if you want."
That would be good.
Yeah.
That is acceptable.
I've heard goblin music and I'd love to be able to play more of them. It's beautiful and strange with its beats. I would love to.
And she nods. She says, "Yes,
Yep.
yes, I love it. I love it. Yes. We have an instrument called the ralakchik, and it's sort of like a drum and a bagpipe. It's hard to explain. You'll just have to see it."
Yana has completely tuned out of this conversation and has gone back to examining what the hell is up with these cockatrices.
And as
she's very confused.
As the party begins to think about what they're going to do next, I think we're going to take our somewhat longer for you this time, players, break. here. I am going to thank everyone for a good turnout tonight. We've got almost 50 people in here watching
Awesome.
day 2
So good.
of D&D with INB Eberron. This is Oracle of War, the Nightland. And if you folks are here watching us, I hope you're enjoying these wonderful players as much as I am. I am joined as always by Trendane Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, and Darkseid Rob. And if you like what you see in here, please follow the channel, support our Patreon. And we already got, my God, I got a bunch of gift subs today and everything. It was really lovely. So please stick around. We'll be back to you folks in just about 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, let's say. And then we will continue on with more in the Mornland. Until then, everyone, hold tight. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are back with Eberron. I just realized I had zoomed down a little bit. I hope that wasn't difficult for people. Anyway, so yes, welcome back. We are here and ready to go with the next portion of our adventure.
One quick thing.
Sure.
Thordak's mommy sent me a whisper while we were on the break saying, "So you've now rescued Sarah Jane and K9." Like, yes!
Yes.
Outstanding. And
That's why I
indeed,
kept
that's
saying
what it's called.
puppy.
No, I'm just kidding.
I kept thinking canine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Not-
that's true. Because wasn't there? Because I was trying to think. So $6 Million Man had Bionic Woman, and wasn't there? They had at some point a Bionic dog showed up.
German Shepherd named Max.
That's right, Max. Yeah. That was also
That's
like
true.
with the coolest sound effect that.
Not as cool as Bigfoot's though.
Bigfoot's
was a little cooler.
Yes, that's right.
Wait, Bigfoots?
Yeah, Bigfoot was in either the Bionic Man or the Bionic Woman, but they did the Bionic sound, but it went backwards for Bigfoot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Interesting stuff. So
Oh my
anyway,
God.
we are back. And just as a quick programming note to the players, we got about one more hour is the plan, and then we'll wrap. So that's the plan.
Because we got Chinese food coming. So awesome.
Okay, so that'll work.
Oh, don't torture me.
Okay, so
What did you order?
No, just
Damn it! You
hard go.
when we last left our heroes, they were just resting in the depot over the evening as the grayness of the Mournland fades into an even grayish dark. There's a sort of strange experience, I should say, by the way, that the Mournland also never really gets completely dead dark. Anyone who has ever been out in a winter snowy environment will know a little bit about what I mean. In the evenings, it doesn't get completely dark because there's always either a little moon or stars on the snow, or even just the snow itself in its whiteness kind of reflects whatever light actually exists there. And so you can always feel a faint little gray. So there's this sort of discomforting feeling that you can just kind of lose time in the Mournland. Like it just kind of gets lighter and darker and no one ever really knows what time it is or what day it is. But you're pretty confident that you were on the second night since you first entered the Mournland.
So we were sleeping?
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Are you,
Okay.
the plan I assume is for all of you to be resting while taking watches and breaks and so forth. But if that's not true, tell me, and please tell me like what kind of watch are you setting and things like that. Also, Garunda does offer to take one of the watches if you're going to set them.
Unnecessary. All of you can rest.
mean-
I will watch.
I need all my 8 hours if y'all are going to keep hurting yourself. So,
Yeah, I think I get my points back after a short rest, but I'm gonna take the long rest anyway.
Okay.
I was going to say, before Tanton starts his rest, he puts the capacitor back in and reconnects it, closes the hatch, seals it up, casts mending, and the Iron Defender reactivates.
So the first
tears
thing it
thrown out.
does when it comes back up, it goes, and it like looks at you, and Garunda's like shh, 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 and says to it, bravery against it says something in Goblin, Molinex Nagas, Molinex Naska, Molinex Naska,
Rebooting.
and
rebooting.
says that over again, over and over again, and Errol, and then comes over and literally nuzzles up against Garunda, and Garunda's like, it's a good dog, and kind of pets its metal skin, and its eyes are kind of a glowing white, and you can see its white glowing eyes seem to dim slightly as she pets it. And it sort of sits down and rests its metal head in her lap. And she says, he's an older model, a couple of them people tried to sell me newer ones, and I don't know. They're not the same, Errol, he's gotten me out of more scrapes. You would have done it for me this time too, wouldn't you, boy? Except for those nasty birds. And it kind of lifts its head and then lowers its head again. And she says, Errol, he would never have attacked you if he didn't think you were a threat to me. It's not his fault. and kind of pets him. And at one point, Errol looks up at you, Tanton, and doesn't really growl, more just like tilts its head like that, and then lowers its head back in her lap. And she says, "Thank you for fixing him. In fact, it seems like, well, his right leg was a little bit. You probably noticed when you're putting him back together, his right leg was a little over torqued. And how did you fix that without the?" And she starts talking shop with you again, Tanton, if you want to.
Oh yeah, and he informs her that one of the conductor stones outside that was broken open, he managed to pull a piece of crystal from there and use it to.
Oh, wow! That's ingenious. That's amazing. Wow. You're really lucky, says to Errol, and then, but thank you. I really, the stars moved in the right directions the time I saw you. That's for sure. And at this point, I guess this would be during. So you're doing this. Probably the rest of you, I imagine, are settled down to sleep, except for Ilarion. If you're speaking, Rob, I can't hear you because you're muted.
Son of a bitch! I thought I was muted. Okay, so. Listening to those two talk about tech stuff, Yana has just found a ball in the corner, like a space in the corner, to just sort of curl up and fall asleep.
Okay.
Like pretty much curls up like an animal, like a cat would, and just kind of gone out.
Yeah, exactly. Turns around several times. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, just sets up a place and is gone, just out like a light.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Dragon Spear. That sucks, dude. His basement was flooded the whole day. So
dude.
I've had that happen, Dragon. That sucks.
Sorry, Dragon.
So you do that, and assuming that Merame and Nisiana, although correct me if I'm wrong, also get sleep. I know, Nisiana, you said you needed the rest anyway because you need to get your healing back. Merame, are you going to rest or not?
I am, but first I'm going to just strum a gentle song, and I'm going to make sure that Nisiana gets to sleep first, so she doesn't have any nightmares if she falls asleep to a gentle music. Okay. So I will do that, and then I don't even know my class. I think needs my race. I think I don't really dream, but I'm gonna curl up and fall asleep.
Do I have nightmares? Is that something? I
don't know. I'm not sure.
She's taking no chances.
While she was playing the song, Yana was kind of unknowingly but knowingly humming a little bit.
Okay.
And actually, surprisingly, in key and in tune with to maybe someone who didn't know that she had any ability to do such things.
Very cool. Larian, you are, I know, standing watch. Are you looking for anything particular other than just sort of the typical standing watch, or?
Well, to make sure Garinda actually stops talking shop with Tanton and actually get some rest herself, since we have a long walk out of here. So, not that rude, but yeah.
You have bedtime.
Pretty much.
Spending the night.
So Garinda's
it gets to be a strong suggestion of you both need to rest for tomorrow.
You can talk about your gaming PCs and building them tomorrow.
That's right.
And Garinda's like, she says, well, all right. I mean, the truth is, I didn't get particularly tired when I was a statue out there, but I understand. I'll try to settle down a bit. Just, and she kind of sort of looks up at you, Ilarion, and then kind of says to you, Tanton, but if you were to take the double wrench, you might be able to, and it starts talking about some other things.
He's already out.
And she sort of shrugs and then settles into sleep
They
herself.
put kind of a light hand on her shoulder and says, it's time to rest.
So
because he's gone, everyone else is asleep except for the two of us now.
So she settles down, and just before she falls asleep, she says, I've seen Warforged before, many of them. I don't think I've seen one like you. Are you different than them?
I am what is called a Starforged. I came from the heavens, and I've been wandering this plane for a long time.
She nods and she says, I feel like I've been wandering myself far too long. Did you come then from Serenia? It's the azure sky, up there.
Perhaps. Truth be told, I'm not exactly sure from where I came. I was just falling for what seemed an eternity and then landing on the continent. And I have been wandering ever since, exploring it and seeing its people.
And she says, you sound like me. Well, not the falling forever part, but the seeing people part. They say that there was a place, that's Serenia that I talked about, where you just see a view. There's no gray. There's not even dust clouds, just pure blue sky. Always wanted to see something like that.
Arv, am I familiar with this place?
Make a religion check for me, please.
It's my strongest. Let's see. No, not at all, but we'll give it a shot. 19.
I'd say a 19's not bad.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yes. When you first started searching through the world after you had fallen, you heard stories. And in Eberron, of course, we talked last session about the progenitor dragons and that kind of stuff. And there are different religions that are associated with different aspects. But one of the planes of existence that it is suggested exists is called Serenia, or the Azure Sky. And it caught your attention because it's a place where it's just warm and gentle. And a plane supposedly of peace, where everything is in harmony, where everything works together, and where all creatures, this is the thing that probably most interested you, all creatures, it is said, can fly. And those who fall from Serenia fall not of their own wish.
Interesting. So they say, I have heard of this place, this plane. I would be interested in visiting it as well. Perhaps someday you will get your wish.
And she nods. She says, maybe. Maybe someday you find that place, your group, and I'll teach you some goblin, and perhaps you'll be able to have a goblin come up with you, and I can get out of the gray. I'd like some blue,
Indeed.
Good night.
I'll rest
Ryan.
for now. Good night, Karunda. And then they will take sentry's rest at the door, which is pretty much standing there like Arnie did in T2 at the gas station. And that's pretty much it. Yep.
I'd like you to make about 4 hours in. I'd like you to make a perception check for me, please.
Okay. Not great. 9.
About 4 hours in, you have what would be described, I think, as Negus. This is something that runs sometimes, that you run across at times, kind of a faint uneasiness. It almost feels like a pressure differential in the air, as if there's, others might call it a storm brewing, right? But for you, there's this sense of somewhere in the planar distance, something seems to be coming, but strain your eyes as you might and kind of all your senses looking left and right. You don't see anything. You don't hear anything really. And it's just the silence only broken occasionally by a slight whisper of wind. Other than that, it's kind of an eerie silence around you. And it almost, if you were to just look up at the grayness, you could almost imagine yourself just being lost in a cloud forever. But something feels you feel vaguely uneasy, although there's nothing specific that you can see that would provide that. And after a couple of minutes, it doesn't get any worse. It just is a general feeling.
Well, since I didn't need technically rest, I'll actually come out of Sentry's Rest and activate for a bit and step outside to look down the track, actually, both ways, just in case.
Okay. And when you do that, and you look both ways, you don't see anything in either direction, but from the place where the ghost train originally came, the place where you originally saw it, you think you hear the faintest sort of echoing on the wind of like a train's horn. And then trailing off.
But receding from me, not coming toward me.
Right. Only sounds a few times and then nothing.
Okay. And they will watch down the track in that direction for a good, I would say 4 to 5 minutes, just to make sure.
Okay. Nothing seems to happen.
Okay. They turn around and they'll head back to the doorway and resume their sentry duty.
Okay.
Everybody's dead.
Right.
More cockatrices come out. Damn
You
it.
come back and all their throats have been slit.
They're
and
all
they're
petrified.
They're all petrified, right? And the cockatrice is like, ha ha. No, none of that happens.
And he goes, clever girl.
I have a clever girl. No, none of
Not
that
a
happens.
cockatrice. I'm actually a leather chocobo. Shut up.
You hear?
Shut up.
No, none of that happens. The rest of the night passes uneventfully, and the morning, heralded by a slightly less gray light, as usual, kind of allows everyone to stir in the morning.
I have a moment that I need to share with
Please do.
everyone. So it happens to me first while I'm still sleeping.
Okay.
Someone was mentioning nightmares. Yana does indeed have one. And this nightmare occurs close to the end of our rest. And she is in her dreams cold, very cold, in dark, and falling in wetness. And she remembers feeling cold and afraid and falling, but slowly, as if gravity is dragging her ever so carefully downward, and her limbs won't react, and her body won't answer, and her lungs can't move, and she's straining and continuing to strain. And it's just everything in front of her is getting darker and darker and darker, and she wants to scream out, but she can't. And as she experiences this again, she hears this voice. Yana, please speak my name, Yana. Please let us help you, Yana. And as has happened when she first experienced this, she remembers the name. She lurches forward out of sleeping, and she shouts the name, Altas. And when she does, her necklace snaps. And I don't know if anybody else is awake to see this, but from the necklace, it spins around, turns into water, and forms a fox that lands in front of her.
Well, if you yell the name Altus, then Ilarion will certainly hear that. And I would put that after the little encounter that we just talked about with Ilarion. So I would say you put that after it. Probably everyone else.
This is when we're waking up. This is like at the very end of our rest.
Okay,
So we've been asleep already.
I would say still Ilarion would. Well, okay. You know what? Then I'm going to ask everyone to make perception checks for me, except Ilarion, who I think is just going to hear this. But I'm going to ask everyone to make perception checks except for Yana. So Tantin, Merame, Nisiana, but do it at disadvantage because you're still coming out of your sleep. So Tantin, Merame, and Nisiana can make these perception checks at disadvantage.
Ooh.
Okay. Tantin, you're like, spanners is your dream, I assume. So. And then let's
prepared the
see.
most wonderful device.
Yeah, I don't think Nisiana would wake from probably still trying to get some healing back, I would say. But Merame would, I think, probably hear this. So Merame, you would probably hear this, and therefore would be awake so that you and Ilarion see, and I assume this fox is visible, Yana?
So I'm sleeping, or Yana has lurched upright. So now she's sitting on the ground.
Okay.
In the corner that she was in, where she couldn't no one. So specifically, so no one can attack her from behind.
Right.
And the fox, the water fox, which is about the size of a standard fox. It's not bigger or smaller. It's just what you would expect. Maybe on the smaller-ish side, is sort of in front of her, where would be the exposed part of her, and just looking out at everybody but her. as if something's about to happen and the water spirit's prepared to do something. And the water spirit is lowly speaking. It's all primordial Aquan, so I'm sure none of you can understand
But
that.
it is audible, though, right?
It is definitely audible.
Okay.
It is 100% audible.
So Larry and Amerame, you can both.
And
do
I
that.
can understand it.
Right.
And all it is saying to me is, Yana, I am here. And then oh, sorry, I thought I turned that off. And then, it's, the water spirit stops talking, and I'm sort of breathing heavily and have not even noticed if anybody else is listening or not. I'm just sort of,
Okay, so Larry and Amerame, you can react to that.
I'm going to just gently put my hand on Nisiana's shoulder, and then I'm going to gently approach where Yana and the fox are.
the fox looks at you as soon as you start to move forward.
I'm going to just like kind of crouch down, get down so that I don't look aggressive. And then when I'm at 10 feet to it, I'm going to establish a mind link with it, and I'm going to make it the telepathic, like, so that it can speak back to me, and it doesn't matter which language, it will understand me. And I'll just be like, hey, little buddy, you're a new friend?
Yes.
Yana seems to be a little bit scared. Are you hurting her?
I am helping.
Okay. Let's review definitions of helping.
She
Are you helping
for
her die?
So sorry, what did you say, Rob?
She called for me.
Oh.
I am here. Who are you?
I'm Marimay Hawksmoor. It's a pleasure to meet you. I travel with Yana.
He's just looking at you.
Okay. What can we call you? Very polite.
Altas.
Altas. That is a lovely name, Altas. Can you communicate with Yana? Does she understand you?
Yes.
Maybe you want to say something soothing to her, because she seems to be having a panic attack. Or will you let me go to her?
She will be okay. I am here. We are friends. Is that the correct word?
What?
Yes. Friends.
You both have to agree that you're friends to be friends. I just want to be clear on that. That you seem
I
to
am
be...
clear on what I am saying. She called me here. If you mean no harm to her, then I mean no harm to you. She's already been through more than you can possibly know.
That's fair. We haven't really had the chance to chit-chat yet. You seem nice enough. Why did she call you? When did she call you?
She called me now because she needed me.
Are you going to stay all the time?
Sadly, I am not yet strong enough. But soon. Soon. And at this point, Yana has sort of caught the fact that you two are having a
little chit-chat
moment. And as soon as she realizes that you are chatting with him, or that you are communicating with Atlas, she sort of turns, and it isn't so much of a pet that she does, but she kind of puts a hand against the side of Altus. And you can say whether you see this or not, but she becomes almost surprisingly calm in a way that you haven't seen her become before. And it actually surprises her a little bit too, because this is the most calm she's been with this spirit thus far for her mind. And Altus kind of looks over his shoulder and then looks back at you if you want to try to keep talking to him.
I'll look up to Yana now that she seems to have snapped out of it, and I'll just be like, Yana, are you okay?
No, but I'll be fine. And when she says that, she says again, Altus. And the fox vanishes and becomes an earring on her left ear. And it's icicled around it and sort of attaches to it. And looks at you and just kind of nods, knowing that she's going to have to explain some of this later, but just kind of says, we will talk.
All right.
But not now.
I respect that, but if ever you need our help or you're uncomfortable with any of this, you let us know, all right?
Difficult is not different, new. I don't know this feeling, but I do believe Altus is a friend. That is all I know for now. Altus gives me strength. A different kind. Not a shifter strength. Power with water. Equal with water. I don't need to be afraid of water.
Well, there's a lot of things we don't understand, I suppose, in this world yet. Arv, can I make an insight check just to see?
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. And also, while you're doing that, Alarian, you've just been observing this silently. Can I assume?
Absolutely correct.
Okay.
Not even making any kind of reaction, even when the fox came out, disappeared, just watching the whole thing. I figured. Completely still.
I get advantage, just so you know.
Okay. So we're looking at a 14. Yeah, what are you trying? You're trying to determine the truth, basically, of what's being suggested here?
Yeah, the truth, and just to make sure that she's actually okay with this, because it's kind of a little bit creepy on some levels as well, so...
I think the way to describe it from what you're picking up is that, this doesn't get... You don't get the sense that Yana's being controlled. Okay. It's probably not accurate to say that Yana's comfortable with it fully, because she may not totally understand all of it herself. But there is this sense of depth, as if this is a thing with which she struggles. But you don't get the sense of enslavement or being locked in place per se. Maybe more of an internal struggle, if anything.
It's like she got a new iPhone and she's trying to figure out all the apps. And
yeah,
it's
I mean, it's exactly. Really, you get the sense that it's exactly. I mean, yeah.
Arv?
Yes.
May I be allowed to expand upon that just a little bit?
Very little, though, because I need to get onto this next thing. So
sure. No, it's what it really is that she is afraid of the situation, not the creature itself.
Yeah, that's fair. That would be fair. And I was trying to express it somewhat that way. Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot going on with her right now that she's not. She understands that it's happening, She doesn't really understand why, but she's aware that it's not bad. She just doesn't get it.
Yeah, I'd also say, Merime, you probably would also get the sense that you're not that she's not trying to hide things from you per se, as much as trying to sort through it all herself.
Okay. Well, I'll just make sure that Yana knows that if you need to talk, or if you're ever like, we're here, I'm here, and then I will give her space.
And of course, one note to Alarian, which is that of course all you would have seen is just Merime kneeling and just like the intense staring between the fox and Merime. And at this point, Tantin and Nisiana both wake up, and you can see that I would say that Merime is kind of just standing up. Yana looks sort of, I don't know, bemused in some way, and Alarian, inscrutable as ever, is kind of turned in your general direction.
Merime, I assume you've
and
probably,
Garunda too is still snoring away, I should say, by the way.
You've probably used your mind link on us at times when necessary in the past 6 months. I don't think it's
imagine
anything,
so.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it's anything new. So when you get that look, it's like, oh, okay, yeah. Alarian recognizes what you're doing. Okay. That's all. Yeah.
I mostly use it with Nisiana, but when necessary, when I'm gossiping about you behind your backs, but when necessary, I would use it with you guys too.
As the others wake up, before Merime moves away, Yana kind of reaches out and holds her arm, not rough, just sort of like as a, and kind of looks at her and says, "In its own time, I will let the others know. At Altas, he will help. I promise."
I'll nod and I'll say, I have no secrets with my sister, but I will respect your privacy for the others.
Thank you. And she sort of goes back to try to get herself, just center herself for the rest of the day to get the hell out of the Mornland.
Yeah, no kidding, eh?
And Grunda, I feel like I could have slept for days. Well, and she kind of looks up. I hope everyone's doing okay. And she kind of looks around at all of you. It's great not to be a statue. And sort of stops and sees half of you asleep and like half of you, waking up, and everything all right?
It is fine. We'll wait for the residents to wake, and we will be moving out soon.
All right. I'm ready, and I have a little bit of, maybe I don't anymore. And she goes over to her pack. Well, it looks, and she takes out these 2 pieces of what look like jerky, like a kind of some indeterminate meat jerky. And it's kind of like, they taste a little stone flavored. I don't, and she kind of tosses it to the ground. Never mind. Okay. Otherwise, now that you folks have done what you came to do, you can set on your way back.
We're only halfway there. We have to deliver back.
The only thing that happens is Alta says to Yana, "Your friend, she seems pleasant." And Yana, in her communication with Alta, says back, "Very. Yes."
Tantin, you looked also like you were going to maybe say something or not.
Yeah, he's as soon as he's up, he just immediately starts ritual casting.
Okay. I would say that time, the 10 minutes or whatever you need, passes. What is at the end of it? Is that the disc?
Identify. Don't need the disc.
Yes, true. You don't need the disc now. That's true. Yeah.
I also
Identify-
need 5 minutes to purify water and food for everybody.
Okay. All right.
Identifying the flask.
Yeah.
What you are dealing with this thing is almost certainly a potion of healing, if you had to guess, Tantin. That is what it is.
Well, then you should keep it. Getting hurt.
I imagine Nisiana putting a big post-it note on it, like, use
Not
this
an out of
first, like.
What kind of potion?
It is a potion of healing.
Yeah. What? Like.
Just
regular?
a normal one. So it'll be, I think it's 1d4.
2d4 plus 2.
2d4 plus 2, right? Would be the amount. You can break it into 2 doses, so you can do 1d4 and then 1d4. So 1d4 plus 1, 1d4 plus 1, or 2d4 plus 2.
Upon completing that, he's like, oh, interesting, yeah. And he puts it away and says nothing. And he gets up and starts walking towards the door and is like, are we leaving?
As soon as everyone is ready, yes.
Ready to leave. Ready to go home.
Well, back to Sanctuary, but for now, I suppose that is our home.
Better than here.
True.
And she's sort of making her way out of the hut and looking to see, like, now that we're outside, how is anything changed or different, or are there still, are there like 8 ghost trains going by? What's happening?
There's a whole ghost station. No, it looks exactly the same, actually.
The Titanic has come in and Cheech Man goes, better late than never.
Exactly. You see George Carlin is somehow now become the conductor standing outside. And, no,
What?
there's just, it's true. You know, he did for a while. It looks actually very much the same. As I mentioned, there's a kind of weird sameness, despite all the bizarreness of the Mournland that kind of comes across in the gray. But it feels very much the same way.
I sort of, like, once I get outside, I kind of motion, you know, let us away.
All right.
I don't say that.
Assuming the party does that, then you make your way back. And if you sort of, now that you don't have to follow the track exactly, you could just make a straight beeline, basically, for what you think the edge of the morning would be. Edge of the Mournland, I should say, would be, and near Salvation. So you could do that if you want. Presumably, if you were to press on without having to follow the track, you could probably be out by the end of the day if you really set to it.
We get started as early as feasible, so yeah, ideally.
Okay. So your passage through out of the Mournland is fairly uneventful. The only thing that you note is that just as you were about to, and it's late afternoon, early evening, maybe 5 o'clock or so, roughly speaking, when you finally get to the edge that's going to break through, excuse me, on the other side to where Salvation waits. As you're sort of climbing up to that wall, you hear, I would say, actually, I want everyone to make perception checks for me, please. I don't know what you hear. We'll find out. Depends on the overlay, Shadowed. For Esper Genesis, I do under. For something like this, I do over. So either way works for me.
You said perception?
Yes.
I did not mean to roll at advantage.
Okay, that's fine. I just take the one on the left then. So let's see. So Tanton is like, yes, well,
he's working on, yeah.
Yeah.
Sensing a theme here.
Yana with a 13. He's Yana with a 13. I would say the only one who really senses this then is Alarian. And actually, it's appropriate, as usual, the dice and the narrative. As we come to the end, I would say, as you come to the end of the morning, just about to step out, Nisiana, Merime, and Tanton, and Yana, and Grunda can all head out. And just as you're about to step through, Alarian, in the distance, far distance behind you, you hear... And again, it's that sound of almost a very distant train whistle, just like last night.
And they will turn and look off into the distance for at least a full minute.
So you look back in that direction. It's possible that you see a slight lightening of the gray in one spot. Mm-hmm. Possible. But it's very hard to tell if it's that or if it's one of those, like, if you stare at like a chair long enough, it starts looking really weird to you and no longer like a chair. So it's possible that that's what's happening in this situation.
Well, and it's the gray, so that's like half of everything that happens out here is just because of where you are. So exactly. All right. Okay. Then they'll turn back and step out.
When you get back into Salvation, first of all, I imagine the first step for all of you is to go back to Bellalore, who is, I think it's fair to say, extraordinarily excited. And when you get there, you see that Bellalore actually runs to Garunda. Now remember, Bellalore had just said, oh, this is my best scout. But they run to each other and embrace. And it occurs to all of you that there is a surprising family resemblance, perhaps, between the two of them.
Oh, no, we caught that.
Yeah. Probably a pretty good guess.
Yeah.
Errol.
I thought it was magnets.
And you note, by the way, that Errol is like hopping up and down, like doing the classic dog, like extremely excited, wants to be involved, like bangs into the two goblins every so often and then bounces off.
And, like that.
And Bellalore thanks you profusely, and as promised, gives you each 10 gold for having done this, and promises that if you ever need help or assistance, she will do whatever she can for you. And Garunda again reminds you that she will be happy to teach you Goblin, and I'll talk mechanically about how that might work if any of you actually want to pursue that, but she offers that. The last thing that I want to note is that I do want to remind everybody that we talked a little bit about these things called hero points, right? That were unique to this campaign. I don't actually think any of you used a hero point. Had you used one, then you would have had it restored here. It doesn't reset after every little mini thing, but this is a case where that would have been one of your rewards. But as it turned out, didn't need them because you
completely forgot I had it. First of all,
me too.
There's that.
Well, now you remember.
Right.
But anyway, but yes, there is. You've done apparently some good here.
I would hope so.
By the time you leave that, it is evening in Salvation. So you have, of course, 2 other things to attend to, or other things you could do. So
I want to talk to Bellalore first before we go.
Yeah, Bellalore is happy to talk to you as much as you want. Constantly is, holding on and hugging her daughter.
And actually, this is for Grenda too, so it's actually perfect. And the rest of the group, I don't care if they hear it or not, they can stick around. And I actually asked them both about it. I didn't do this while we were walking out, even though I had the opportunity to, because I wanted to ask them both together. And I asked them about the ghost train, whether they've heard about it in the gray on that track, etc. If there's anything either of them can tell me about it.
And so they kind of look at each other, and then Bellalore says, well, there was during the war, there were a lot of skirmishes and battles near here, partly because one of the big train lines, one of the most important most important supply lines that went from one area of the Mournland to the other for Seer, well, it ran not that far from here, maybe a day's travel, north-south. When the war happened, it was one of the things that got attacked the most. People were always trying to stop it, shut it down, keep it from going from one place to the other. And well, some people say that, well, there's all kinds of reasons why people say the Grey happened. But when the morning occurred, some people say it was along the train tracks that they saw it happen. And Garunda nods and says, yeah, I heard tell that there was all the energy that ran up and down the track, and that rising up from the track were all the ghosts of the spirits, some people say. The spirits that they destroyed and enslaved to run those things. I don't know whether it's true. It's a bunch of foolishness, possibly. But after what I've seen, and she looks at Bellalore and says, nothing would surprise me anymore, Ma. Nothing at all. And Bellalore nods and looks back at you and says, I ain't never seen one myself, but it's possible.
Thank you both for your time. It is appreciated. And they'll turn and head out.
And just turn out and leave.
Yep.
hero points, Rock God, are something which are specific to this campaign. And basically what a hero point is, I will get you the exact description. It's less powerful than an inspiration would be, but what it essentially does is it marks sort of reputation and so on within Salvation, and also allows you to do these things that they have. So a player can spend a hero point whenever they make an attack roll or an ability check or a saving throw, and you can spend the hero point after the die roll is made, but before they know whether they're successful or not, and it allows you to roll a d6. So it's very similar to Bardic Inspiration, like that. Now, one thing I will say is, I misspoke slightly. You started with the one hero point last adventure, but then that didn't end up getting abused. And at the end of the adventure, at the end of the adventure, you lose any hero points you've accrued. But it is possible normally to stack these. And so right now you are still in the Nightland. So technically you have each 2 of these hero points right now.
Oh,
so these will be all used up once we get to the end of the Nightland. But you have not done so yet. So at the moment you have 2 of those hero points.
Okay.
That is an Eberron. That's an Eberron thing, Rock God. It's actually an Oracle of War thing specifically. Sorry, John.
Saving throw or skill check?
Yep. It's just like Bardic Inspiration, so it would be a attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw.
You said
also you can
after the die is rolled, but before you know if it's effective or not.
That's right. Also, you can only spend 1 hero point per roll.
Okay.
One other note: whenever you fail a death saving throw, you can spend a hero point to turn the failure into a success.
Nice.
Even a crit fail.
Oh, well, that's a pretty big deal.
Yep. If you
Trent,
have
Trent, did you take notes on that? Did you pay attention there?
No.
I have now written this down at a point where I can remember to be like, hero points? Hero points.
Yes.
Yeah, me too. I completely forgot about it.
Because I did not remember it at all.
Spend 1 per roll. Okay. All right.
All right. So it's about 5. So assuming you've found out from Bellalore what you wanted, I think you have.
Well, as much as I could. Yeah, it's fine.
So
that's as much as I'm going to get.
Now the question is, what would the party like to do? Because it's about 5 o'clock, as I said, in the evening. Well, maybe by 5:30 now, in the evening, and you are back in Salvation. I'm just never gonna not be tired of saying that that phrase. You found salvation. You've arrived in salvation.
I feel like I should get a hat.
You feel like I'm telling you.
Yeah, you know. We'll look at the party. It's really kind of up to them now. We did that. The gray, no salvage, but that's okay. Did the job we're supposed to do. Do those want to rest in an actual bed tonight and then perhaps pick up the job search in the morning, or investigate something tonight while there's still light out?
It depends if we want to go to the waste yard. Was it the waste yard that we could go? Because that was
It is the Church of the Silver Flame, or the salvage yard.
the salvage yard. That's what. Because wasn't that indeed at night?
Daybreak, sunrise, I think it was.
Yeah.
What did that say?
That's
Yes.
right. That's
Come
right.
in at sunrise, expect, yeah.
Danger, Will Robinson. Yes.
Yep, just after sunup.
I guess it depends what we want to do. We could go talk to the church, check out and see what they're about, or we can just go to the inn and.
Well, I would like to talk to the silver flame, the silver flame. See, maybe it's no longer needed. They don't need help, or perhaps they still need help. And then if we want to go to the other definitely dangerous thing, we can at least compare the 2 jobs. More information is better.
That makes sense.
I agree. Looks at Tanton and Yana.
Yana is honestly, she will follow whatever you guys do. Because she's not she's not particularly invested in any of it. She's basically thinking about her own things right now, but she's with you guys, so she will help in whatever you guys do.
Thoughts, Yatantin, Tagasha, to Kenneth?
I'm sorry, what?
Church or salvage yard, or church then salvage yard?
Well, I've never really been one for religion, but I suppose. Oh, you mean where should we go next? Well, salvage yard.
Well, that will be tomorrow morning.
Then why did you ask?
Because Nisiana, Jarasco, and I are thinking of investigating the church, along with Marilee Hawksmoor if she wishes to accompany us. You, of course, do not have to go. You can go to the inn and put yourself up in a decent room with what we've been paid for the previous job.
Yana then decides to chime up and says, I will go with you to salvage.
Well, that's still tomorrow morning.
Correct.
Why can't we do both?
That was the plan.
Then why are you asking?
Because your opinion is important.
But if we're going to do both, why does it matter?
Why don't you make sure that that is what you wanted to do as well? It is not a dictatorship where the majority automatically rules for everyone. If you had something else to do or did not wish to accompany us.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, now it all makes sense. Thank you so much.
You all, and he says, they say, you all may be hungry after being in the gray. You all may want to get something to drink. You all may wish to rest.
Yes. All of that. That's all that Yana says.
Adelarian nods at her. Exactly. We are not
a bit longer and do it after the church, I suppose.
That is also an option. All right. Church, then food, then rest, then salvage.
Sounds solid.
Okay. And Valerian starts heading off to the church.
Because we planned it.
All right. Before we do the church, go ahead. Yeah.
Are we still deciding?
No.
No. The order, the schedule has been set.
And you can sort of see she has like no interest in this process whatsoever. She just understands that you all really like talking, and she just kind of, in maybe the most young person way you could possibly see from her in the entire time so far, she just kind of looks and starts walking.
These millennial shamans, I tell you.
If she's comfortable with it, Marimé would link arms with her to make sure she doesn't get lost, but only if she's comfortable with it.
She doesn't stop you, but she has no idea why you're doing it.
Come on.
This is completely alien to her, but she doesn't stop you because she thinks you're all right.
Good. Come on, don't get lost.
Okay.
Mind link with Nisiana.
What are we doing?
All right.
Not working. Okay.
So, all right. We are going to do this church thing in a minute, but I have a bit of a surprise for the party.
Nuclear bomb.
Beholders attack.
And it's an attack of beholders with nuclear bombs. No,
it's tax time. You all have to pay your taxes here.
Eberron, nuclear beholders. No,
accountant edition.
And they're all like, why would anybody ever choose this? Okay.
We're level 1.
That's the mean streets of Eberron. That's what, in Salvation, beholders with nuclear weapons are just a way of life. All right.
The name is ironic.
All right, give me just 1 second because I need to. Oh my god. Okay. So what I'm doing, in case anyone's curious, is I'm adjusting something for use and. Okay.
Yeah, thanks. That's very clear. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, no problem. I do what I can. All right. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll have this ready in just.
Oh
a minute.
no!
It's gonna
Awkward
be-
silence
it's
until
gonna be
you're
worth
ready.
it. It's gonna be worth it. It's gonna be worth it.
Hey, you keep claiming that, Arv, but you know.
What happened with our cameras?
Well,
What do you mean?
Why did it even show that?
If you look at
if you look at the
Wow, I am
stream,
cut
yeah.
in half.
Yeah.
Oh, me too. Neat.
Yeah.
That's
Ow.
amazing.
Same place. I'm good.
I tell you.
It
You can just
showed-
leave me where I am.
Well,
That's fine.
This stream is leaving much to be desired, Arv. I'm just going to tell you that right now.
All right, I'm gonna take this out of that because this way it's at least I can do it with a full screen. I don't know why it showed that one thing when it shouldn't have. But anyway, as you can see, I am working on Shadowed Mage's amazing new overlay for everybody.
yeah,
And
Oh,
I
nice.
think that
that's
thing looks
very nice.
awesome.
That's
Cool.
That's really cool, Shadowed. And as soon as I finish getting everyone's names correct, that'll look even cooler.
That is really cool.
Nice.
Thank you, Shadowed Maid. That's amazing.
All right. And let's see. We have Luciana. Goes there. All right, like that. Okay.
Sorry about the long name.
Yeah, it's okay. And listen, try putting the name Gromnir Grummelhammer for several years and try to capture that. And that was always like, squeeze that thing in there somehow. Okay. I will just say quickly to the designers, developers of OBS, I really appreciate that you're trying to make things easier for us with this overlay system. But what ends up happening ultimately is that it doesn't work. Like it's putting it into folders, basically. I mean, not overlays, I should say folders. Putting it into folders, all I want is for it to be neat in OBS. What it ends up doing is it's like, so because it's in a group, now you want me to move that all together, right? You want me to put it all together, right? So you want me to have it when I move one. I'm like, no, can you just put the freaking thing? So that's why this is taking so long, is because I can't control them automatically. So
If you move what you want to do is, if you do put stuff in a folder, and I know I've had this issue happen too, take the thing you want to move out of the folder, move it, put it back in the folder, because it's that's the only way to do it right now, unfortunately. But they did add an undo feature, so if you accidentally move the whole group, you can just Control Z and undo it.
That's actually very helpful. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry this is taking
it
so
only
long,
took
everybody.
them what, 9 years to
I know, right? Yeah,
feature.
I'm sorry this took so long, folks. It would have been a
It
lot
certainly
faster. I was
is.
just excited to get you all to see it, to roll it out, so I apologize. Okay.
Yeah,
names are
folders
done, we're
work
good.
weirdly, but they once you get the once you get the hang of it, it actually is very helpful.
Okay, so this looks cool.
I
all right.
think Arv doesn't think so. But
No,
think so.
I just wish. I just think there should be a way just to make it so it looks nice in OBS and forget about everything else. Like I'll control. I mean, that's all I really want is just for there not to be a million groups in OBS.
Ba-dee-da,
Okay,
Mr.
there we go.
Don't have so many scenes. Believe me, I have so many.
Yeah, that's true.
And I still haven't figured out the new thing they added, which is actually being able to make stuff movable within the scene itself. That's the new thing that they've now
Okay.
apparently added.
All right, and then that, and then there is Alarian, and it's all going to be great, chat. You're going to love every part of it. This complete dead zone was completely worth the time that Arv.
No, this
spent
is the
on
best
it.
part of the campaign so far.
This
is
great
really
choice
what
that Arv made. Let me tell you, Arv's not at all regretting that he did this right now.
I'm sorry, we don't have the time to work through all this right now. We'll come back to it later. We have to move on. Please.
Well, what it means is you can't actually attack us right now while you're doing
Yeah.
it.
We
So I'm
Yes.
good.
I mean, I already brought
secretly
up the
safe.
nuclear beholders. I mean,
I feel like we're just dead anyways.
Okay. All right.
Let's roll. That
Finally,
looks
at
really
long last, there we
Roll
are.
for nuclear detonation.
I'm
Oh.
sorry that took that long. All right, there you go. Chat, feast your eyes on the awesome new Eberron, overlay. That looks awesome. Shadowed, really, it came out really, really nicely.
Nice work, buddy.
That looks great. Very cool. All right, and good. All right, good, lovely. So back to we go, and I apologize to the players. That was ridiculous. Okay. So you head to the church, the Silver Flame, and I'm watching the time here. I know. You head to the church. So the Chapel of the Silver Flame can be found. Let me show you all where. Okay, that is yes. So that is actually right up above, somewhat not surprisingly maybe, right here. It's actually right next to I believe it's actually right. So it's actually right next to this area that's listed, Salvation Outpost. Yeah, so it's actually right next to the area that you just were. It is basically here. And when you first enter the building, a couple of things that sort of stand out to you about this place. The Chapel of the Silver Flame, when you walk into it, is made of clean dressed stone, and it has a gabled roof of silver-painted wooden shingles. Inside, there are several simple but well-made benches which rest before a stone altar. And there's a silver dish sitting on the altar, and behind it a large tapestry embroidered with the image of a silver arrow, which hangs on the wall. A middle-aged woman dressed in silver-tinged clerical vestments smiles in welcome, which is a rare sight in a town that smiling is kind of not in, heavy supply. And she says, "Welcome. I'm Mother Johanna. I'm the keeper of the chapel. How can the Silver Flame be of service today?"
Which room are we in? Where are we supposed to be?
I'm not even, you know what? The map is not making sense to me, and I'm already annoyed enough that I made you all wait, so I'm not going to figure it out now. You're just inside a chapel theater of the mind.
Okay. And her name was what again?
Johanna. Mother Johanna.
Fine.
Mother Johanna.
We are here in answer of the posting on the job board regarding your problem.
Oh, yes. And you can see she, visibly, looks relieved. I didn't think anyone would be able to come. Yes, well, please come in. And she sort of gestures you forward and has you sit down in one of the pews, basically, toward the front. Yep, exactly. Does not really accommodate your particular size, Alarian, particularly well. And she sits down, sort of an odd thing for her to do, dressed in her vestments, but just kind of on the first couple of steps leading up to this altar, right? And she sits down and looks at all of you, and she said, "Yes, well, you see, the situation is this. Our chapel was blessed with a relic. It was called the Arrow of Truth. It came directly from the heart of Flamekeep. Now, those of you who know anything about religion, and actually all of you can make a religion check for me, please, to see if you've heard of this place. It's not a difficult one, because Flamekeep is fairly well known.
Well, when you get a 6, yeah.
Well, it's not that well known.
Is the non-religious person going to get the best religion roll in this damn thing? Okay.
Okay, so all of you
Yana
spent a lot
somehow
of time
is the religious guru. Okay, somebody nope, still have the highest religion roll.
I would say that actually, yeah, probably Yana, because it's not a difficult one, and yet somehow, but Yana and Marame are the only ones who know this. Flamekeep is actually the headquarters of the Church of the Silver Flame. It is where supposedly a great battle was fought in which a paladin basically protected her people in the city. And her spirit was so great that although she was overwhelmed, she herself ended up finding her way clear to, she was able to defend the town despite the loss of her own life. And it is said ever since then that this flame has burned brightly in this place, which is a holy place called Flamekeep. And so she says that this arrow of truth came directly from it. And she says, 3 days ago, Mother Johanna, that's me, I speak my own name, left the chapel to run an errand, leaving it in the care of an acolyte. It was my acolyte, Jariah John. He's means well, but, well, anyway. Out in the streets, I then found Jariah buying food from the market. I was confused. The acolyte said that he hadn't visited the chapel that day. So I rushed back to the chapel, and the altar was open, and the arrow of truth was gone. The thief we found out later, was disguised as a member of my own order, and was seen carrying a wrapped bundle into the office of a notorious salvage broker, Zodar Tarev, an unworthy, untrustworthy shifter brigand is what he should be called. Just a few minutes after the arrow was stolen is when they saw this person going in there. So, if you ask me, the actual thief must be someone who works for Zodar. No one really in this town trusts him, and for good reason. That arrow must be returned. Without it, the chance that we have to make this into a functional facility, one that actually spreads the word of the Silver Flame, will be lost. A flame cannot burn without oxygen. We need to have that relic. I've put up the job notice to ask whoever took it to get it back.
Isn't there law enforcement in the city?
Yes, there's one. Sheriff is his name. He's she looks a little bit uncomfortable, and then she says, warforged, somewhat like you, Ilarion, but, well, Sheriff means well, but she doesn't, she's too lenient. There are times when people get away with crime in this town, and it's not right, and it's not my place to say so. I am here to tend to my flock and my people, but for someone to just be allowed to walk in, admittedly, my acolyte should not have been away, but to walk in broad daylight even, and simply take this relic and then sell it to Zodar.
Theft is theft.
It's
but
wrong.
Did you talk to Sheriff about this incident?
Yes. Sheriff has said that she has no proof, and she can't accuse without proof, as if proof is needed where Zodar is concerned. Zodar has been shown to have been guilty of multiple crimes, but Zodar is slippery, and there are easy ways that Zodar finds to get around the law, at least the law as the sheriff represents it. I don't mean to be unkind. Sheriff has a good heart, but I don't think she has what it takes to actually be someone to enforce law here. And if a priest is saying this thing, you can imagine what the true meaning of it is.
So you wish to hire private investigators to recover this item?
Yes. Someone who can do what is needed. And I must warn you, Zodar is not only not to be trusted, but is potentially dangerous. In fact, Zodar's people even threatened me once. Several days ago, I had been inquiring about the arrow, and he sent 2 of his men. One was an orc, one a human, and they told me to stop looking around, that it would be a shame to see this building that we're trying to build be taken down from the inside out. One of them looked at me and said, "Wood can burn." I said, "What?" He said, "That's all. Wood can burn." And then he left. Well, I told Sheriff that too, but she said it was just a threat, an empty threat, and that she couldn't do anything till something's already been done. What, until my church has been burnt to the ground? We need help. Help beyond normal channels.
Ilarion looks at the others.
Can I do an insight check to make sure she's not just feeling...
Did you misplace the relic of your
Well,
order?
no, it's
Oh,
like
it's
either
behind
misplaced
you.
or something. She just doesn't.
In your ear.
Something that like she very clearly doesn't like this person. The question is,
Sure, you
I
can do
just-
an insight check for that.
see if I can do an insight.
Absolutely.
Uh, Can I roll? Which game am I playing? Aha!
Oh, hello.
Yes. Hello.
Yeah, so
I finally
you
woke up.
like aha. Yeah, there's no question, Nisiana, that she is genuinely upset and genuinely believes that what she has described is what happened. Now, she of course could be mistaken in her impression, but it certainly seems like she believes it.
Okay.
And she says, she sort of waits as you're all thinking about it, and she says, also, we have not much, but I can provide something. I will offer you, well, one of these. And she stands up and she goes behind the altar. Then she brings out a small, medium-sized, I guess, wooden box. And she brings it over to one of the benches, and she opens it. And inside, she pulls forth a vial, and she says, this is a vial of antitoxin, very strongly powerful against almost all poisons that I know of. Or I can give you one of these. And she lifts up another flask and she says, it is alchemist's fire. Burns quickly and hot against any enemy against which you use it. Or, last of all, and perhaps most valuable, I suppose, and she pulls out 20 shining arrows. And she says, these are silver arrows. And perhaps the greatest treasure besides the arrow that was taken from us that I possess in this building. If you can do this for me, then I will give each one of you your choice of one of these items. The Church of the Silver Flame rewards those who help its cause, one way or the other.
What about Zodor?
She says, and you can see her her face falls, and she says, Zodor is a shifter. Always walks with 2 human bandits behind him, his enforcers.
Zodor is a shifter?
And she nods. She says, yes. I note that only because Zodor often talks about how he is being singled out by the town, that gets more abuse than anyone else because of that fact. But the Church of the Silver Flame treats all without question. It is simply that, in this particular case, Zodor has been guilty of things before. He was, in fact, even imprisoned a few years back for something which he did. He stole money from, one of the local facilities. They found out. They caught him with proof. Other than that, Zodor has been accused many times, but never held actually accountable for any of his crimes. He always walks around with his 2 enforcers, Shybuck and Rolls. He always has them as his shadows.
Not shifters.
No, they are humans.
It is his pack, then?
She sort of tilts her head and she says, I
They
feel like
travel together.
Yes, but Zodor doesn't have family or friends, just people he orders around. You should see what he says to the children in the street if they get in his way.
If he was caught with the stolen goods on him, how did he escape prison?
He served in jail for that crime, that offense, but it was only a few coins, and it was the local tavern. They found that they were doing less business with him in jail than with him out of it. And that's the other problem. He has many people here intimidated. They do what he says. So he may take a silver spoon here or a golden hilted dagger there, but no one ever speaks up about it, or almost never. The only reason that he got caught the one time is because the tavern owner happened to hate him even more than good-feeling people would about this person, and he was willing to take it the extra step. And yet, even he, I think, had to back down, and Zodor never spent very much time in prison even for that offense.
He sounds vile.
She nods. Vile is the word.
What do you want us to do about Zodor,
She says,
this shifter
I
who travels with humans?
And it looks to you, Yana, as if she was about to say something else, but then caught herself. So she's like, I just want you to get the relic back. Whatever it takes to do that. He deserves justice, but that's not what I'm hiring you for. It's not my job. I need my relic back. That's all. And I'm sure he's the one who took it, or knows who did.
Dishonorable shifter. It might not be up to you. And that's all she says.
And she leans back and looks at the rest of you.
I mean, it sounds fun to me.
We'll discuss it over dinner.
Oh, yes.
And she nods. Very well. Very well. Just please let me know as soon as you've decided. Every day that it's away is a weight on my mind. I can't imagine what would happen if they ever sent someone from the Order to check on it here. Ugh.
And what will you do if we say no?
Then I will leave the notice up and hope that someone can help me. Or wait for Zodar to do what comes next. Take everything else he can. Perhaps even me. And she kind of drops her head and says, I am not behaving in the way I should. I am so distraught over this loss. But I hope you will consider saying yes. If you can.
I will help. I will deal with Zodar. Zodar shouldn't hurt. You. Anyone. Bad shifter. Dishonorable. And she just kind of sniffs and doesn't like anything about this and kind of is just like,
yep.
Okay, Zodar's got to go.
So because I know you said you were going to talk about this at dinner, as you all stand to do that, I do want you all to make a perception check for me, please.
Okay.
Dang.
Oh, wow.
Well, you don't know anything about religion, but okay. Well, actually, Yana, you're
reading people.
I can't believe. So
No. So somehow I rolled a 1 and a 20.
Mm-hmm. That was impressive. That was impressive. That was very much.
20 came second.
Yep.
The only one who sees this, and perhaps it's because of Ilarian's long practice at guarding, is Ilarian. Ilarian, as you turn, you hear a gasp, and you see that, I should say, the only one of the party, because you see that lady, the Mother Johanna, gasps and is pointing at the door. And as you turn, you just get a chance to see something quickly zipping out of the door, like not even zipping, like it had its face and then just sort of pulled it back. And when you get to the door and look out, it's already gone. But it was definitely, without question, a face of narrow feline features and pierced eyebrows and longish whiskers, just like almost like a semi-beard, but not, exactly. It seems almost a little bit cat-like or rat-like. And Mother Jahara looks at you, Ilarian, seeing that you noticed it and said, "You see what I mean? Zodar. And now he knows." And that is where we will bring our session to a close for this evening. And that was a great session, gang, other than the fact that I made you wait for 5 minutes trying to fix this overlay, and I'm sorry about that. But other than that, It was great. Thank you for those links, Shadowed. And again, this
It's
is
okay.
a great
We always know
overlay.
that
It's
the
really
the
awesome.
worst enemy in the campaign is OBS itself.
Is OBS itself.
Always rolls.
But I'm very excited about this overlay. It really looks beautiful. So great job, dude. And I know there's another one that I'll be posting up the next time. Great stuff, folks. You finished one part of this adventure. You also got into a second one. You also got a little bit of character development. There was you might all get to learn Goblin. I mean, listen, there was a lot that went on here. You didn't get attacked by nuclear weapon wielding beholders, so there was a lot of stuff that could have gone wrong. Yet, I know that's true. That's true. The adventure is young. So
Give
good
it
stuff.
time.
I will start as usual with the person right on the right of your screen as you look over, and that of course is Rob. Rob, Yana obviously had a very interesting session. I love that little section with the Aqua Fox. I'm glad that Merime, as the Kalashtar, was able to actually interact with it in that way. I thought that fit a lot to me. And I love the idea that there was sort of a moment there, but it wasn't obviously just these internal character moments. I also thought it was interesting that Yana was very much like, oh, there's a bad shifter? Oh, okay. Like, beyond it was almost like, I'll do that for free. You don't have to give me anything. I just want to,
I'll get into that in a minute too.
But it was really interesting for me to see that. So how did you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
I had a great time with today. The thing that I really like about this character and playing this character is that she seems very, on the surface, it seems like, oh, she's a shifter. She's young. She's got this other ability about her, but she doesn't talk very much and she doesn't let on very much, but she's clearly got a whole bunch of other shit going on that she is dealing with, that between revealing it to the party and revealing it to the viewers and on occasion revealing it to the DM. Thank you for being understanding about that. It's really fun, and it makes it very fun for me because there are a lot of cool ideas I have floating around my head about this, and I want to develop this character out. And like I said, I have some stuff written already, and I'm going to write a further backstory and go into more detail about who Altus is, who Yana is, what preceded all of this and why, and hopefully this will, I actually, Arv, I want to talk with you at some point about how mechanically Altus will evolve, because there's some things I have in mind that I want to talk to you about in how it works with the shaman class that she is. And also just, making it so that she's not just like, I've always communed with nature, and nature is at my command, and everything nature does, I speak. She's kind of like, what the hell? Why is everything?
Yeah.
Why can't I hear the water? What? Okay, I can just do this now. Just throw stuff, and it makes it far more interesting to play because she gets it, but she doesn't get it, and that's a fun place to be in. It's terrifying, but I think it's not all that unusual. I think we've all been there just from life. There's a moment where you're like, wait, what's happening with my body? What's going on? What's all these new things that are, I've never experienced any of these things before, but some of this is cool. Some of this sucks, but some of it's cool. I don't know. So, and as for the shifter thing, she's a quiet person, but she's fundamentally a good person. And I think it really hurts her to hear about another shifter being a jerk, and not just being a jerk, but being vile and being potentially violent to someone else. And somewhere inside of her that also really sets her, her emotions afire because of stuff we haven't yet dealt with yet, and maybe stuff she doesn't even quite understand yet, but will definitely come up in a later session. So yeah, Zodar, your number's finally up, my friend. Yana's coming after you, and she's bringing Altus with her.
I look forward to seeing how Zodar gets handled.
Yes, and this is a lot of fun. I don't, in a lot of cases like Yana, I'm very confused about stuff that's going on. We share that in common. But I do like this world. I'm enjoying learning more about it. And hopefully once I get my hand on the book that y'all have that I don't, I'll even know some more about things that I didn't even know I needed to know. So that'll be good as well. I hope everybody is enjoying this, and I love how many people are turning out for this.
Good turnout tonight.
This is awesome.
Keep it up.
Yeah, I'm excited to see where this goes, and how the party deals with our own internal problems and the external forces that we what's the word I'm looking instill our energies into other issues and hopefully bring them to a resolution.
Agreed. Where will the fun folks see you next?
Yes, what I'm up to. So I am for those of you who don't know who I am, I'm Darkside Rob. I stream on Twitch TV, twitch.tv/Darkside Rob, RAHB. I've been streaming on the platform for almost 10 years at this point, if not longer. I think it's almost 11 years at this point. You can find my streams Wednesdays through Fridays, and I also do some music streams Mondays and Tuesdays, and I stream a whole lot of different variety of video games and do voices for games that I'm playing on stream, because I also do voice acting. I have 2 audiobooks hopefully coming out soon that I have delivered for someone in this particular Zoom call. It's John. And so hopefully once he gets those posted, you guys can enjoy that, and hopefully I'll have some more music and voiceover work and YouTube videos and streams for you all to check out on my Twitch channel soon. And I'll be doing stuff tomorrow on my Twitch channel, so definitely come by and check that out. Y'all are amazing. Thank you very much for being here.
Thanks,
you
Rob.
wonderful, crazy people, you.
Thank you, Rob. Good stuff. Moving right along. So Jen, Nisiana, I was very amused by Nisiana. Is just like, look, if you're going to keep getting hurt, okay, like, you're going to have to do, that was cracking me up. And there were these moments there. I continue to like these little moments, and I know it's going to be more of this with you and Maramé, of Maramé sort of looking after her, let me sing you to sleep, all that kind of stuff. I like those little details about the sisterly connection, but also it's interesting to me that Nisiana takes seriously not only her own job as a healer, but also people should stay healthy. Wear a mask, right? Like, I just had this image of you being like, listen, this is how this thing goes down. And I found that was a lot of fun, and it's going to be interesting to see when and if those things get tested and how Nisiana develops in those ways. How did you feel about today's session? Where would lovely folks find you next?
I enjoyed a lot of the little interactions. I'm starting to settle into her personality. Like, this is the first time she's left home. This is the first time she had to run after a bunch of, I'm going to say, a bunch of dumbasses running into danger, including herself. I will give you that. She's usually like riding a certain person's shoulder behind a shield, but the whole sighing and being like, I'll just catch up with you guys.
Yeah.
Because she's little. I'm like, okay, all right. I'm not going to be McCoy, but she's got naive parts, and then when it comes to medical, just like, stop hurting yourself. I don't have that many spells yet. So I'm enjoying that. I'm enjoying the interactions with me and Marie, sisterly. I will always be her little sister, no matter how grown up I am. Always talking about Alarian as being dad. Dad's a little too democratic sometimes. He needs to actually like making a decision and not just, like the elders in my house. They make decisions. They go. He's the elder.
What is this democracy
that's
thing?
going to be a moment at some point in the future where she's going to be just like, Alarian, please just make a decision. So I'm enjoying that. I'm also enjoying the other, I want to know more about Yana. I want to know more about Tantan and all the other stuff that they're doing. So she's going to be a wide-eyed, jaded medic. It's going to be kind of interesting to play with.
I've been there.
I was going to say, Trent's like, my life story, I see.
Well, I don't usually play wide-eyed characters. I play curious characters, but she really is naive. Like, She saw no danger in the fact that she was splitting from her party, staying next to a mechanical dog that could possibly wake up at any point in time, or something else come along and try to eat her. Now, me and Jen, I thought of that, and I went, well, I already said I was going to stay behind. This week, I am doing a big Turning the Tide 3-day event at the University Bookstore. It is tie-in fiction.
Yay, University Bookstore, by the way. It's awesome. I've read there a couple times. Yeah, it's really great.
They are so much fun to read at. And we're going to have people like Jonathan Mayberry, and Gene Raby, and Aaron Rosenberg, and Max Collins, and just all the big tie-in people will be there. I'm on the first day, on the 29th. It is a free event. They're asking you to please sign up. And please also get the book if you're so inclined through the University Bookstore.
Good stuff. And support of the University Bookstore in general is Dwayne Wilkins is still there, right?
Yes,
still
he
running
is.
It. So Dwayne Wilkins, for those of you who don't know, is actually the first person who found out that Robin Hobb was Megan Lindholm, or rather that Megan Lindholm was Robin Hobb, because he knows so well and he's kind of a fixture in the Pacific Northwest spec fic community. And I mentioned it because he actually managed to get books of mine for my first novel way back, and I've done a couple of readings there. And yeah, everybody knows him. And the University Bookstore is one of those bookstores you should support because it's not Amazon, and because it's there's a much more local feel to it. So anyway, I just wanted to
and also the profits for Turning the Tide will be going. Part of them will be going to the World Literacy Foundation.
Oh, cool! Even better.
So it's
neat.
All the things.
Cool. Very neat.
I also really like the new overlay, and I'm appreciative of everybody who's shown up. So thank you all.
Good stuff. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Yeah, man, I really like this overlay. Good job, Shadow. Thank you, Jen, as always. Moving right on along, John Alarian definitely had an eventful session today, not just in terms of combat, but in terms of what Alarian saw. And I really am beginning to imagine, this may just be because I happened to just rewatch Age of Ultron the other day, but I talked about how the drifting was reminding me of Vision. But in a couple of other ways, Alarian reminds me of Vision also. Something about the democracy points, the idea of, wanting to bring everyone together, not fully, not the social niceties, but it's not sort of the Cade style of well, whatever, I can do what I want. Like, it's not streetwise, right? It's much more sort of, this is how things are, and just kind of silently observing and taking it in. And I love the idea that you were the only one to hear the train both that night and then leaving. I was like, yes, so good that it worked out that way. So I really am enjoying that. And I also am anxious to see what happens when and if Alarian sort of takes on more of the leader role. But it's interesting, Alarian keeps deflecting that, right? And being like, well, this is not, it's a democracy and I don't, whatever. So I find that a very interesting character trait. How'd you feel about session today? When will the lovely folks find you next?
Well, I feel pretty good about surviving the first two combats without a scratch on me.
Yeah.
So I mean, the meat shield is doing very well so far. I have, no complaints about trends running into danger. As long as it
it's
get
working
killed,
really
it's all
well
good.
by having Ted take all the damage.
What can I say? No, this was a lot of fun. And yeah, it's interesting how those two incidents that happened in the Gray are going to affect Ilarion going forward, because they're going to find out, or try to find out, what the hell's going on with that. And it's become kind of a thing with them. But that's probably going to be down the road a little bit. But eventually they are going to start investigating that more thoroughly. Because it seems like it almost was signaling to them, which is odd.
Yep.
They're like, okay. This was a lot of fun. I enjoyed the conversation with Gromash before Nightfall. And then after the whole Spirit Fox thing with Yara, I got to experience what it was like being outside the telepathic conversation, which was interesting.
Yana, not Yara.
Yana, Yara, Yucca, Yara.
Is this because I don't know my own name, John?
That's probably part of it, but apparently it's spreading, because apparently I don't remember it either. So, But the funny part is that then because Ilarion was aware that Marimy could do this, we had a little side conversation about what just happened in chat, because Ilarion had questions. And so we chatted about what just happened. So that was excellent.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is a lot of fun. Everything. Looking forward to the next session, of course. Everyone here is great. Thanks everyone for coming out. I hope you see us in a couple of weeks when we do this again. But yeah, getting deeper into this is really, really fun. And Ilarion has a couple tasks to do before we do this whole thing with Zoloft or whatever his name is.
Zoloft.
Zodar.
I was like, what, really? Yeah, this is thank you, John. Always a great pleasure. And yeah, it's gonna be funny. I have this image that what you're gonna do is eventually, Ilarion's just gonna walk in someplace and it's gonna be that scene from Desperado, like, don't look back, don't. You just like blow away everybody in the place for no reason, except it's a bunch of criminals or something, and you walk out.
Oh,
like,
there'll be a very good reason for him doing that.
That'll be a reckoning. Anyway, thanks, John. Good stuff today. Moving right over to Marie. Marie, Marimy, I really, as I say, I was glad that your character was one of the people that was able to sense that whole thing with Yana, because it helped not only character development with the two of you, but also give us a chance to get a sense of what a Kalashtar, and your Kalashtar in particular, would actually do in that interaction, and kind of coming to grips with who what this mysterious creature is, rather than being like, okay, why are you here, and all that stuff. You did ask those questions, but it was sort of as once you had ascertained that you didn't think that this creature was enslaving Yana in some way, then from there it seemed like a lot of the discussion was kind of gathering information in a sort of interested way, rather than a, oh my God, kill it with fire, get the hell out of here sort of way. So that was interesting. And I mentioned the little sisterly moments already with Nisiana, which were really nice too. And your bardic inspiration that you were spreading around for those who would need it. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
I had a lot of fun today. I loved all the little moments that you mentioned as well. And I loved getting to know Marimy a little bit more too, and how she interacts with the world. Because I'm like, what kind of questions would she ask? But there's so much about herself that she doesn't understand, like her dreams and the way that she sees the world and all that. Like, there's so much that she doesn't understand. So she just kind of assumes, I don't understand a lot of things. I assume there's just a lot of things I don't know, but hey, I can sing about them. This will be great. Rhymes. And also that there are no secrets with her sister. Secrets are a bad idea. That was important. So yeah, I really had fun. I thought everybody was so great to watch too. It's just a pleasure to watch everybody role play and everybody running into danger. And I mean, Trendane, Tantin being like attacked by that dog. I don't know why it brought me so much joy, and I apologize, but see my joy.
It was awesome. It was awesome.
No, I could tell Trent was having fun with that part too.
It was very hilarious. So thank you. I enjoyed that. And we saved everyone. Go team, go. Teamwork, teamwork makes the dream work.
That's
Yay.
true. It's true. You held off the nuclear wielding beholders one more day.
Now,
Marie, I'm sure you loved how Altas uses about as many words, if not fewer, than Yana does.
Yeah.
I'm sure that went over really well with you.
Mary's a bard. So she's like, come on, words, man. There's no rhymes. Like,
Yeah,
there's
both
no
of these
flourish.
characters are not their verbosity is minimal at best.
Do not worry. Mary will fill in the silences for you.
I love it.
So next I have a book coming out on Wednesday.
Oh, all right.
Yay!
I do Hellbound Book 3 of the Guild of Shadows, which is like urban fantasy. It's actually based on a D&D campaign, but I totally ripped it out of the world and just used the same characters basically. But it's like 20 years ago, a bunch of human babies were swapped out and these different aliens, demons, were found in the cribs instead. And it's what happened to those babies, what we decided to do as a society. And then we're 20 years in and it hasn't gone so well, but my main character is called Tiramisu and she has a lot of weapons, a lot of enthusiasm for her job of stabbing people, and also has to find her way in this weird, complex world that is Earth. And this is her third installment where she tries to save one of her buddies. I'm going to throw it in the chat.
I was going to say, please do.
There you go. So that's coming out on Wednesday, which I'd forgotten about until someone pinged me on Twitter. Thank you, Prince Justin. I'm glad you enjoy Hellborn.
Of course Prince Justin did that. Prince Justin, do you know like the release dates of all books everywhere? I swear to God. That's awesome.
It's fun wild ride, so check it out if you like it. It's just for fun. Let's get on board and see how many people we can stab and make jokes about it, and make friends. Making friends is important. And also, aside from that, I'm online everywhere. The links have been shared. Come join, play. Let's hang out. Thank you for coming.
Good stuff as always. Thank you, Marie. And last but certainly not least, Tren. So, I mean, Tantin did take it almost literally on the chin when the creature challenged you. But I did love the idea of you being like, keeping your head and just being like, and then like, do I pull the thing? No, just like pull it, knowing that you're like, I'll fix it later. Like I'll fix it in post, right? Like I did.
Exactly.
So that was cracking me up. And also, of course, the idea that you'd then be like, all right, just go deal with the thing, with the stuff, because you had to go do that. And so that was fun to me. And of course, your reassembling, that was important. If you had not been a skilled artificer and if you'd just been like, oh, whatever, just rip out the wires, worry about it later. And then you put together like Errol becomes like, I don't know, like a cat instead of a dog. Like, I mean, it wouldn't have gone over so well necessarily. So it was the confidence in, I know I can do this because I'm an artificer and I can do that, which gave you a chance to have some connection with the goblin who wanted to be an apprentice artificer and all that kind of stuff. So how did you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
I hated it. I hated every moment of it. I thought it was horrible.
No, it was yeah. No, it was good.
Well, maybe next time don't spend so much time repairing stuff and actually pay attention to the campaign.
It should just not break down, then I won't have to. Didn't break down. You revved its heart out. Well, yes, but it was fighting.
I fixed it because I broke it. So
I'm the one who knows how to fix it because I'm the one who ripped out its internals. No, it was good. I was glad that worked. I'm glad I finally remembered to identify the.
Yeah, that was a good call. Did you notice that you did that and everyone was like, "Oh yeah,
oh yeah."
I knew, but I was wondering. I was like, I wonder if anyone's gonna figure it out. Anyway, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, I really enjoyed today. It was good. Let's see. Where will people see me next? Right back here on Tuesday for Adventures in Middle Earth.
Adventures in Middle Earth,
where we've got the party properly split by like miles.
Yep.
Not like 150 feet. We are very split.
Miles. And there's an invasion happening where maybe Erebor itself is in danger. And so like half of them know that. And meanwhile, Tren's character is running desperately like to get to the sea, to get to Dale. It's that party.
They're right behind me and they're not.
And they're not.
So
I have never GM'd a party that splits itself this many times. Like it's amazing how often they split the party. And it usually, it's not from foolishness. It usually makes sense at the time. But then I'm like, you realize y'all split yourself again, right? Like it's not the fellow, like they just took the end of Fellowship in beginning of Two Towers way too literally. And they're like, this is how it should always be. Like we just divide everybody up, anyway.
But aside from that, there is, as we mentioned at the top of the show, the audiobook, which dropped today. I just put the link in the chat so you guys can look up A Bonfire of Worlds. And then the end of next month, my next narration for the Escape Pod will be coming out.
Nice.
I need to record that at some point.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
It'll be
it's
coming
not due
out
until the
if I
19th. I've got time. Yeah, I've got time. But aside from that, the only other thing I've got left to do is work on a thing for that guy over there when he gets me the stuff I need. And it's God, there was something else. Tomorrow's my housemate's birthday. The 29th, which is the day that we're doing Adventures in Middle Earth, that is Matthew Mercer's birthday. So.
Very cool. Very good stuff.
And it was just your birthday.
Yep.
Yes.
And so everyone, all good people with their good birthdays. So I love it.
It's better every time. And I would go demonetized, but it would be like demonetized.
Exactly.
Yeah, the content ID can't even figure it out. Like it can't even pick it up. It's like, I don't know.
Vince Guaraldi's just like, I didn't play that many notes. Anyway, great stuff. And yes, you should all check that. By the way, one last thing on Tren. Remember that Tren is also doing the audiobook as part of the Gray Shade Kickstarter. And on July 6th, I will be announcing the official dates of the Kickstarter, which will be late summer, early fall. And we on the team are very excited about Gray Shade and its potential. I am super pumped up about it. So it's going to be happening.
Thrilled.
It's going to be great, including the incredibly excited Trent. But no, great stuff from the players tonight. Thank you all so much for being amazing. And I will give them a chance to say, they already pretty much said, chat, you did great today as well. So thank you, chat. Let's keep this up. This was awesome. Let's have some love for the amazing Infinity and Beyond
Chat,
crew.
thank you for showing up.
Thank you. Showing up and
We
being there.
appreciate
Thank you to
you.
the amazing Trendane Sparks, to Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, and Darkside Rob. Lovely stuff, everybody. And bye for now. I will see you folks soon.
I just forgot how to blink.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
All right. And just feast your eyes on that gorgeous overlay. Man, that thing is so good. Oh, man. It's got the right color scheme and everything. And I fixed the transparency issue, Shadowed. So, yeah. Yeah. And Rob's right. You have to fix the overlays first. You have to fix the names first, then put them into folders. But just, why can't you do it either way? I just do the thing. Anyway. And then that way you can remove all of them. Boop. Like that. Boop. Like that. So anyway, but it was good stuff. So that, folks, is going to do it for me for this evening. That was really a great time. And as you can see, we're just getting more. I mean, we're just getting started. There's a ton, obviously, that's left to do. And the pace is going to pick up over time. Although I thought we managed to. They've cleared up one part of this one adventure, and there's more of it obviously left to do. They're still in the Nightland adventure, so they're going to have a chance to see more of this multiple option quest, thing. And now they've got the deal with this Zator and this evil shifter and all that kind of good stuff. But no, seriously, chat, we had at the top, we had 52 people in here, which is great. I'd love to see those numbers continue. I am a huge fan of Eberron. Oh, that's okay, Shadow. That's all right. We'll have it ready by next time. Also, the video is going to be awesome too. That's being worked on by Mike Smith, by Peripheral Mike, and that video is going to be awesome. So I'm very pleased. The GOG Salt Marsh overlay also came out super well, and that was done by their graphics team. But yeah, so thank you, Shadow. No problem. And I will send off payment thanks to the Patreon. I will send that off shortly after I have a chance to cut stream. But that is going to do it for me for today. But we are going to do a raid, and I do want to just mention a couple things schedule-wise. I am not going to, there's no stream tomorrow. This is going to be the first time in many weeks, actually, that we haven't had a Sunday stream officially. However, unofficially, I am taking my daughter to camp tomorrow. It's about 3 hours away, so we may actually end up doing a little bit of an impromptu stream, either on the way there with her, or maybe on the way back I'll stop somewhere so I can just sob into the camera a bunch, and you can all be like, it's okay, Arv, she'll be fine, she'll come back. We'll see. But anyway, that's happening on Sunday. Then we'll be off on Monday for sure. And then on Tuesday, we will have Adventures in Middle-earth, as Trent made reference to. And then at 4 p.m., we will have Talisman Adventures over on GOG and Pen and Pixels. Then Wednesday, we have Community D&D with the amazing Shadow crew of Echo Alpha X5, of Hoodie, Rock God, and Triffity Mats, with the amazing Shadow Mage as your DM. That'll be happening on Wednesday. And they will actually close up the month of June, and we will launch on Friday, July 1st. I believe we've got Neverwinter Nights queued up for that. So we will be continuing with Neverwinter Nights 2 complete on Friday. So it's going to be awesome. And it's going to be sweet and exciting and all that kind of good stuff. So this was great. And I'm very happy about the schedule. Sadly, Icarus did not win the Midwest Book Award, but it came in second. Sadly, Emily's book from Athos, Lord's Dome, did not win its category. But again, it was a runner-up. So two second place finishes, I'll take that. Like 2 second place finishes in as many months for Icarus is pretty good. I'm proud of the book. I'm proud of the team. And hopefully this is something we'll build momentum on as we go forward. At least I hope so. If you like what you saw and heard, please follow the channel. Please check out our Patreon with !Arvtreon. I'm jumping way ahead. I don't know why I did that first. Please check out the YouTube channel, which is !Arvtube. We have past broadcasts of this and other streams, and a lot of people have talked about finding this. In fact, there was a person who just left a comment on the Adventures of Middle-earth video saying he was really glad that he found that group, because he's going to be running it for his own Talisman, actually, not Adventures of Middle-earth, because he's going to be running Talisman Adventures for his family, and he was really happy he found it. So we love to hear that stuff, and any of that stuff which is positive feedback for both players and the DM or GM is really helpful. So please let us know that stuff if you feel the same way, and definitely subscribe to us over on YouTube, because we're trying to build that up over time. !Arv Tweets is my Twitter. You can follow me over there, as a few more did. I think I just hit a new record of Twitter followers actually this evening, which is lovely. And those folks will all hear from me about streaming, about writing, about teaching, about music. They'll hear from me obviously about gaming, and about my family, and once in a while maybe a little bit about politics too, because again, politics does exist in the world and it's important to deal with it at times. So there's that. And of course, the website for all this is arvaneleron.com. If you want to support us financially, you can go to our shop, !Arv shop, where you can get this sweet shirt that we were all repping. 4 of us anyway were repping today, 4 out of the 6 of us on the call. So definitely think about jumping over there. That supports the channel and gets you some cool swag. Doesn't have to be just a long sleeve shirt, by the way. You can get a short sleeve, which is what Jen had. You can get bandanas and hats and mouse pads and all that kind of good stuff over there. Also, there's Adventures of Middle-earth stuff there too, and soon to be Esper Genesis stuff over there. !Arvtreon, as I said before, is the Patreon. That's 23 patrons, $2.14 per month. Thank you, Mrs. Dunsel. I will endeavor to do so. 23 patrons, $2.14 per month. That really is the financial backing of the channel, and it is what has made this light. And I'm actually very happy with this light now. There's a little bit of shadow from this microphone, what I can deal with, but look at the difference between this and that. That's a huge difference. Like, yes, this has a certain look to it, but basically I had to compensate by increasing the light on the other side. Look how great that ends up working. Like, I just feel much more like I'm talking to all of you, and you can see me as I'm talking just by virtue of having that other light panel. And it's a soft light. It's not an annoying light. So that's awesome. So that's because of the support you all give to the Patreon. So thank you. It also allows me to pay my voice actors, and also it's going to allow me to pay Shadow Mage for those overlays he just did. I pay for everything that I commission on here, including music and overlays. And I do that because it's important to me to try to be paying people for what they're worth. And that's possible because of the support with the Patreon. I'd love to build that support, build that Patreon so I could do other things. I'd like to be able to at some point institute possibly paying the players, and definitely paying the mods. I'd love to be able to do something like that. But again, that requires increased support on the Patreon so that I can do it, because I'm just one guy. But all of you who have done that have made it possible for us to do a lot of these things, like this cool lighting effect in the background. That's all because, again, the Patreon made it possible to improve the quality of the stream. Oh my God, Mrs. Dunsel, avoid a deer. That I just was like, well, one thing for sure, we're leaving here and we're going to be getting there during the day. So one thing that will help is that we're going to be there at light. Now, on the way back, I've got to be careful, because you're right, man. If I, upstate New York, if I hit another deer, I don't even know what to say. An underbrim LED, yeah. Well, at the old place, it used to be that the light was right in front of me and like at this level. So instead of being tilted down, it was like here. And that just meant that it just shot underneath the brim. The problem, though, Dunsel, is that what that does is it basically fills that out. So all of a sudden it looks like it loosens all of the shadows. And you do actually want a little bit of shadow to appear so your face doesn't flatten out. So they say. But in any case, yeah, at some point we'll manage that. Yes. So please make sure to support the Patreon if you can. Cool stuff for you as well, in addition to other channel goals. And subbing to the channel is always a good thing. You can get those custom sub badges, those emotes, and of course the inspirations, just like we have with the Patreon, to be able to use everywhere across the Twitch and the Twitches, as they say. That is really helpful, and again, does support us for sure. On the publishing front, again, !Icarus, if you would like to see the 2-time runner-up winner of Best Graphic Novel of 2020, 2020, that's the place to go check that out. Please support Athos Arts, and if you can support my graphic novel and the wonderful artist Acela Fabio and the amazing Keith DeCandido, who is the scriptwriter, and the incredible Chris Suda, who did layout, and all the people, as I said, at Athos, Chris and Emily, all that stuff would be great. So please consider jumping on board for that. Exclamation Point Greyshade KS is my Greyshade Kickstarter. Athos is the publisher of record for Greyshade and for the subsequent 2 books, and it's also going to be responsible for doing all 3 of those books. Also, Alligator Rally, which did Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, I've talked about many times, my 5e adventure and supplement. First of all, you can find out about that with Exclamation Point Library. Secondly, Exclamation Point Greyshade Chaos will link it up to that tweet where you can see that Alligator Alley will also be responsible for putting out the tabletop role-playing game version of Greyshade, which is super exciting. That's being designed by Aaron Rosenberg, and I'm happy that Alligator Alley is going to stay with this as well. And I've mentioned library already. Last but certainly not least, Exclamation Point BLM, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and I do see that of a piece with the importance of not gatekeeping and not keeping people out, which is one of the things I talked about earlier tonight in terms of who this channel and which people this channel values. And the answer is everyone, as long as they're not bigots. If you're not a bigot, you're welcome here, and that's something which we really want to push forward in the games as well. So anyway, Exclamation Point BLM, very important to affirm and assert the importance of Black lives and protecting Black lives and preserving them. And Exclamation Point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help, and hopefully reach out to others when they need help as well. And thank you, Shadowed. Yeah, that's awesome. And I'm proud of Tales and Tomes. I mean, not just my adventure part of it, which I am very proud of how it came out, but the art is just top notch. The art design is awesome. The freaking books that everyone contributed, it just came out great. So I'm really, really happy with it. And again, it's going to be out in retail form in October, in terms of in physical form, that is, in the stores. And in the meantime, you can get it digital on Drive-Thru-RPG. So all of that stuff would be lovely. All right, we are going to do a raid today because we have a number of people here, and it's not super late. So we are going to do a raid. And the raid that we do here is as follows. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this, which is the Arvanauts Have Landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, and there's a lot more of you today because someone dropped 20 subs, 20 gift subs. Specchio resubbed, and then there were 20 gift subs in the channel, which is wild. I don't know that I've ever had a 20 gift sub pack. I've had that many in a session, but I don't think all is one thing. So yeah, I don't think that's right. Shadowed and Dragon, you weren't here. Someone dropped 20 gift subs. It was really awesome. And over the last 2 nights, as Prince Justin pointed out, I had like 5 or 6 subs yesterday and 20 today. So I've had like 25 gift subs in the channel over the last 2 days. In fact, I think those 20 subs, it was early on, so we only had about 20 people. We had just started. And I think everyone in chat at the time got that, which was really cool. So I'm super excited about that. We're very proud of our channel here. We'd love to get partnered. Thank you very much, Trace Numbers. We would very much like to get partnered and very much like to continue to broaden and spread out what we do. I have other plans in the works about other things that we're looking to try to do and things to feature. We run a lot of tabletop stuff here and RPGs, and I'm very excited about all of it. So so if you can do that, if you don't mind being brought over to magically to where we go, that would be lovely. Let's take a look and see who it's going to be. I know who it's going to be. It's actually been a little while, since I've rated this person, so that's going to be perfect. I want to thank, first of all the amazing folks who made this an awesome stream today. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Dragonspear, Hillness, Rock God, Shadowed Mage, and Triffity Mats. Thank you as well to the best mods in the business, as I've always said. Thank you so much to my subscribers as well, and Patreon supporters. Subscribers, Dragonspear, Hillness, Rock God, Shadowed Mage, Triffity Mats, Nonstop, Ballstag, Commander Dunsel, Crit Twitch, Diginferno, Divinorium, Light and Passion, Live Suing, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, Prince Justin, Radio Johnny Panda, and Trendane. That's pretty awesome. When the subs almost outnumber the non-subs, that's really good stuff. Thank you so much to them and the Patreon supporters. Thank you to 2020. Thank you to Adam named Pog. Thank you to an anonymous gifter. Special thanks to whoever the anonymous gifter was, really. Thank you. Thank you to Coven of Lunara, who is a mod, so I don't know why he's showing up down there. Thank you to Freed. Thank you to Gurley. Thank you to Gigafrost, King Jin, Okiran, Ryoga. Thank you to Swarm of Cats, Tauntoms, Thessel, U Christensen, V&K, and Yamikkel. Thank you so much to all of you, and a special thanks to my players, the Infinity and Beyond crew. Thank you to Trendane. Thank you to John. Thank you to Jen. Thank you to Marie. Thank you to Rob. Great stuff out of all the players today. Stick around for the raid, folks, and I will see you folks maybe for an impromptu stream tomorrow, but if not, then I'll definitely see you here Tuesday right around noon Eastern for more Adventures of Middle-earth and more of this campaign coming next month. Until then, everyone, be good to each other, and yeah, you're all lovely people and you're awesome and I love you. Be good to each other. I'll catch you all soon. Have a good night.